Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter faced a prophecy darker than Voldemort. Here is short summary. In his 6th year, Harry discovers a hidden prophecy, one even Dumbledore feared. As old enemies resurface and strange allies emerge, Harry must face a darkness greater than Voldemort, and decide what kind of hero he's willing to become. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The sun shone brightly in the crystal sky of late autumn, bathing the Quidditch pitch in its light if not its warmth. A few scarce and wispy clouds were dotted above, occasionally casting their shadows over the stands. Spectators were slowly beginning to arrive in anticipation of the first Quidditch match of the season, traditionally between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Bree, Oot, observed Moira McKay, when the Gryffindor team were making their way to the changing room to get ready for the match. I, agreed Seamus, whose Irish accent became more pronounced whenever he was in Moira's presence for too long. Nobody was quite sure why this was so, but the general consensus among the Gryffindors was that the poor boy was hopelessly smitten with the younger girl. Ginny, who had the special broom Harry had made for her slung over her shoulder as they walked, shared a look with Hermione. Since the rather disturbing news that her parents wanted to withdraw her from Hogwarts, Hermione hardly ever left Ginny and Harry's company. Fortunately, from Ginny's standpoint, she had not shared their bed since that first night, when she received the letter declaring her parents' intentions. Hermione, grinning slightly, leaned close and whispered in Ginny's ear, "I hear Dean started a betting pool on when the two of them will be getting married." "Well, that's a coincidence," commented an unexpected voice. Every one of the students turned to see Professors Gregory and Hilary Proteus approaching them. The pair were a favorite of most of the students and had succeeded in making defense against the dark arts one of the most popular classes. "I'm not sure I believe in coincidences," noted Alexander, "especially where those two are concerned." At the moment Gregory was wearing such a completely red outfit that one almost expected him to be trying for a position on the Gryffindor team. Every article of clothing he was wearing was some shade of red, all as vibrant and eye-catching as a Muggle fire hydrant. Hilary, on the other hand, was dressing in more demure tones of midnight blue and a dark tan, but with a red and gold Gryffindor scarf wrapped around her neck. "I've made a bet of 50 galleons with Professor Snape concerning the outcome of the match," admitted Gregory, coming up to the team and their friends with a broad, almost smug, grin on his chiseled features. "Do you think that was wise, sir?" asked Hermione, who Ginny knew had never approved of any form of gambling. "On reflection, perhaps not," admitted Gregory, but with a mischievous sparking in his sea-green eyes. His grin grew wider and he said, 100 galleons would have been a much better bet." Standing beside him, Hilary smirked knowingly. "Of course, when you already know the outcome of the match." Gregory looked at her and obviously tried to look innocent. "That would be cheating. Love never stopped you before. These two are very odd," commented Sun Tzu, as Ginny and the other students watched the byplay between husband and wife. They were still walking and had almost reached the section of the stands where the team would be splitting away to the changing rooms while those who would simply be watching the match would climb up into the stands. "No kidding," Ginny agreed. "Actually," Harry mentioned, swinging his firebolt off his shoulder as they arrived outside the changing room, "I've thought they were both completely nuts that first night when they arrived after the sorting. You know, if you persist in flirting with me like this," Gregory was telling Hilary, with a glance at the teenagers next to them, "the students are going to think we're odd." Hilary waved a hand dismissively. "Greg, they've thought we were completely nuts ever since we arrived after the sorting." Ginny looked nervously at Harry, wondering not for the first time if their defense professors weren't telepathic or something similar. Even the often blasé members of the order had noticed these almost too coincidental instances, a fact Isis commented on. "There's something about these Proteuses that makes me question if they are perhaps more dangerous than our initial assessment led us to believe." "I, Avenue Z same feeling myself," agreed Joan. "Perhaps they are simply eccentric," Merlin suggested, but his tone did not carry much conviction. Harry chuckled and replied, Trust me, there's nothing simple about those two. No argument from me, Ginny agreed. A sudden tension rising from her teammates, who were oblivious to the silent conversation she and Harry were part of, alerted Ginny to the presence of two people walking towards their direction from the Slytherin portion of the stands. She glanced at Harry uncertainly and whispered, "Do you think she's Slytherin's new seeker?" "Could be, but I doubt it," he whispered back as the two girls approached. "She was okay on a broom during our flying lessons, but not good enough to play in a serious match." The two girls, both Slytherins, came to a halt just outside the Gryffindor changing room. The assembled Gryffindors and two teachers waited and watched silently as the taller of the two went up to Harry with an air of practiced nonchalance. Harry inclined his head cordially. "Zabini. Potter," Blaise replied, running a hand through her short owned hair, a devilish smile sparkling in her bright blue eyes. She was, surprisingly, not wearing anything in the green and silver of Slytherin. Ginny tried to restrain the sudden nervous tension she felt in the Slytherin girl's presence. Neither she nor Harry or Hermione had spoken to Blaise in more than a passing manner since Halloween, when the owned had walked in on their meeting with Remus and Sirius. While Harry seemed perfectly willing to trust her to keep quiet about Sirius' presence at the school, Ginny was on edge about the matter. Still, she had to admit, Blaise yet to confront the trio with any demands for an explanation. Harry turned his attention to the diminutive young girl that was standing nervously next to Blaise, dressing in her school robes and bearing a Slytherin scarf and rosette. Ginny recognized her as one of the first years, though she could not place a name to the face. With a wolfish grin, Harry asked, "Who do we have here, lunch?" The girl, who barely reached Harry's chest, swallowed and took a backward step, one tiny hand reaching out to grasp of Blaise. "Eep. Her name is Amber Fargo," Blaise told Harry sternly, glaring at him in a severe and disapproving manner that was not unlike something Professor McGonagall might produce. She slid her arm around the 11-year-old's shoulders and continued, "Her parents and mine are friends. We live in the same town, so we've known each other practically forever. I promised to look after her while she's getting familiar with the school." "Pleased to meet you, Amber," Harry told her, offering her his hand. When she took it and gave a timid shake, he leaned close and whispered conspiratorially, "I deny everything Blaise has told you about me." Blaise poked Harry in the ribs and wagged a finger at him. "Be polite, Potter. Otherwise I might be tempted to make up for all those years Jordan put the Slytherin team down during his commentating." "This is a surprise," thought Ginny. "No kidding," replied Harry. He looked at Blaise in surprise. "You're the new commentator." She nodded, shrugging slightly. "Professor Snape suggested me for the role." McGonagall agreed, "providing I don't try to outdo my predecessor. I don't know if I will. I'm not really one to make a scene." Gregory, who was leaning against the wall with his arms around Hilary's waist, chuckled and said, "That's what I like about you, Ms. Zabini, you're very level-headed." "He's doing it again. Asterisk. Yeah," agreed Harry thoughtfully. "I said the exact same thing when Blaise walked in on us during Halloween." "Do you think they might be illegal animagi?" asked Ginny. "Like Rita Skeeter as a beetle." "Anything is possible," Asterisk admitted Merlin, "though with those two I think there's nothing so simple about their secrets." Asterisk. Hermione was fiddling with the stylish pair of sunglasses Harry had handed to her at breakfast that morning, asking her to test drive them for him. This was the first she had heard about it, but apparently he had been working for the past few months of integrating the features found in a pair of wizarding omnioculars into the much smaller and less clumsy sunglasses. He had explained that he was planning on presenting them, he had another 2 test models, to the twins, Fred and George, for Christmas. It was, Hermione thought, an idea that would doubtless bring possibly more income to the young entrepreneur's business than their jokes, pranks and other novelties. The convenience of these new omniticals, as Harry had temporarily dubbed them until the twins came up with something that sounded better, was that they left your hands free. Harry had completely replaced the many switches, knobs and dials that covered a standard pair of omnioculars with what was basically a modified heads-up display. He had borrowed the idea from Muggle jet fighters, which Harry had apparently seen when Dudley had once watched an air show on the television. The only control adorning the sunglasses was a single brass button that Harry had tastefully blended into the frames. This was the toggle to activate the omniticals, which was done by tapping the button 3 times in quick succession. The seemingly holographic display was iconographic in nature and, using cues from the wearer's eyes, operated not unlike the desktop of a Muggle computer. You simply had to look at the icon for half a second or so, while it seemed to hover in the air a couple of feet in front of you, and the function it controlled would be activated. Now, if only he had written a user's manual, she thought, dropping into one of the few remaining empty seats in the Gryffindor section of the crowd. Mind if I join you, Hermione? Slightly startled by the unexpected voice, Hermione looked up to see Professor Hilary Proteus standing in front of her. Of course not, Professor, she said. Hilary sat in the seat next to her. We're not in class right now, so call me Hilary, okay? Okay, Hermione agreed nervously, not at all comfortable being on such familiar terms with one of her teachers. Have you seen where Gregory has got to? Asked Hilary, looking around in search for her husband. Isn't that him? Hermione asked, pointing him out. Over there by the house elves. It's kind of hard to miss all that red. Hilary looked to where Hermione was indicating and nodded. Ah, yes, that's him. Don't know what he's talking to Dobby and the others for though. Probably trying to arrange a treat for the Gryffindor team when they win. Hermione pushed the sunglasses up into her hair and looked at the professor. You seem awfully sure that Gryffindor are going to win. Of course they are, said Hilary smiling. They have the best seeker Hogwarts has seen in years playing for them, not to mention a top-notch trio of chasers, a rock-solid keeper and a pair of beaters that could intimidate a squad of Aurors. How could they possibly lose? Besides, they're Gryffindors. Were you G. Gregory in Gryffindor? She asked, stumbling over the use of the absent man's give name rather than his title. Hilary sank back in her seat. Yes. In fact, it's something of a tradition in both our families to be sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione nodded, glancing to where Gregory was still discussing something with the 36 house elves that had come to the match to support Gryffindor. Is that why Professor Gregory is dressed all in red? No. It was impossible to miss the note of sadness that laced the single word Hilary had answered with. Hermione turned back to her and saw that her companion was staring off into space with a forlorn expression. She wondered what it was that brought about such a change to the older woman's normally cheerful demeanor. Hilary, shaking off her distraction, seemed to notice Hermione's interest and sighed. It was a long time ago, when we were both still in school. She didn't really want to pry, but Hermione was unable to resist asking, what happened? The details are disturbing to say the least, admitted Hilary. She turned her bright hazel eyes to Hermione and smiled tremulously. Suffice to say Gregory was badly traumatized by what happened. It took years for him to get over it. Many years. And that's why he wearing so much red for this match? Hermione asked in confusion. Hilary shook her head sadly. No. He's wearing the red to remind himself that he managed to overcome what happened. The match is just a convenient excuse. If you look carefully you'll see that he makes a point of wearing at least a little bit of red every day. Whether it's his shirt or the lining of his cloak or even his socks, he always has on something that's red. By now Hermione was totally confused and this must have shown on her face as Hilary decided to explain a bit more. For nearly 5 years after the incident, Gregory had an almost mortal terror of the color red. They had to move him out of Gryffindor Tower because of it. He couldn't even bring himself to climb into the common room because of it. But he obviously got over it, observed Hermione, glancing to where the house elves were standing, but Gregory was no longer there. It took years, but eventually he did, Hilary confirmed. A contented smile graced her lips as she seemed to be thinking back. It was the day of our wedding, actually. He damn near gave everyone a heart attack when he turned up wearing a red cloak. It must have been very difficult, Hermione mused, unconsciously rubbing her impaired right arm with her left hand. Hilary nodded and said, it was, but I got through it. How? Asked Hermione. I kept telling myself that it could have been worse, admitted Hilary. Hermione chuckled and half joked. Yeah, you could have had red hair, like Ginny. Yeah. For a moment Hermione wondered at the strange tone Hilary had used, but the thought did not fully form as Hilary asked, and you? Have you heard anything from your parents yet? Hermione swallowed. You know. All the professors do, admitted Hillary. I got a letter from them this morning, Hermione told her. She bowed her head and wrung her hands in her lap before continuing. They say they've already made arrangements for a tutor to help me catch up the things I need to go to a Muggle school. They're talking about enrolling me in the Midsummer Coston Academy for Girls. Don't worry, Hillary assured her, patting her on the shoulder. Everything will work out in the end, you'll see. It's just a matter of time. Hermione looked up, tears brimming in her eyes. Oh Merlin, I hope so. I don't want to leave here. Hogwarts, magic, it's my life now. I can't give it up, especially now. Hillary reached out and, cupping Hermione's chin, turned her head to one side. We're not going to give up on you, Hermione. Look. What? Oh, there, a short way around the stands in the section reserved for non-students, was a grouping of one particular red-haired family. Mrs. Weasley was in the middle, bracketed on either side by the twins, with Charlie Weasley bringing up the rear. They had obviously come to the match, both to watch Ginny play for the first time, not as a reserve, and then doubtless would visit Ron in the hospital wing. Fred and George, it seemed, had brought some of their wares to sell during the match in an attempt at promoting their joke shop that they planned on opening next year. Molly, naturally, had found out and was dragging them along by their ears while berating them in that saber-toothed tiger manner she was famous for. Charlie was grinning broadly at their discomfort and protesting wails that Hermione could just make out over the noise of the crowd. Go on, Hillary told her, giving her a nudge, I'm sure I can survive here without you. Besides, I have to find that wayward husband of mine. Hermione smiled her thanks and jumped up from her seat. She pulled the sunglasses down and slid them back onto her nose as she hurriedly started to make her way towards the Weasleys. She hoped she would get to them before the match started. Oh, and don't let Fred and George find out about the Omniticals. She heard Hillary call after. It took a moment to sink in. How the devil could the defense professor know about Harry's experiment with the sunglasses? He had only told Hermione that morning, and the only other person who knew was Ginny. Hermione stopped and turned back to stare at Hillary, but found that the older witch had vanished from sight, no doubt gone looking for Gregory. And first onto the field, Blaise Zabini's magically amplified voice announced, is the Gryffindor team, comprising of Ryder, Finnegan, McKay, Harriet and Ginny Weasley, all of which played their first match last year as a reserve team against Slytherin. New to the squad is Jefferson Hope, who is filling in for injured chaser Ron Weasley. They are led onto the field by their captain and star seeker, Harry Potter. Oh, bloody Hades. Harry looked at Moira, who had a hand over her eyes and was shaking her head. He glanced across the field at the approaching Slytherin team. He recognized most of the players, with the exception of the new seeker, who looked to be in only his second year. He looked to Seamus, who was standing next to Moira, but the other beater seemed just as puzzled by the young girl's outburst. What is it? Do you recognize him? He asked. He's Cousin Angus, Moira sighed in resignation. Ginny, who was eyeing the short and skinny boy, asked, is he any good? Moira shook her head. Thes Lee, askin' if an astuin anvil sin fly. Asterisk. I think she was being sarcastic. Asterisk. With that accent it's sometimes hard to tell. Asterisk. Captains, shake hands, ordered Madame Hooch, who was refereeing the match. Harry, not really wanting to, stepped forward to unenthusiastically shake hands. After the abrupt disappearance of Draco Malfoy, the Slytherins had been forced to elect a new captain to replace him. Their choice of the rather bulldogish Millicent Bulstrode was not unexpected, as she was the only player left on the team, since Malfoy was gone and the other 5 had finished school the previous year. Madame Hooch nodded and, with a deft kick to its side, opened the trunk holding the Quidditch balls. Quickly she released the snitch, followed by the 2 bludgers, before taking the quaffle in her hands and saying, players, mount your brooms. On my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Harry, as was his custom, launched himself into the air. Within moments he was soaring high above the pitch and the other players. Nudging lightly on his firebolt's handle he began to circle the stadium, already searching for the snitch. As he passed by the Gryffindor section, he could hear the piercing cries of the house elves, who had emerged from the kitchens for the morning in support of his team. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Grinning and waving to Dobby and his compatriots as he glided past, Harry turned his attention back to the game. Since none of the Slytherins aside from Bulstrode had any experience, it was not much of a surprise to see that Gryffindor had possession of the quaffle and seemed to be in optimum position to score the first goal of the game and season. Watching as his chasers swooped towards the Slytherin goals, Harry tuned his ears to listen to Blaze's commentary of events. And Weasley passes to Harriet, who manages to duck under Isaac's by blinding him with the glare off his bald head. Miss Zabini. Harry looked to the announcer's box where Blaze was sitting between Amber and Professor McGonagall, who was looking somewhat martyred. Apparently the deputy headmistress hopes that Blaze would prove less biased than Lee Jordan had just been dashed. Sorry, Professor, Blaze continued, sounding completely unapologetic. She looked up and saw Harry watching her and cheekily stuck out her tongue before returning to the game. Harriet swerves past Stephenides and makes an underhand pass to Weasley, riding the broomstick Potter presented her with last Christmas. One has to wonder if perhaps she hasn't ridden any of her captain's other broomsticks. Miss Zabini. Unable to decide whether to blush or laugh at Blaze's commenting, Harry resumed his search for the snitch. So much for not being one to make a scene, he thought wryly, noticing that Moira's cousin Angus was trailing close on his heels, not unlike Malfoy used to. And you thought she was level-headed. Asterisk. She was. Weasley drops the quaffle to Hope, the newcomer to the team. He shoots. Wonderful save by Slytherin keeper Pharaoh. The quaffle is deflected straight to no. Weasley has intercepted the ball before it reaches chaser Isaacs. She swings past Pharaoh, feints to the right and scores the first goal of the match through the left hoop. Pharaoh. You're as blind as that bat Trelawney. Zabini. McGonagall all but growled, making a grab for the microphone. Blaze, resisting the professor's attempts, continued, sorry, Professor. 10 points to Gryffindor, scored by Ginny Weasley. Gingy Weezy. Gingy Weezy. Gingy Weezy. Gingy Weezy. Apparently Dobby was leading the house elves in their cheering. For a moment, hearing their words, Harry thought back to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. He clearly remembered every detail, especially being woken up by Dobby, who had so frantically and determinedly sent Harry down to the lake to save his Wheezy, Ron. Harry found himself looking over the stadium, towards the castle and the hospital wing, where Ron lay in his coma. He blinked in surprise when suddenly Moira bobbed up in front of him, swinging her beater's club with relish. The bludger, which had been aimed straight for Harry, made a loud crunch as it smashed into the opposing Slytherin beater's face, breaking his nose. Ta-da. Yea bloody Sassenach. Moira crowed, grinning wickedly. She spun round on her broom and smiled at Harry. Careful skipper, we canny hae ye gettin' hurt no, can we? Thanks, Moira, Harry acknowledged, shaking himself out of his thoughts and back to the game. As Moira dived back down into the midst of the other players, club raised over her head, Harry began searching for the elusive snitch. He passed by the Gryffindor goalposts and exchanged a few words with their keeper, Carmen, when Gareth slipped past the Pharaoh to score again. 20-0 to Gryffindor, declared Blaze, glaring angrily at the Slytherin keeper, who was not looking pleased with himself. Get your bloody head out of the clouds, you dope. The match continued in a similar manner for the next half an hour. Despite the fact that 6 of their players were playing for the first time, the Slytherins were able to put up a reasonable display. Even so, they were clearly not in the same class as the Gryffindor team. Of the chasers, Gareth Harriet, son of the Jamaican Ministry's ambassador, was a very adroit flyer on his Nimbus 2000. Ginny, who was flying the cherry wood broom Harry had crafted for her last year, was little more than a red and gold blur as she streaked to and fro across the pitch. Only Jefferson Hope, one of the fifth-year prefects, was unsure of himself. Understandable considering he was stepping in for Ron, but the past few months of practice had made certain that he was up to scratch. Between the three of them they had possession of the quaffle more than 3/4 of the time, aided and abetted by the lunatic pair of Moira and Seamus. The two beaters were a perfect team that rivaled their mentors, the Weasley twins. Moira in particular seemed especially bloodthirsty and often seemed on the verge of physically tackling her opponents. If she ever decides to paint her face blue, start running for the hills. Asterisk. I'm more worried about what she's going to do when practical fighting techniques reopens after the Christmas holidays. Oh, that's a delightful idea. Asterisk. We're doomed. Asterisk. Harry noticed too that as the game progressed, Blaze's comments about the Gryffindor team became less insulting and more professional, while her observations of the Slytherins were becoming as scathing as anything Snape ever managed to produce during potions. Weasley passes to Hope in a perfect example of the Answer assault. Hope shoots at the goals and scores his first points of the match. That makes the score 70-30 to Gryffindor, Blaze intoned, gazing up and imploring the heavens as she did. With a disappointed-sounding sigh, she angrily waved a fist at one of the Slytherin beaters and yelled, "That was pathetic. I like that girl," decided Beowulf. "She's almost as entertaining as the previous commentator." At least she's on our side, Harry agreed. I think. Professor McGonagall had apparently given up trying to censor Blaze and appeared to have decided to simply sit back and enjoy the game. Harry found it amazing that Blaze had managed to succeed in a single game what Lee Jordan had failed to accomplish in several years. Of course, McGonagall had probably been greatly worn down by Lee's efforts. Then he saw it. It was quite by accident, really. The snitch was hovering only a scant few meters above the ground, almost directly below Harry. The only reason he had spotted it was because he had hung his head down to shake it over Blaze's antics. He glanced up and saw that Angus, the other seeker, had apparently seen the tiny golden ball as well and was already diving towards it at breakneck speed. "Seamus," Harry called, catching the attention of his nearest beater. "There's Seeker. Now." Seamus twisted on his broom and managed to get a shot in as a bludger flew past him. His aim was as true as it always was, and the black ball careened directly at Angus. The diminutive second year looked up from his dive just in time to see the bludger coming toward him. He swerved to one side just before impact, aborting his pursuit, but was too late to pull out of his dive properly and crashed into the ground with a horrible crack. Harry, in the meanwhile, had tilted his firebolt vertically and was dropping to the ground in what looked like a passable Wronski feint. He was descending almost straight down and was barely able to twist out of his fall at the last instant. His back brushed against the short grass of the pitch as he flew upside down for a few seconds before righting himself, the snitch held high above his head in victory. And Potter gets the snitch. Gryffindor win. 220-30. Announced Blaze. Harry saw her shaking her head dispiritedly as she handed the microphone over to McGonagall. Slowing to a halt, Harry quickly dismounted as four-colored streaks bore down on him. His feet had barely touched the ground when Ginny crashed into him, hugging him fiercely before pulling him into a key. Gareth, Jefferson and Carmen waited for them to come up for air before sweeping them both into a crushing embrace. Looking over Carmen's shoulder, Harry saw that Moira had descended, with Seamus, to where the unhappy-looking Slytherin team were gathered around her cousin. One of the chasers was pulling on the poor boy's leg and apparently he was not enjoying the attention. From the direction of the changing rooms, Harry could see Madame Pomfrey hurrying towards them. "OWWW. Watch it, ye nitwit. Duh. Hurts," Angus yelled, swinging at the chaser responsible. "I think we better get Madame Pomfrey," observed the chaser. "This looks serious." Angus glared at the other boy and bellowed, "O' course 'tis serious." Moira stood over him, Seamus at her sides, and asked, "D'ye think 'tis brookin'?" "O' course 'tis brookin', ye dozy Welsh girl." Moira, who was the personification of Scotland, naturally took that badly. It was fortunate for Angus that Madame Pomfrey arrived at that moment, a conjured stretcher trailing behind her. As the crowds of Gryffindors and other spectators ran onto the pitch, Harry could hear Angus' continued rebukes towards his teammates. "Ah, never should 'e let ye maniacs talk inte this. Harry," squealed Hermione, running up to him and hugging him. She almost succeeded in spinning him around before dotting him on the cheek and turning to crush Ginny in her grasp. "You won. Ah, knew somethin' was goin' to happen, ah knew it." A pair of hands clapped Harry firmly on the back and he quickly found himself having his arms nearly shaken off by Fred and George. Each of the twins had grabbed a hand and were making a grand display of congratulating him on Gryffindor's first win without them, though they did take full credit for anything and everything Moira and Seamus had accomplished. Ah, canny believe I'll let ye buffoons talk inte tea. Charlie, who was more sedate, came up and managed to pry his younger brothers off Harry. The dragon tamer grinned at Harry and shook his hand. Congratulations, he said. I'd heard you were a damn fine seeker, but this is the first time I've really had a chance to watch you play. Never makin' de mistake again, nay siree. Charlie, watch your language, chided Molly Weasley, pushing her way through the celebrating Gryffindors and looking a little out of breath. From now on, Hogsmeade bound Durin, matches. Everyone turned as Angus' voice reached them far more clearly than before. Madame Pomfrey had managed to lift him onto the stretcher and was taking him to the hospital wing. Moira and Seamus were following them as everyone turned to watch. Probably wheelchair bound as Woy. Angus was saying, waving his arms about in exaggerated movements as they passed. He spotted the assembled crowd looking at him, especially the conspicuous red-haired Weasleys, and immediately snarled, "Wah, are ye gawkin' at ye bloody carrot heads?" Harry had to stifle his laughter at Molly's put-off expression. The Weasley matriarch stared after the young boy as he was carried off, still ranting at what sounded very much like the top of his lungs. "Haven't ye ever seen a Scotsman a broken leg before?" Moira, who had joined the rest of the team, BMO.Ned, "That's why I dinna care for his company. We must make allowances, I suppose," Molly said eventually as the spectacle receded and the victory celebrations continued. "It's obvious he's suffering." "Bollocks!" exclaimed Fred indignantly. He almost quailed under the fierce glare of his mother, but persisted in saying, "It's true. He's enjoying every minute of it. Like Percy does when he's sick." Harry wrapped one arm around Ginny's waist and the other around Hermione's and proceeded to lead his friends and family off the pitch, a broad smile on his face. Harry Potter was hot. Very hot indeed. Orange and yellow flames were dancing up his robes, which he had just set alight while pacing too close to his office's fire. This was the cue for panicked slapping of the fire and a volley of choice swearwords that could curdle fresh milk. Finally putting the minor blaze out, he removed the charred garment and mournfully observed, "Well, that's the end of this robe." "That's what happens when you don't look where you're pacing," Ginny laughed. "Oh, put a sock in it," he told her, waving his hand over the scorched robe and instantly repairing the fire damage. One of Ginny's elegant auburn eyebrows curved upwards. Sitting at his desk, which was almost lost under mounds of parchment and piles of books, Ginny set the manuscript she was reading down and looked at him. "My, you're in a bit of a snit today." Harry sighed and tossed his robes over the back of a nearby chair. "Sorry, Gin. It's just that I'm getting a little frustrated with this. It's nearly 3 months and we've covered so little ground. At this rate we'll never be ready to disperse the well when the time comes." "We knew this wouldn't be fast and easy, Harry," she told him. Harry sank into the chair opposite her, not looking very happy. Ginny must have read his expression better than he thought, since she stood and came around the desk to stand by him. She knelt down next to him and took his hands in both of hers. "There's more to it than just our lack of progress," she ventured silently. Harry looked into her bright brown eyes and reluctantly nodded confirmation of her suspicion. When he didn't say anything, she quietly prompted, "What is it?" Sighing deeply he answered, "Terms ending in a week. Christmas holidays." Ginny immediately understood. "Hermione." Harry dropped his face into his hands and ran them through his hand, bringing them up, slamming them against the armrests of his chair. His frustration was palpable, as was his exhaustion. It had been nearly 3 months since he and Ginny had learned that Hermione's parents planned to withdraw her from Hogwarts. At the end of the term, the beginning of the holidays, she would be returning home and possibly not returning. "Damn it," he swore, hitting his thigh with a fist. "I've tried everything and nothing works. I've sent letters, over a dozen, trying to explain things to them. They're not even bothering to reply anymore. They think I'm just some child." "You are just a child, Harry," Ginny gently interrupted. "We all are." "No, we're not," he pressed. "I'm not a child. I'm Hermione's friend. And Hermione's not a child either. She's a witch, the best damn witch I've ever known." Ginny smiled playfully. "Including me." He did not rise to the tease, preferring to glower instead. "Don't try and twist my words, Gin. You know what I mean." I know, she admitted. It's just that you need to calm down. He is calm. More or less. Asterisk. Quite true. You can tell by the fact that he's not floating. Asterisk. Oh, shut up you lot, he growled. Her parents are almost as obstinate as she is, Harry said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. They refuse to believe that removing Hermione from Hogwarts will cause her greater injury than if she were to stay. I admit I don't know much about her life outside of school, I've never been to her home, but I don't think she has many friends. If any. The people she's attached to in life are here, at Hogwarts, and if she leaves she will be all alone. Ginny stood and, to Harry's amusement, began to pace. Have you considered visiting them? We could apparate to their home tonight, try convince them in person. We could take Hermione with us. She could argue her case to her folks and we could support her. Before Harry could contemplate this idea, Hermione burst into the office. She had a large book in her grasp, supported mainly by her stronger left arm, and a rushed yet triumphant air about her. She didn't bother greeting either of them, instead she hurried over to the desk. With a clumsy sweep of her right arm she cleared one cluttered corner of the desktop, sending a dozen books and several tall stacks of parchment tumbling to the floor. Hey, protested Harry, rising to his feet. Don't worry, this is worth it, Hermione said, thumping the book she was holding onto the cleared space. She turned and grinned at the two of them. I think I've found it. What? Ginny strode over to the desk, from where she had halting in her pacing by the fireplace and looked at the book Hermione had brought in. Harry, somewhat more sedately joined the two witches by the desk. Hermione was beaming in that triumphant way she had after finally unearthing whatever secrets she had been searching for. Nicholas Flamel, Polyjuice Potion, Summoning Charms, all those things she had sought out over the years to help in their adventures. She always comes through in the end, he thought. Doesn't she? Of course she does, replied Ginny. She's Hermione. Together, with Hermione standing behind them, Harry and Ginny leaned over and looked at the book. It was old, as most books in the Hogwarts library were, and seemed to have been the survivor of numerous fires, floods, wars and uncountable grubby hands. Its title was emblazoned on its tattered leather cover in letters of peeling copper, long since turned green. Hogwarts. Grounds. A Magical Energies Study. By Calvin Hobbes. Harry grinned, knowing that this was it, and shared a victorious grin with Ginny. She too seemed to sense that they had finally made the breakthrough that they had been searching for. He gripped her hand in his and squeezed it tightly, paging through the book with his other hand. It's here, he thought. It's all here. All of it. Everything we need. With this we can be done mapping the location by New Year's, agreed Ginny. Releasing Ginny's hand and flipping the book closed, Harry turned and enveloped Hermione in a rib-crunching hug. She squealed with surprise, as well as delight, when he lifted her off her feet and began spinning her around in his arms. You did it, Hermione. You did it. Indeed, interrupted a voice from the doorway. Might I inquire as to what exactly Miss Granger has succeeded in doing? Ginny turned away from the desk, slightly surprised that Dumbledore had managed to sneak up on them. He was standing just inside the door, his silver hair and beard glowing in the firelight. He was smiling in that mysterious, yet grandfatherly, manner which suited him so very well. He was holding a letter, written on what looked like Muggle paper, in one hand. Harry answered his question. She's found a book detailing the arrangements of the various wards protecting the castle. It's still too early to say for sure, we've only just glanced over the book, but it seems to have everything we need. Ah, yes, Dumbledore nodded. I recall granting permission for you and her to search through the restricted section of the library. It is good to hear that your search has finally borne fruit. Took me long enough, Hermione muttered. Perhaps, but that delay may well work in our favor, might it not? Dumbledore asked, looking to Harry and Ginny. Ginny exchanged an apprehensive look with Harry and replied, unfortunately it doesn't create anything in the way of an advantage. The foci are still growing, so having the details of the castle's wards is only going to help us in that we'll be able to set them up immediately after they're completely formed. Harry nodded and returned to his seat. Other than that, the only advantage we have at the moment is that Malfoy doesn't know that we can potentially disperse the well. Potentially, repeated Dumbledore, not looking reassured by the word. Ginny rounded the desk and settled on Harry's lap. His arms snaked around her waist and held her to him as he tried to explain. Albus, would you believe it possible to start an avalanche with a single pebble? One tiny grain of sand, in the right place, at the right time. Dumbledore, finding a chair to sit in, nodded. I would accept the concept as an axiom. The smallest of actions can have far-reaching and life-altering results. I have seen many examples of such during my life. Knowing where Harry was going with his metaphor, Ginny asked, then would you believe it's possible for a single pebble to stop an avalanche? It would not be easy, the venerable wizard admitted, but nodded his head. His bright blue eyes watched Ginny and Harry closely from over the tops of his spectacles. You would have to place the pebble in the right place, at the right time. As you would need to do in order to start it. Then you see our problem, Harry said. Draco Malfoy is now like an avalanche. With the power of the well at his disposal, he is all but unstoppable. Anything that gets in his way will be crushed by sheer force. Stopping him will require performing the exact right action, in the exact right place and at the exact right time. Ginny bobbed her head in agreement. Dispersing the well involves a great deal of chance. We have to lure Draco into the trap, catch him by surprise, or it will fail. That is why we have to be so careful during the design of it, Harry continued. Everything has to be absolutely perfect. If one of the foci is out of position by even a fraction of an inch, well, Malfoy will be the least of our worries. What do you mean? Asked Hermione, who had also found a seat. Imagine, if you can, a total, instantaneous magical course reversal, replied Harry. Hermione paled slightly. Isn't that what happened in the auditorium? At the start of term when Malfoy teleported out of the school? Ginny nodded. Only a few million times more powerful. Basically everything within a 5-mile radius will be completely disassociated. That's putting it mildly. Asterisk. Shut up. Asterisk. So what brings you down here, Albus? Asked Harry. Besides checking on our progress. Dumbledore held up the sheet of paper in his hand. He waved it about and said, I come bearing good news and disturbing news. Behind her, Harry dropped his head onto her shoulder. Ginny felt much the same as he obviously did. There had been very little good news over the past few weeks, and more often than not it was accompanied by bad news. Disturbing news was no doubt a new euphemism of Dumbledore's forewarning. The coming of what was no doubt exceptionally bad news. Can we have the good news first? Asked Harry, voice slightly muffled. I was planning to explain in that order, agreed Dumbledore. Harry lifted his head and squeezed his arms around Ginny's waist. She returned the action by squeezing his arms and leaning back against him. Very much to Ginny's surprise, however, Dumbledore did not hand the sheet of Muggle-made paper to either her or Harry. Instead, he turned in his seat and offered it to Hermione. With a puzzled expression, Hermione reached out with her good arm and plucked the letter from Dumbledore's hand. She looked to Harry and Ginny before starting to read, but neither of them could offer anything more than an equally puzzled shrug. What do you think it is? Ginny asked, as Hermione unfolded the letter. Beats me, replied Harry. Must have something to do with Hermione though. Ginny felt a flutter of excitement. You don't think? Her thought trailed off as Hermione began to read. Dear Professor Dumbledore, she began. She cleared her throat and looked nervously at the waiting headmaster. Dumbledore gave a nod for her to continue, and so she resumed. We have, after careful deliberation, decided to comply with the recommendations made by yourself and your staff. Consequently, we will grant permission for our daughter, Hermione, to remain at Hogwarts. Harry's office promptly exploded into a cacophony of noise as the 3 teenagers present began to cheer and whoop and scream and yell themselves hoarse. Dumbledore remained in his seat, his eyes twinkling merrily, as Harry and Ginny literally jumped over the desk and enveloped Hermione in an overjoyed embrace. The trio were jumping around and making ecstatic cries for long minutes, not really paying much attention to what they were doing. They were far more concerned with simply expressing the utter sense of relief and exultation that had swept over them. Finally, at Hermione's insistence, they settled down and finished reading the letter. Hermione resumed her place in the chair beside Dumbledore. Harry and Ginny stood behind her and read the letter over her shoulders. Ginny felt that her grin would split her face in two if it were to get any broader, which it was doing as they scrolled down the letter. I think you should pay particular attention, mentioned Dumbledore, to the part that mentions the visit they were paid by Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape this Wednesday. Snape. Professor Snape talked my parents into letting me stay. Hermione's disbelief could only be matched by Ginny's. Even Harry seemed dumbfounded and read that line of the letter several times, just to confirm what his eyes were seeing. I could key him, muttered Ginny, aware that if she did her brothers would no doubt completely disown her. I don't care if he is a slimy git, I just might key him for this. Dumbledore chuckled a bit and shook his head. That would probably be a bad idea, Virginia, he told her. Then his expression turned serious as did his voice. Especially as Severus did no such thing. Nor did Minerva for that matter. Ginny blinked. Harry blinked. What? They chorused, Hermione echoing them a moment later. Dumbledore slipped his half-moon spectacles from his crooked nose and began to polish them with a vibrantly orange handkerchief. The color momentarily caused Ginny's mind to wander to Ron, who was still lying comatose in the hospital wing. Doubtless Harry and Hermione's thoughts also strayed to their friend, and in Hermione's case boyfriend, but Dumbledore appeared not to notice. Returning his glasses to their place on his nose, he explained, Miss Granger's parents informed me that they were visited by Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape in the early evening of this week Wednesday. 3 days ago. I wrote to them and they placed the time as being between 6 and 9 o'clock that evening, during which their visitors were successful in convincing them that it would be best to allow their daughter to remain here, at Hogwarts. So what's the problem? Asked Ginny, a tad impatiently. There is a weekly staff meeting every Wednesday at that time, for the heads of the 4 houses, Dumbledore revealed. His brow furrowed as he stroked his silvery mustache with a finger. Both Minerva and Severus were in attendance and could not possibly have been present at the Granger residence. They were with me the entire time. But, then who? Hermione trailed off, obviously at a loss. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid we do not know. I had Mundungus Fletcher and Arabella Figg stop by the house yesterday, but they could not detect any magic that might reveal the identities of the imposters. Harry was gripping Ginny's shoulder firmly. But why? I mean, why would anyone want to keep Hermione at Hogwarts? Besides this, I mean. That, I'm afraid, I do not know. Well, I for one am not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, announced Hermione, folding the letter and handing it back to Dumbledore. She was wearing the expression Ginny recognized as the one she normally wore when having staunchly made up her mind about something. Ginny nodded in agreement. Right. It may be a mystery, but I don't see that we should concern ourselves unduly with it. After all, it couldn't have been Death Eaters or anyone that wants to hurt Hermione. How do you come to this conclusion, Virginia? Asked Dumbledore. Harry answered for her. If anybody was planning to abduct or attack Hermione, their best bet would be off Hogwarts grounds. Albus, you know that. Despite Malfoy's destruction of the PFT auditorium, this castle is still the safest place in the wizarding world. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Perfectly sound. Yes, but the question is, why? We may never know, replied Hermione. You rang, Albus. Dumbledore looked up from the report he was reading. Remus and Sirius had finished the work he had assigned them in Paris and were now making their way to Dublin. Unfortunately, their news was not heartening as they confirmed Dumbledore's fear that Voldemort was in the process of recruiting the vampire nation to his cause. He put this and other worries aside for the moment as this year's defense against the dark arts professors, Gregory and Hilary Proteus, stepped into his office. I presume you have heard of Miss Granger's good fortune? He asked as the couple settled down opposite him. Of course we have, grinned Gregory. You told about it less than an hour ago. Dumbledore could not help but chuckle at the young man's cheerful demeanor. He pushed the report he had been reading to one side and shifted comfortably in his plush chair. Am I correct in assuming the two of you had something to do with it? Her hazel eyes were sparkling merrily as Hilary denied it. Of course we didn't. It was Minerva and Snape. Gregory laughed and draped an arm around his wife's shoulders. He widened his eyes in mock wonder and said, the only way we could have been involved was, say, Polyjuice potion. Drinking a piece of Snape. Ugh, can you imagine the taste? Replied Hilary, grimacing at the thought. Don't have to. It's been 3 days. Gregory shuddered theatrically. All the grease in his hair made the aftertaste cling to me. Sensing that he would not be receiving any outright confirmation of his suspicions, though their banter had already done so, Dumbledore decided to turn back to the reason he had summoned the two professors. Very well. Perhaps we could move on to the reason I called you here. Picking up his wand, Dumbledore summoned a case from one of the many shelves encircling the office. It was a wooden case topped with glass, similar to those used for display of precious artifacts, and about the size of a small Muggle suitcase. It drifted from its place alongside his pensieve and came to rest on his desk, in front of the seated couple. Do you perchance recognize this? He asked. Gregory leaned forward and studied the artifact displayed inside the case. For an instant Dumbledore thought he saw a glimmer of recognition, but it was gone as quickly as it had formed. Gregory shrugged and said, I'll admit it does look familiar. Hilary, who had also looked into the case, rolled her eyes. Of course it does, she said with a sigh, settling back into her chair. After all, how many 9,000-year-old prophecies predicting the death of the boy who lived could there possibly be? Thought it looked familiar, admitted Gregory, reaching out to hold one of Hilary's hands. Dumbledore noticed that she gave him a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Then it is an accurate translation? He asked, lifting up a scroll of parchment that he had set aside earlier. It was the complete translation Fleur Delacour had made of the stone tablet sitting before them. From what I remember, yes, admitted Hilary, although neither she nor her husband made to take the translation from Dumbledore's proffered hand. She turned to Gregory and asked, What do you think, lover? Gregory shifted uncomfortably for a few moments. He looked over the stone tablet again and, to Dumbledore's surprise, appeared to actually read the ancient script. He shrugged and said in a nonchalant voice, Still very bad poetry. Dumbledore frowned, not pleased by the indifferent manner in which the two professors were acting. And they were acting, he knew, since the prophecy involved them to a great degree. He looked from one to the other and asked, Is there no way to avoid its fulfillment? It's a Sumerian prophecy, said Gregory, shaking his head. You have as much chance of avoiding it as Snape has his chance of winning a popularity contest. I see the years have not dulled your dislike for Severus, observed Dumbledore, a small grin curling his lips. Hilary groaned and looked imploringly up to the heavens. If anything, he's gotten worse. Now Dumbledore had to chuckle, which no doubt explains why you so delight in tormenting him at every chance. We have to, explained Gregory. He grinned boyishly. We already have. Strangely enough, that almost makes sense, admitted Dumbledore. He returned his attention to the translation he was holding and settled it on top of the case containing the original tablet. His brow furrowed slightly in a frown as he asked the question that had been worrying him since Fleur had finished her initial translation. Are you certain nothing can be done about this? With a sigh, Gregory rose to his feet, Hilary right beside him and holding his hand. They shared a look for a moment and shook their heads sadly before Gregory answered wearily, Harry is going to die, and there's nothing you can do to prevent it. The teachers of Hogwarts had spared no expense in the decorating of the Great Hall for this year's Yule Ball, which was taking place this Christmas Eve, rather than Christmas Day. This was primarily in order to bolster the flagging spirits of the students, who were still under the pall of depression which had settled over the school following Draco Malfoy's attack during the first practical fighting techniques class of the year. The walls of the Great Hall were dusted with glittering frost and the floor was coated in a thin layer of snow, all specially charmed not to melt. A dozen massive Christmas trees were arrayed along the walls and were covered in so many decorations that their branches sagged and groaned under the weight. Wreaths of mistletoe and ivy abounded, festooned across the hall and hanging beneath the high ceiling, which had been enchanted as a crystal-clear moonlit night. As with the prior balls, the 4 house tables had been replaced by 100 round tables, each large enough to seat 5 couples. The tablecloths were a pale, icy blue, trimmed with white frost. Sparkling ice sculptures adorned the dining tables as centerpieces, each one different from the last. Hundreds of tiny fairies, glowing white and blue and yellow, flitted here and there, giggling merrily as they swooped over, between and sometimes under the tables. Professor Flitwick has outdone himself, commented Harry as he and Ginny entered the hall. Harry dressed a set of deep crimson, colored and black dress robes. Ginny, one arm curled around his extended elbow, was wearing the new azure and jade robes that her parents had bought for her 15th birthday. Yes, she agreed, though I think it's really amazing he and the other teachers were able to put everything up in only a single afternoon. As they slowly ambled their way further into the hall, they were greeted by those couples who had already entered. Dean, Seamus, Lavender, and Moira waved at them from the table they were sitting at, having saved the seats for them. Neville and Cho, who would not be sitting with them this year, were across the hall with a group of Cho's Ravenclaw friends. Harry was amused to note that Crabbe and Goyle, dressed the same horrible green dress robes they had worn 2 years before, were once again unaccompanied. Ever since their participation in the Halloween cabaret, and their truly atrocious singing, no girl in the school would dare to touch them with a 50-foot dragon prod. They look like a pair of moss-covered boulders, Ginny observed as they strode past the hulking pair, who were glowering lugubriously at their empty table. We're definitely on the same wavelength then, he replied with a chuckle. I had the exact same thought before the first Yule Ball, when they first wore those robes. Ginny giggled. Well, it's as true now as it was then. Reaching their table, where the other Gryffindors were waiting for them, Harry drew a chair out for Ginny. Sitting down next to her, Harry exchanged hellos with his fellow 6th-year dormitory mates and their dates. Where's Hermione? Asked Seamus, who was sitting opposite him. Hospital wing, answered Ginny, reaching for the goblet of pumpkin juice she had quietly requested upon taking her seat. Harry elaborated, she's visiting Ron. Wants to wish him a Merry Christmas and tell him that he's a prat for standing her up tonight. Laughter enveloped the table as everyone there could easily imagine Hermione yelling at a comatose Ron for not being able to escort her to the ball. The image was particularly amusing as Harry pictured his friend lecturing the poor boy in that stern manner she could so easily assume, a copy of Hogwarts, a history in her hands as she did so. Now there's motivation for Weasley to wake up, intoned a wry voice, catching everyone's attention and halting their laughter. Standing behind Harry and Ginny, dressed in form-hugging, yet elegant, dress robes of a rich burgundy, was none other than Blaise Zabini. Her short bob of owned hair framed her face like a halo of gold, a special charm giving it a faint ethereal glow. Her sparkling blue eyes were alight with good humor and her cherry red lips were curled up in amusement. This is a relief, thought Harry, trying to keep a gobsmacked expression off his face. From the corner of his eye he could see that his fellow Gryffindors, with the exception of Ginny, were not succeeding in doing so. He hadn't seen any of them look so surprised since the previous Yule Ball when Neville had revealed Cho Chang to be his date. What do you mean? Asked Ginny, who had arched one eyebrow up in amazement. Harry tried not to smile as he pointedly turned to greet Blaise's date. I was starting to worry that maybe he fancied me. Harry. Hello, Colin, he said to the nervous Gryffindor standing by Blaise's side. He frowned as he looked the younger boy up and down, puzzled over something he could not place. It was slightly unusual to see Colin in anything other than black school robes, but there was something about the mousy-haired boy that seemed out of place now. When he realized what was bothering him, he looked at Colin in wonder and asked, "Where's your camera?" I told him to stop pointing that stupid thing at me or he'd be sitting on it, declared Blaise, smiling dangerously at Colin as he pulled out a seat for her. Dean laughed and asked, I gather he had the telephoto lens attached. Colin, who was blushing to rival a terribly embarrassed Weasley, ducked his head and took his place next to Blaise. He mumbled something under his breath and quietly ordered up a goblet of pumpkin juice from the menu. So, Colin, when did you ask Blaise to the ball? Asked Ginny with interest. Everyone leaned forward to hear his reply, but Blaise answered before he could. He didn't, the Slytherin girl declared, I asked him. Colin, still blushing, spoke up, you didn't. Blaise looked at him with raised eyebrows. What? You didn't ask me to escort you to the ball tonight, asserted Colin looking at her with a sardonic smile. You ordered me to. I had to. Otherwise you'd never have got round to asking me in the first place, defended Blaise indignantly. She turned to the others, who were watching with growing amusement, and told them, he came up to me after dinner on Halloween and spent 10 minutes skirting the issue with all the tact of a politician. Louis he managed tae pluk upanuif courage tea, Trayan, ask ye, noted Moira, sipping on her drink while Seamus shook his head in silent laughter. Blaise nodded in agreement. True. That's one of the reasons I accepted. She smiled at Colin, who was blushing again, and said, he may seem a bit timid at first, but that famed Gryffindor courage occasionally shows itself. A Slytherin going to the ball with a Muggle-born Gryffindor, observed Harry. I imagine your housemates were less than thrilled. I'm my own person, Potter. I do what suits me, not others. Besides, I was getting tired of having Malfoy's cronies continually throwing themselves at my feet, she explained with a slight shrug. Lavender asked, what did you do when they tried? Blaise gave a typically Slytherin smirk, stood on them. The Gryffindors exploded into laughter at the thought of Blaise, who was not even half their size, treading on a prostrate Crabbe and Goyle. As the laughter slowly died down, Colin looked at Blaise and admitted, that's one of the reasons I asked. Or tried to. You're not like most of the other Slytherins. What are the other reasons? She asked with some curiosity. Well, you have a great butt. I can't believe he said that, said Hermione as Harry and Ginny recounted the story to her at one of the buffet tables arrayed along the side of the Great Hall. Hermione, who had been with Ron in the infirmary, had arrived just before the feast had begun and had missed most of the conversation surrounding Blaise and Colin's attendance together. He did, confirmed Harry, sipping on his goblet of apple juice. The feast was now over and the hall had been cleared of the many dining tables to make room for a dance floor. He had already danced with Ginny through several slow pieces, as well as a couple of faster-paced songs sung by the Hex Girls, a band of witches Dumbledore had hired for the evening. Ginny laughed. And I always thought Ron was the most tactless man I'd ever meet. Hermione had to chuckle and then tease, I don't know, Ginny. Fred and George are definitely not known for their diplomacy. And don't get me started on Harry. Me? Asked Harry, sounding slightly affronted. You, confirmed Hermione, grinning mischievously. She patted him on the shoulder in mock commiseration and said, it's not your fault. You're a man. You can't help it. I can be diplomatic and tactful, Harry declared, folding his arms across his chest and glaring at the two young women. His disgruntled expression was slightly ruined by the faint smile curving around his mouth and the bemused twinkle in his eyes. Oh really? Teased Hermione. Harry, scowling playfully at her and Ginny, nodded authoritatively. Yes. Hermione tried to look skeptical and said, then prove it. She watched as Harry exchanged a quick look with Ginny. Though not a word was spoken, she had the strangest feeling that an entire conversation was taking place. It was uncanny, yet Hermione had seen them do this 100 times since school began. If she weren't a natural skeptic, and if such a thing weren't completely impossible, Hermione might think they were communicating telepathically or by some similar means. Oh, stop being ridiculous, Hermione, she berated herself. Telepathy. Really? Where do I get these wild ideas? Ron's natural gullibility must be rubbing off on me. Her attention was reclaimed when Ginny keyed at Harry and trailed a hand suggestively down his front and slipped it under his robes. She giggled and whispered something to him that brought a touch of pink to his cheeks and made Harry arch both eyebrows up to his hairline. He looked at her and said, it's a good thing I'm wearing these dress robes, otherwise my anticipation would be blatantly obvious. Ginny giggled. Then make sure you don't dance too closely with Hermione. Ginny, gasped Hermione, feeling the blood rush to her cheeks. You're trying to get me into trouble, aren't you? Accused Harry his girlfriend. Receiving only a knowing grin as a reply, he turned to Hermione and bowed deeply. Extending a hand he asked with a dramatic flourish, Hermione, would you, as my dearest friend, do me the honor of accompanying me onto the dance floor? Do you promise not to step on my toes? She asked. Rather than looking offended, as she expected him to be, Harry actually blushed and ducked his head in embarrassment. I asked Bill to give me some pointers over the summer, he said, looking up at her with a wry smile. Besides, from what Ron told me after last year's ball, I'm the one that should be worrying about my toes being trampled, not you. Blushing at the unexpected retort, mostly because it was true, Hermione muttered, I thought I made him promise not to tell anyone. Not to worry, Hermione, Harry assured her. I believe there's a relatively simple solution. What? Harry grinned charmingly. Let me lead. In that case, Hermione proclaimed regally, taking his proffered hand, I shall be honored to accept your gracious request for this dance. Hermione saw Ginny rolling her eyes at their exaggerated acting. Harry, ever the gentleman, led her to the dance floor. With a deft motion, he twirled her about and then took her in his arms as they began to dance. The song they began dancing to was nearly over, so they did not really have a chance to get familiar with the motion. After a couple of minutes, the piece ended and a slower paced tune began to play. So far so good, Harry teased as they swayed back and forth in time with the music. See, no stomped toes, no broken bones, no sprained backs. In fact, you dance very well. Thank you. They continued dancing for a while, then Hermione said, "You dance very well too. I'd say Bill was a good teacher." "You can tell him that tomorrow," said Harry. He paused, slightly changing the rhythm of their movements, and then said, "The entire family are coming to visit tomorrow." She nodded and then, remembering something Ron had told her, asked, "Did you ever find out what Bill was doing at Hogwarts at the start of summer?" Hermione was referring to the fact that, during the frantic time when Ginny had felt that Harry had been shot by Vernon Dursley, Dumbledore had arrived at Privet Drive with Bill in tow. He had apparently been visiting the headmaster for something, though had not mentioned what. Hermione had taken an interest in the incident after hearing that Fleur Delacour, Hogwarts' new ancient runes professor, had also been present. Harry nodded and told her, "Yeah. Apparently the Gringotts branch in Egypt were excavating a site in Hamunaptra and found a stone tablet with some kind of Sanskrit written on it. None of their interpreters were able to translate the dialect, so Bill brought it here. Dumbledore gave it to Fleur to work on. That must have pleased him," Hermione suggested, recalling how Bill and Fleur had got along so well during their brief meeting before the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. "I don't doubt it," agreed Harry with a slightly lecherous smirk. Their conversation came to an abrupt, not to mention startled, end when a loud crash reverberated throughout the great hall. Everyone, whether dancing or standing by the buffet, came to a standstill and turned to the source of the disturbance. The main doors, leading out to the entrance hall, had been swung open and now revealed a lone figure. Throughout the great hall, eyes grew wide as saucers, jaws dropped to the floor, and the music came to an abrupt halt. It was Terry Boot, who was dancing with Padma Patil at the time, that succinctly summed up the unexpected arrival of their intruding guest. Fetal's Giz. Lucius Malfoy. It was indeed Lucius Malfoy standing tall and proud at the entrance to the great hall. He was wearing stately black silk and velvet robes that were at odds with his status as wanted criminal on the run from the ministry. His icy gray eyes were fixed solely on Harry, who had released his gentle hold on Hermione, and seemed quite unconcerned about the fact that he was on the wrong end of the several hundred wands pointed his way. "Potter," he announced, his silky smooth voice ringing clearly through the hall, "I am here to deliver a message to you. Now this is a pretty Christmas present. That it is. I don't know," thought Harry, watching Lucius closely as the Death Eater made his way further into the great hall. "He seems confident. Too confident. Then let us show him the price of overconfidence," Ginny growled, coming up to stand next to Harry and Hermione. Lucius smirked arrogantly as he swept his cold gaze over those students, guests and professors who were aiming their wands at him. He shook his head and laughed in a mocking manner and scoffed at their watchful vigilance. "Do you really believe me so foolish to come here unprepared? I have a specially prepared portkey within my robes. Any attempt to capture me, whether by magic or by physical means, will cause it to activate. I will not be staying here any longer than I have to." Harry nodded as he perceived the magic traces of the portkey, which seemed to be some sort of amulet around Lucius' neck. His lips curled down fractionally at the realization that Malfoy could indeed escape from Hogwarts untouched if he needed to. "Can we disable it?" he asked silently, watching Lucius approaching him. "Maybe," admitted Merlin, "however it will take time. And a fair bit of energy if we can't physically touch it either. How much time?" asked Ginny, eagerly fingering her wand as the silver-haired wizard drew to a halt several paces away. Harry could feel the anger, doubtless a product of the fact that it was Draco who brought about Ron's current condition, which she was directing towards the man now standing before them. 15-20 minutes. Harry considered, then asked, "What's the process?" As the order began filling their minds with the information he and Ginny would need to deactivate Lucius Portkey, Harry outwardly turned his attention to the waiting Death Eater. He had to keep the man busy long enough to disable his escape route. Arching an eyebrow, he asked, "Since when were you Voldemort's messenger boy, Malfoy?" "Got it," declared Ginny as the order finished their instruction. Harry could see her focus her powers on Malfoy, though the process was not visible to anyone but the two of them. "I'll start with the grounding element, that way if we don't have enough time he won't be able to reach his proper destination." "Ari," suggested Joan, "you should work on Z activation trigger, Zere it is." "Got it," he acknowledged, edging his aura towards Malfoy. Lucius glared dangerously at him, but was holding his tongue for the moment. Dumbledore and several of the professors had come down onto the dance floor and joined them. Harry was aware of McGonagall, Snape and Hagrid stepping into place on either side of Ginny, Hermione and himself. As Dumbledore spoke, Harry wondered where the Proteuses were, since he could not see nor sense them anywhere inside the Great Hall. "This is unexpected, Lucius," the headmaster said. Dumbledore's voice was brimming with stern authority and he radiated the same sense of quiet power Harry had last seen when the venerable wizard had burst in on Barty Crouch Jr. at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. "I can feel his aura growing," commented Iphickles quietly. Isis agreed softly, "I would have loved to see him in his prime." Dumbledore peered over the rims of his half-moon spectacles with a severe expression as he observed, "The last time Voldemort had a message for us he used his serpentine friend, Nagini was her name I believe, to deliver it." "He's not as important as he thinks he is," declared Hermione, who was glowering at Lucius in a manner that would have melted lead. Her wand was firmly grasped in her left hand and, though her arm was not extended, aimed right at Malfoy's stomach. Ginny nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he's obviously expendable." "Hardly child," sneered Lucius haughtily. His voice was laced with pride when he continued, his chest puffed out in self-importance. "I am the only one of his many servants that the Dark Lord trusts, other than himself, to initiate these negotiations." "Negotiations?" repeated Dumbledore as a soft murmur swept through the room as everyone began whispering amongst themselves. It was a well-known fact that the Dark Lord did not negotiate for anything with anyone. He simply took what he wanted, usually by force. That Malfoy should speak of negotiations was causing a stir. "Somehow," observed Harry with a frown, "I get the feeling something surprising is about to happen." Lucius' next words silenced the Great Hall more effectively than a killing curse. "My Lord Voldemort wishes to discuss a truce." Hermione was looking at Hagrid, who was looking at Snape, who was looking at McGonagall, who was looking at Dumbledore, who was looking at Ginny, who was looking at Harry, who was looking at Lucius Malfoy with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. "A truce," Harry finally managed to say, after nearly a minute of silence. "Yes," confirmed Malfoy, his face twisted in an unhappy grimace, "a truce." Harry shook his head in wonder and asked, "What have you been smoking? And where can I get some?" he heard Ginny think. Oddly enough, Harry could not tell if she was being serious or not, but considering the circumstances he was willing to dismiss the question as something shock-induced. Malfoy sneered, "Unfortunately I have not been indulging in anything. My Lord Voldemort wishes for me to negotiate a truce between his forces and your own." "Why me?" asked Harry, puzzled. "Why come to me and not Dumbledore?" "The Dark Lord knows where the true power of the light lies, Potter," growled Malfoy, the distaste he obviously felt audible in his voice. He waved a hand, dismissively, at Dumbledore and the others and said, "Dumbledore is a weak and tired old man. His power is no longer a match for Lord Voldemort now that he has returned, infused the strength of your own blood. He knows that you are the only one who has the potential to equal him in power." Harry struggled not to bristle at the insult to Dumbledore, but took note of Malfoy's words and commented to Ginny, "From the look of things, Voldemort doesn't know I've shared the power of the Order with you." "Then he'll be in for one hell of a surprise," observed Ginny. "Aye," said Heracles, "best we keep this a secret." Osiris agreed, "Yes, it will be our how do you say it, the ace up our sleeve." "Voldemort will never permit anyone to be his equal," Dumbledore said, his eyes sparkling dangerously. He would never willingly ally himself with anyone that possibly provide a threat to his reign. He doesn't want to ally with us, observed Harry, mulling thoughtfully over Malfoy's words. His eyes narrowed and he permitted himself a thin smile. He isn't making this offer willingly either. It's because of Draco, isn't it? Malfoy grimaced and nodded reluctantly. My son is proving to be something of a problem. Hermione snorted. Killing too many Death Eaters for your liking is he. Be quiet, Mudblood. Malfoy snapped. These matters do not concern the likes of you. But Hermione is correct, is she not? Asked Dumbledore. Young Draco has turned upon you and is now following his own path. We know that he has been slaughtering indiscriminately. Voldemort released a power that cannot be controlled, agreed Harry. He smiled at Malfoy and said sweetly, and now he's begun to realize that Draco is just as likely to destroy him as he is us. So he's turning to the only people who might be able to help him. Us. Malfoy nodded unhappily. Yes. Be certain that my lord will never ally himself with you, Potter, but he is willing to put his feud with you aside for the time being. Until the current situation is resolved. Harry arched a surprised eyebrow while Ginny asked, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is that what you're getting at? Shut up, Weasley. Malfoy barked, glaring at her. He looked at Harry, his cold gray eyes filled with venom. This offer is for you alone, Potter. Lord Voldemort will halt all attacks against Muggles, Mudbloods and the like, provided you cease all your activities against his Death Eaters. Only after my son has been eliminated, shall things return to how they were. I will submit to your terms on one condition, Harry said with a calculated look in his eyes. He ignored the few startled and disbelieving gasps from those around them. Even Malfoy seemed quite surprised by his ready acceptance of Voldemort's offer. A demonstration of good faith on your part. What? Asked Malfoy cautiously. Harry spoke clearly enough for everyone in the hall to hear him. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. I want him. I don't care if he's dead or alive, in one piece or dismembered, as long as his face is identifiable. Malfoy blinked and blurted, impossible. Do it anyway, Harry told him. He narrowed his eyes, stepping close to Malfoy, and said in a threatening tone, or I'll consider leaving Draco to his own devices and concentrate all of my efforts solely against Voldemort. And you? Harry, what the blazing hells do you think you're doing? Asked Ginny. She was clutching him tightly by the arm. Harry glanced at her, but did not fully turn away from Malfoy, and saw the alarm blossoming in her wide eyes. You're trusting the word of Tom Riddle. This bastard's a Death Eater. He planted Tom's diary where I would find it. I almost died. You almost died. And his son sent my brother to the sodding hospital wing in a bleeding coma. Trust me, Gin, he assured her, looking back at Malfoy, I have no intention of trusting Voldemort as far as I could throw the castle. Which isn't saying very much, Harry, chided Isis' voice, especially when you could knock the entire planet out of its orbit. Harry, you know they'll betray us, it's a trap. I know. That's why I'm milking the opportunity for the only thing it's worth. After a minute consideration, Malfoy smirked knowingly. Trying to win your godfather's innocence and freedom, Potter. Harry nodded. It's the only thing Voldemort has that I'd ever want. We should bloody hope so. I never did like rodents, Malfoy mused, stroking his chin. Finally he nodded. Very well then, I will present Lord Voldemort with your demand. If he sees fit to grant it, I shall return. The fugitive Death Eater reached into his robes with one hand, clearly intending to activate his portkey. Harry and Ginny had only started with the beginning stages of deactivating Malfoy's portkey and had been so surprised by Voldemort's offer of a truce that they had completely forgotten to continue their efforts. However, before Malfoy could trigger the portkey that would spirit him from Hogwarts, a piercing shriek rent through the air. Everyone, even Malfoy, froze in place. The bestial roar reverberated throughout the Great Hall and the rest of the castle, chilling the blood of all who heard it. It was sustained for nearly half a minute before slowly tapering off. What was that? Gasped McGonagall, clutching a hand to her chest. A dragon, breathed Hagrid, sounding positively delighted. There was a moment of silence as everyone contemplated this startling revelation. Harry made sure to watch Malfoy closely, wondering if perhaps this was some trick of Voldemort's. He was satisfied to see that the Death Eater was as surprised, and worried, as everyone else. Then the cry was repeated louder, closer and in chorus. Harry shared a look with Ginny and together they extended their senses outwards. It was not easy, navigating around the morass of magic that permeated Hogwarts, but together they were able to look beyond the walls of the castle and to the grounds. What they found was alarming. Shit, Harry cursed, earning surprised looks from everyone. What is it? Asked Hermione apprehensively. It was Ginny that answered, her voice grim, unless we are very much mistaken. Draco has sent us some friends of his to play with. There were 5 of them. Once they had been common Welsh greens, a breed of dragon with smooth green scales that was well, as the name implied, fairly common in the British Isles. Now, however, they were twisted and warped shadows of their true selves. Literally, for Draco's manipulations had turned the massive beasts into creatures of impenetrable black and biting cold. You didn't mention anything about the well being able to do this, remarked Snape waspishly as they stood on the ramparts facing the Forbidden Forest. The rest of the staff, the 50 Aurors stationed at the school, as well as a good many of the more adventurous students, were arrayed there. Several people were conspicuously absent. Most noticeably Lucius Malfoy, who had activated his portkey immediately after identifying the dragons as his son's work. Then there was the husband and wife pair of Gregory and Hilary Proteus, of whom nobody had seen hide nor hair of the entire evening. Still, there were close to 200 people on battlements, watching as the 5 shadowy dragons circled in the night sky. We didn't mention it, because we didn't know he could do it, retorted Ginny, her eyes fixed on the 5 winged shapes that crossed back and forth high above them. Beside her, Harry nodded and silently asked the order, at least you lot certainly never told us about the well of shadows altering living creatures into, whatever these things are. None of the previous wells have ever done anything like it, Merlin offered as an excuse. Somehow that does not make me feel better, said Ginny. It's not our fault. It has been several Zousand years since the last well, said Joan. Osiris and Isis should have been the ones to know its capabilities. Osiris defended his wife and himself by stating, Anubis preferred to conjure up sandstorms and plagues. He never gave any indication of being able to manipulate dragons or anything else. Great, groaned Harry, tensing as one of the shadows bellowed. That's just what we need. Malfoy showing that he can be innovative. Any suggestions? Ginny asked. Any suggestions? The 2 teenagers turned to see that Dumbledore had come to stand next to them. Just behind him was Professor McGonagall and Duncan Idaho, the senior Auror in charge of the division that was now permanently stationed at Hogwarts. Not much we can do from here, admitted Alexander reluctantly. If the well has managed to change these dragons into creatures of pure shadow, normal magic will not have much effect against them. Only the Order has enough power to deal with these creatures as they are, Harry said. Idaho seemed a bit unwilling to accept this, but a hand from Dumbledore stilled him. Harry continued, it would be best if you let me handle this. Me? Don't you mean let us handle this? Asked Ginny, not liking the implications of how Harry had phrased that last bit. I'll be handling this situation alone, he answered. What do you mean by that? She asked, scowling unhappily at him. I'm going to go out to meet them, Harry told her. He smiled grimly and looked to where the dragons were cruising low over the Forbidden Forest and said, after all, if you'd think back to the last time you saw 5 dragons, you would remember who it was that brought them down. For a moment Ginny puzzled over his words, but then the memory came back to her and she stared at Harry in disbelief. She shook her head and waved towards the dragons. Damn it, Harry, those are live dragons we're talking about. Real ones. They're not a state of mind for your base instincts to tear limb from limb. Harry frowned. My animagus form is the only thing that can match those creatures in a head-to-head fight. I doubt Draco's imbued them with much strength beyond what they had before he altered them. With you and everyone else providing support and distraction from down here, I have a good chance of defeating them. You are out of your mind. You've told me this before, he replied. Has it ever been able to stop me? Fine, then I'm going with you, Ginny declared staunchly, folding her arms and glaring at him, challenging him to try and stop her. No, you won't, Harry protested. I can fly, you can't. Gritting her teeth, Ginny had to admit, albeit reluctantly, that Harry was right. Not only was her animagus form unable to fly, something that would doubtless prove useful in battling a clutch of dragons, she would also be a great deal smaller than her opponents. Harry's form, however, was easily capable of surviving a one-on-one fight with such creatures. But against 5 of them. It was Dumbledore that spoke. How do you want us to help, Harry? Get the students into the practical fighting techniques auditorium, Harry ordered, turning to appraise the waiting dragons, which had come to ground at the edge of the forest, not far from Hagrid's hut. From what we can tell, these things are similar to Dementors, added Ginny, reaching down to grasp one of Harry's hands in her own. Not identical, not by a long shot, but close enough that a Patronus might be able to slow them down. At the very least, they'll be a distraction that Harry can use to his advantage. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. Then I shall request that any students capable of producing a Patronus remain to lend what assistance they can. Have whoever's looking after the other students activate the school's shields and lower the auditorium, suggested Harry, squeezing Ginny's hand and turning to face her. Our repairs and modifications to the situation map might not be finished, but everything else is in working order. I think it best that we get those we can out of harm's way and also prevent the dragons from possibly entering the school. Minerva, see to it, ordered Dumbledore. I shall remain here to organize the students. Very well, Albus, agreed McGonagall, who immediately departed back into the school. Harry, are you sure about this? Ginny asked him, pulling him into a hug. She could all too clearly remember the last time Hogwarts had been under siege. The hundreds of Dementors had laid a pall of cold over the school, which some of the younger students still had nightmares about, and Harry had come far too near death's door for Ginny's comfort. Don't worry, Gin, he assured her, holding her in his arms. Harry released one hand and took hold of her chin, tilting her face up to his for a tender key. Stroking her cheek with his fingers, he smiled softly at her. As long as you're here, nothing too bad will happen to me. It was odd, Harry mused, how he could be in the midst of a life-and-death battle against 5 incredibly dangerous opponents and yet at the same time be worried about where Hagrid was going to sleep the next night. The 5 dragons, or rather the creatures the dragons had become, had fallen upon the cozy wooden house with unbridled fury. Draco's manipulations had removed the dragon's ability to breathe fire, but their sheer physical strength had not been diminished. Hovering unsteadily in the air, Harry could see the shattered remains of Hagrid's house below him as he struggled against the wrestling form of one of the 3 remaining dragons. With help from Ginny and the others spread across the castle's ramparts, Harry had managed to eviscerate the first dragon he had gone up against with little effort on his part. Silvery Patroni had lit up the midnight sky with their glow, weakening the dragon enough for Harry to shred its belly and throat with his gleaming claws. Unfortunately, the element of surprise, as well as the concerted effort of those lending their aid, was no longer available for Harry to take advantage of. The remaining dragons had quickly flung themselves into the fray, and it was all Harry could do to hold them off. The many Patroni and other spells from those on the castle walls were distracting the dragons, yes, but Harry was not having as easy a time of it as he had originally expected. Ginny managed, through their link, to provide most of his aid against whichever opponent he was currently fighting. The rest were reduced to little more than colorful displays of light and noise that served to distract and confuse those dragons Harry was not grappling with. The second dragon to fall had done so nearly 10 minutes earlier, and Harry had yet to make any progress against the surviving 3. The trouble stemmed from the fact that the remaining dragons seemed to be taking turns, although their actions did not appear to be coordinated in any way. It was simply that they all seemed to want a piece of Harry and had several times pulled each other off him in order to have the dubious honor of fighting him themselves. Needless to say, Harry was rapidly finding himself being worn down. AAAAARRRRGGGHH. The dragon Harry was struggling against had somehow managed to latch its jaws onto his left arm, biting down hard and ripping at the flesh. Gasping in pain, he pulled his other arm free and reached across to claw at the dragon's face. The creature resisted at first, now so much stronger than normal, but eventually Harry was able to pry it loose. Harry! Came Ginny's cry from below them. Swing around, now! Thrusting with his wings, Harry managed to pivot himself and the struggling dragon about in the air, bringing the dragon round towards the castle. He narrowed his eyes against the glaring light as a dozen Patroni streaked through the air to slam into the dragon's exposed back. The shadow beast roared in anger and twisted in Harry's grasp. It was enough, however, for Harry to strike a fatal blow. Lunging his head forward and spreading his strong jaws wide, Harry tore at the dragon's exposed throat. Biting down fiercely, Harry could feel his golden fangs sinking into the shadowy non-flesh, and with a jerk he ripped his head back. A spray of black blood erupted from the dragon's throat and the creature gave a strangled gurgle as it fought hopelessly against Harry. Its claws tore into his chest and arms, but Harry ignored its struggles and forced his wings to lift them higher as he battled to lever himself above the dying beast. With a hiss of pain as the dragon slashed a deep line across his chest, Harry smashed a fist into its face. For a moment the dragon ceased its wild thrashing and Harry gripped it firmly with both hands and swung himself around and onto its back. Howling in protest, the dragon writhed and bucked in an attempt to pull free, but Harry clung to it like a limpet. With a bestial roar he slashed his talons into its wings, tearing through the leathery membranes easily. Kicking off against its back, Harry rose higher into the air as the crippled creature plummeted to the ground. He watched as the dragon crashed on top of the ruins of Hagrid's hut, a long and jagged wooden beam spearing through its torso. Shrieking in what had to be unbearable agony, the animal writhed and jerked for long seconds before finally falling limp. 3 down, declared Ginny with satisfaction. 2 to go, he finished, trying not to let the pain he was feeling seep into his thoughts, even though he knew Ginny was fully aware of his condition. Blood was seeping from gashes to his arms, legs and across his chest. His muscles ached with every motion he made, and Harry was certain if you could see beneath the thick white fur which covered this form that his entire body would be a mass of bruises. Both of his wings were more than a little tattered, from his recent mid-air wrestling match, and he was worried that perhaps something in his left wing was either sprained or torn or broken. The worst, however, was the cold. Harry had never believed anything could be colder than the chill which surrounded Dementors like a cloak. Apparently he was wrong, for the frigid cold these shadow creatures Draco had created seemed to seep into every pore, fiber and cell of his body. It blanketed his entire being in the same way the bitter cold of winter settled over the highlands, only worse. It penetrated his body, his muscles and bones, with a relentless numbness. If it weren't for the power of the Order and the innate magic of his animagus form, he would not have lasted this long. Not only that, but the cold was beginning to affect his mind, distracting him, which was probably how the last 2 dragons managed to sneak up on him so easily. Harry, look out. Oh shit, he exclaimed as he looked up just in time to see the 2 surviving dragons barreling towards him, wings spread wide and taloned arms outstretched. One tackled Harry at the waist, both arms snaking around his body, crushing him in a vicious bear hug. The other dragon whipped past and snapped its long tail in his face like a whip. The first dragon, after raking his back with its claws, flung him to one side and swept off to join its companion, leaving Harry to his own devices. It was funny in a way, Harry thought as he fell in a daze to the ground, how he seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time falling from great heights. Perhaps Hermione had the right idea and he should keep his feet firmly on solid ground in the future. Do a spell. Any spell. Came a frantic shout from the Order. I'm trying, he replied, noticing that the earth seemed to be rushing up to meet him with indecent haste. He twisted as he fell and tried to flip himself over. Give me a minute. I think we've only got about 5 seconds. Asterisk. As it turned out, it was less than that. Harry slammed into the ground in a thunderous crash that shook the foundations of the castle. He heard loud cracks as several ribs and one of his wings were broken upon impact. Blinking his eyes rapidly, Harry tried to roll onto his hands and knees, but found that the world was spinning to and fro beyond his ability to balance. He grunted, forcing himself to move regardless of the waves of dizziness that were assaulting his senses. Shaking his head, in a foolish attempt to clear his blurred vision, he asked, "How was that?" "I've seen better," was Isa's dry reply, "but at least you're not dead yet." Asterisk. Harry. Looking up, Harry saw that he had crashed close to the castle wall and Ginny, in a state of mild panic, was almost directly above him. Wearily he raised a hand and tried to smile at her as he thought, "Not to worry, Gin, I'm okay." "Behind you!" cried both Dumbledore and Idaho, who were standing on either side of Ginny. They were pointing frantically and both summoned up a Patronus as Harry spun around. The two dragons had landed near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, just over 50 yards from where Harry was crouched. Hulking low and seeming to blend into the perpetual darkness of the forest, the two shadows began to slowly stalk towards the castle. They were moving side by side, the tips of their wings just brushing against each other. Harry's eyes narrowed to thin slits as he watched a score of Patroni and other spells streak down from the wall behind him. The dragons were being buffeted by enough magic to kill just about anything, but they were only slowed down, weathering the waves of energy that came at them with almost contemptuous ease. With a low, almost inaudible growl, Harry began to charge. In less than half a dozen steps he was already moving at a full sprint, crossing the distance between the castle wall and the approaching dragons in a matter of seconds. His ribs hurt like hell and it was all he could do to ignore the stabbing pain which lanced through his chest with every step he took. In a way the pain drove him on, provoking the simmering ferocity that always seemed to bubble within him whenever he changed into this form. Letting the pain fuel his growing ire, all Harry really had to concentrate on was his broken wing, which hung limply from his back and caused him to lean slightly to the left. At the very last moment he ducked down and rolled towards them, gritting his teeth in pain as his broken wing pressed against the ground. With a hiss he leapt up, immediately between the startled dragons, and twisted. His left wings arced out wide, the razor-sharp golden tips of the feathers slicing into the one dragon's belly. As he moved, Harry kicked out and snapped one clawed foot across the face of the second dragon. Landing nimbly, for a creature of such great size, he continued to spin around and brought his other leg and its glistening claws up for a second bone-shattering spinning kick to the dragon's face, rending the scaly flesh into bloody ribbons. With pained roars both dragons collapsed, one clutching at its savage underside, the other nursing the one side of its face. "Yes. Got them!" he exclaimed, hopping back a dozen yards. If his face had been capable of it he would have grinned, but he settled for baring his golden fangs in satisfaction. "You all right?" Ginny asked, her concern coming across strongly through their bond. "I think so. Just let me finish them." Harry's thoughts trailed off as the dragons turned on each other and seemed to embrace. For a moment it looked as if they were trying to comfort themselves, but this impression quickly faded as their great shadow forms, dripping with a thick black ichor, began to merge. Harry looked on in horror and groaned, "You have got to be kidding me." Common Welsh greens were not the largest breed of dragon, which meant that they were quite a bit smaller than an imperial archgriffin. Even the largest dragons, such as the Hungarian horntail, were barely able to match Harry's animagus form in size. This had thus far been the main advantage Harry had over the 5 creatures Draco had dispatched to Hogwarts. "I think I'm in trouble," Harry observed as the 2 badly injured dragons seemed to liquefy and blend into each other. It was not unlike watching 2 wax statues melt and slowly amalgamate into a single lump, but still retain their original shape. "Harry, get out of there. Now," Ginny was telling him as the resulting single dragon took a few of lumbering steps towards Harry. Her voice was filled with the same apprehension Harry was feeling as he watched the massive shadow before him. "Apparate somewhere, get back into the castle." It was like being hit in the gut by the Hogwarts Express steaming along at full throttle. The shadow tackled him with a shoulder, lifting him off the ground and into the air before slamming him against the stone wall behind him. One unbelievably strong hand was gripping him by the throat, slowly tightening around his airways. Harry reached up and tried to pry the dragon off, but it grabbed his arm with its free hand and easily tugged his arm to the side. With what almost seemed like relish, it gave a deep growl that could pass for a chuckle. The dragon twisted viciously and Harry screamed in pain as his right arm was wrenched from its socket, accompanied by a wet pop. Baring its teeth and looming over him to stare into his eyes, the dragon spread the fingers of its free hand wide, baring its scimitar-sized talons. The throbbing pain of his dislocated right arm disappeared beneath the burning sharpness that stabbed through his body as the dragon thrust its hand into his side, sinking its claws deep into his body. Harry struggled and fought to free himself, but the dragon had levered itself over him and he could not gain enough leverage to counter it. With almost demented glee, the dragon twisted the claws it had buried in his side as it continued to strangle the life from him with its other hand. Its dark wings were spread wide and high, eclipsing Harry's view to just the impenetrable blackness and void which the dragon was swathed in. Dimly, as he struggled against its grip with his good arm, Harry could hear Ginny and the others up on the ramparts calling to him. He was having trouble making out their words and they sounded very far away. Harry's bright green eyes slowly drifted shut. A moment of silence. With a flicker, 2 blazing emerald orbs snapped open. The dragon seemed almost surprised, Ginny thought, as Harry's eyes glared at it from across the narrow gap between the 2 combatants. Its head had reared back a bit and it had stopped jabbing its claw into Harry's side. The 2 colossal creatures were poised in mid-struggle, as immobile as a bronze statue, though a grand one. "Harry?" she asked, tentatively, wondering why he was no longer struggling to free himself from the dragon's hold on him. The low and menacing growl answered that question. Ginny could quite clearly remember the last time she had heard that sound. From his reaction, standing beside her, Ginny could tell that Dumbledore had also realized what had just happened. With only that one deep growl as a warning, the Imperial Archgriffin Ginny found herself unable to refer to this untamed beast as Harry exploded in action with the suddenness of a once dormant volcano erupting. The Griffin's good arm swung up and he latched his hand around the wrist of the hand the dragon was using to strangle him with. There was a loud snap as he gave a deft twist and broke the dragon's wrist, ending the choking hold on his throat. Baring his gleaming gold fangs, the Griffin forced his right leg up as the other beast howled in pain. With a roar that left Ginny's ears ringing, the Griffin kicked the dragon off him. Ginny swallowed as she watched the dragon sail through the air, kicked by the Griffin with enough force that it actually managed to reach the edge of the Forbidden Forest. With a thunderous crash that uprooted several trees and caused them to collapse around it, the dragon tumbled to the ground. A trail of smoking black blood followed it, burning the grass it lay upon, and leading up to the now wounded monster's savaged right arm. The Griffin had never released his hold on the dragon's wrist and, combined with the kick, had torn the limb off at the elbow. Glancing down at the severed forelimb in his hand, the Griffin snarled and threw the bloody appendage to one side, before turning his attention to his own wounded body. With what sounded like an almost human grunt of displeasure or annoyance, the Griffin clutched at his limp right arm. Growling, he twisted to one side and with a deliberate motion slammed his shoulder into the stone wall he had so recently been pinned against. The impact held enough force to cause the entire wall to tremble, almost knocking several people to their knees, as the Griffin threw back his head and howled from the pain. Another howl joined his and the Griffin spun around to face the dragon, which was clambering to its feet. With a rumble like approaching thunder, the Griffin seemed to consider his foe for a moment, flexing his right hand as if to test it. Apparently everything met with the Griffin's approval, for he let loose a triumphant shriek and launched himself into the air with a single beat of his tattered but still magnificent wings. The dragon had stumbled clear of the toppled trees it had crashed into, but this only left it open to the Griffin's assault. With a roar, he dropped down on the dragon from above, smashing his right fist across its face. His left hand immediately shot up, from somewhere near the ground, and landed an uppercut to the dragon's jaw that lifted the massive beast off its feet. Relentlessly, in a display of such savage fury that nobody watching could bring themselves to speak, the Griffin fell upon the fallen dragon like an enraged demon. His arms were rising and falling in a blur, sprays of thick black blood arcing with each stroke of the Griffin's taloned hands that were ripping and tearing at the dragon. A bloodthirsty scream rent the air as the Griffin leapt to his feet and kicked at the dragon's chest before grabbing it by its whipping tail and hauling it closer to the castle. The shadow-enshrouded beast struggled and twisted about, but all this accomplished was to allow the berserk Griffin to come at it from behind. Bellowing, he straddled the writhing dragon's narrow middle and grabbed firm hold of its one wing. Somehow the dying animal must have known what he was attempting, for it seemed to redouble its efforts and grow frantic in its attempt to escape, but the Griffin was relentless. Its muscles strained and rippled and bunched beneath its thick white fur. Lifting one leg and jamming his knee into the small of the dragon's back, the Griffin heaved and pulled with every ounce of its unmatchable strength. Sweet and merciful heavens, Ginny thought, bringing her hand up to her mouth in horror as the griffin began to literally tear the dragon apart. With a sickening noise that sounded like wet fabric being ripped, the griffin wrenched the wing he was pulling on free. The dragon screeched in unsurpassable agony as its wing was torn from its back. Joining its scream of pain was the griffin's roar of delight and triumph as blood fountained from the gaping wound. With a cruel hiss, he tossed the twitching appendage to one side before resuming his earlier hacking at the dragon's body. Mon Dieu! Ginny heard Fleur choke out. Not surprisingly, the ancient runes professor was a pale green in color and was visibly struggling against being sick. More than one person, mostly students and younger Aurors, had failed and were retching miserably as they turned away from the butchery that the griffin was dealing out. What in Hades' name is he doing? Asked Snape, watching as the griffin rolled the near-dead dragon onto its ravaged back. With a howl, the shimmering white animagus raised both arms above his head before plunging them deep into the dragon's chest. The dragon was barely moving, even as the griffin tore its chest open, splintering its ribs, and exposed its steaming black insides. Ginny grit her teeth and fought down the bile she could feel rising in her throat as she watched the griffin eviscerate his foe. Licking her lips, she said weakly, "Harry's a little out of control right now." Snape looked at her in disbelief. "You call that a little?" he asked, pointing at the scene as the griffin tore the dragon's heart out and crushed it in his fist, spraying blood in all directions. Snape shook his head and exclaimed, "That isn't Potter, that's a monster." The Imperial Arch-Griffin, having effectively slaughtered his enemy, threw his head back and roared his victory. The cry rang through the air and threatened to shatter every window in Hogwarts had it not been for the unbreakable charms that safeguarded each pane. The crushed dragon's heart dropped to the ground beside the mangled and blood-strewn carcass as the griffin reveled in his conquest. At least now it's over, Ginny thought. Then, to the alarm of everyone watching, the griffin turned his flaming green eyes towards the castle and growled. Nobody could mistake the vicious gleam in the griffin's eyes as anything but eager anticipation for battle. He wanted to continue, to fight again and again, to revel in the bloodlust that was consuming him. In that moment, a boundless fear grew within the hearts of all those watching, for they knew that what was standing over the ruined and gutted body of the dragon was not Harry Potter, but something far, far more dangerous. Something they would not be able to stop. "Ginny, you have to stop him," declared Merlin's voice, which to her surprise sounded as stunned and uncertain as Ginny felt. "Stop him," she repeated, shaking her head. "How? You saw what he just did. How can I stop that? How?" Sun Tzu's calm, yet stern voice answered, "You did it before, you will do it again." Ginny protested, "That was different. That wasn't real. It was a state of mind where I was able to meet him as an equal. I can't do that here." "You have to do something," came the reply, "before he does." Knowing that the order was correct, Ginny swallowed nervously and apparated off the battlements and down onto the lawn. The griffin whirled to face her, forgetting about the castle as he saw her suddenly appear not 50 feet away. His eyes narrowed to fine slits as he growled menacingly and took a earth-shaking step towards her. Ignoring the cries of alarm and horror from those still standing on the castle wall, Ginny lifted her hand to the griffin, palm up. She tried to calm herself and keep the trembling in her voice to a minimum as she softly called Harry's name. The griffin's eyes narrowed further and he took several deep breaths as it stared down at her. Slowly he relaxed his stance and tilted his head to one side, appearing to consider her as something other than a quick snack. "Yes, Harry," she confirmed, nodding slowly, "it's me." A flash of light, like the famed aurora borealis, washed over the griffin's form. There was a rush of air, a tinkling sound like glass breaking, and there he was. His clothes were in perfect order and not a trace of blood or dirt was evident anywhere on him. The only thing that marked him as having been in a fight was the absolute disarray of his hair, which really wasn't that great an indicator, and the slightly glazed look in his vibrant green eyes. "Harry?" she asked cautiously, slowly approaching him. Harry looked at her, his eyes unfocused, and asked, "Did we do it?" "Yes, Harry, we did it," Ginny told him. Her voice filled with pride as she reconsidered all that had just happened and rephrased her words, "You did it." "Ha! We did it!" he exclaimed triumphantly. Then his bruised face took on a curious expression and, with a bubbly excitement, Harry pointed behind her. Look. Lukey. Ginny curiously turned to where Harry was pointing, but saw nothing that could possibly cause him to grow so excited. He was pointing at nothing, absolutely nothing. Ginny returned her attention to Harry, who was swaying unsteadily on his feet and asked, Look at what, Harry? Buttered toast. At this point Harry, mercifully, passed out. I swear this boy spends more time in here than he does anywhere else. Nobody could rightly argue with Madame Pomfrey's assessment as she, assisted by Dumbledore and Snape, laid Harry down on one of the hospital beds. Ginny, who had followed right behind them as they had levitated the stretcher bearing Harry's unconscious body to the infirmary, actually found herself nodding in agreement, along with the rest of the order. Can't say I disagree with her, noted Merlin with a surprising amount of good humor, if you considered that Harry was currently insensate. I, agreed Loki, sounding almost sympathetic. He then proceeded to put his foot in it. In fact, young Harry here spends more time flat on his back than most whores I used to know. This was a remark that, had he known it, was calculated to offend almost everyone that heard it. Practically the entire female portion of the order immediately took up arms and, from the sounds of it, seemed intent on separating Loki's head from his body. The only thing that saved the Norseman from joining the headless hunt was the fact that he was already dead, although this did not spare him from a sound thrashing. Could you lot keep it down for the time being? Asked Ginny with a martyred sigh. Is he going to be all right? Hermione was asking, a hint of hysteria in her voice. I can't rightly say, admitted Madame Pomfrey with a frown. The last time he was like this, he was physically fine, just as he is now. From what I understand, it was Miss Weasley that was able to bring him back. All eyes turned to Ginny, who had shifted to sit next to Harry on the hospital bed, taking one of his hands in hers. She looked up from his sleeping form and told them, It's not that bad this time. The animagus transformation always takes a lot out of him. Under ordinary circumstances it's never been a problem, but after a fight like that, he's just sleeping it off. Madame Pomfrey seemed a bit dubious. What about his injuries? Those dragons, shadows or whatever they were tore him up quite a bit. I saw them do it. Ginny wasn't too sure about that either. She could clearly remember seeing Harry's many injuries being inflicted, but upon regain his natural form the only thing to mark his encounter with the dragons was a smattering of already fading bruises and the fact that he was currently lying in the hospital wing. I think I'm beginning to see a pattern emerging here, she thought as she recalled how, when he had first accomplished the animagus transformation, he had resumed his human form with the gunshot wounds his uncle had inflicted upon him perfectly healed. It certainly seems that way, concurred Heracles. It might even explain his current condition, said Osiris thoughtfully. After all, the energy needed to effect his transformation into an imperial archgriffin is prodigious. Combined with the restorative magic he used, no wonder he's out cold. So, you're saying he unconsciously healed himself when he changed back? Ginny asked, earning a few odd glances since she had spoken out loud. It had been the better part of 6 months that she had been able to talk with the various members of the order, and Ginny, unlike Harry, still had a tendency to occasionally physically speak rather than internalize her thoughts. Trying to fight down the slight blush she felt at her lapse, Ginny explained her and the order's reasoning. Everyone seemed satisfied, with the exception of Madame Pomfrey, but that was to be expected from the aging matron. Hermione, however, was so relieved to hear that Harry was just sleeping it off, as it were, that she slumped bonelessly into the nearest chair. It's good to hear that Mr. Potter is otherwise unharmed, commented a soft alto. It was an unusual sight that greeted everyone who turned towards the entrance to the hospital wing. Gregory and Hilary Proteus were striding into the infirmary, wearing the standard black robes favored by the staff. This was not that unusual. What was unusual was that they were both rather damp. It looked as if they had just emerged from a shower and had flung their robes on without pausing to dry themselves first. Either that or they had been out for a midnight swim with the giant squid. Sorry we're late, apologized Gregory as he and his wife reached those assembled around Harry's bed. He ran a hand through his soggy brown hair and explained, We ran into Sybil on our way in. Professor Trelawney. I imagine she's quite pleased with herself, muttered Hermione darkly from where she was sitting. Gregory smiled a bit and said in a dry voice, "Yes, I understand she's foreseen Harry's demise on more than one occasion." Hilary sniffed disdainfully. "Funny. He seems healthy enough." "Of course he does," asserted Gregory. He arched an eyebrow as he settled himself down on the bed next to Harry's. "I'm not saying I'm anything like that fruit bat Trelawney." "Ahem," interrupted Dumbledore with a slightly chiding look on his face, even though his eyes were sparkling with amusement. Even Snape, who was standing behind the headmaster, seemed to find his fellow professor's disdain for divination amusing. "Sorry, headmaster," Gregory apologized, but without sounding overly sincere. He grinned boyishly and turned back to Hermione and Ginny. "In any case, I foresee things getting better. Harry will wake up tomorrow morning, and Ron will be following close on his heels. Please, God," Ginny thought desperately, "let him be right." He had been wandering for what seemed like an eternity. He wasn't sure, since time seemed to have little meaning in this place. It was incredibly frustrating, not to mention disheartening, as he sometimes felt it had been an age, or sometimes merely moments. "Merlin, I just wish there was someone to talk to," he thought as he trudged slowly across the seemingly endless plain that stretched before him. He had long since concluded that this place was either a test of some sort, the gods only knew what, or his own private hell. He was leaning towards the former because he was reasonably convinced that he wasn't dead. At least, he could not remember dying. After all, he believed that such an event was not something that would easily escape his attention. And thus, he walked. He had been wandering for what seemed like an eternity. He wasn't sure, since time seemed to have little meaning in this place. It was incredibly frustrating, not to mention disheartening, as he sometimes felt it had been an age, or sometimes merely moments. "Sirs, I'm hungry. I wish I could find something to eat," he thought as he trudged slowly across the seemingly endless plain that stretched before him. Unfortunately, the barren landscape was devoid of anything. Absolutely anything, save the rocks, pebbles, and sand. There was nothing for as far as he could see to break the dreary monotony of this place. Everything was dull and gray, even the sky, which was perpetually overcast with a layer of thick, leaden clouds that never hinted at releasing their rain. And thus, he walked. He had been wandering for what seemed like an eternity. He wasn't sure, since time seemed to have little meaning in this place. It was incredibly frustrating, not to mention disheartening, as he sometimes felt it had been an age, or sometimes merely moments. "Blimey, I'd give anything for a butterbeer right now," he thought as he trudged slowly across the seemingly endless plain that stretched before him. It was a depressing world he seemed trapped in. Nothing ever happened to disturb the perpetual blandness of it all, save the occasional hollow whistle that accompanied the chilling wind that sometimes blew across this barren wilderness. He had never thought he would ever encounter any place or thing more boring than Professor Binns. This place proved him wrong. And thus, he walked. And then, he stopped. There, right in front of him, was a flower. Herbology had never been his strongest or favorite subject, but at this moment he had never been so happy to find a plant. Carefully, lest he accidentally crush the tiny bloom, he sank to his knees and stared in awe at the flower, with its vibrant orange petals. He liked orange, which brought a grin to his face as he reached out with a trembling hand. He paused just short of touching the flower and gaped in awe as diminutive shoots of lush green grass began to sprout up all around the solitary blossom. He watched, scarcely hoping to believe it as the grass seemed to rush outwards and cover the desolate wasteland, transforming it into a verdant meadow. The previously flat landscape seemed to heave and swell all around him, rising and falling into rolling hills and long, shallow valleys. Groves of trees, oak and fir and birch and pine and all other sorts, erupted from the ground, growing to massive size in a matter of seconds. Millions of flowers sprang into being, dotting the thick carpet of grass here and there, in every color imaginable and more. Low-lying walls of rock and stone, covering in layers of moss, seemed to pop up at the borders where hills and fields met. In the distance, perched unsteadily on the tops of some hills, twisting and convoluted stone towers grew into being. Above him, when he looked up in wonder, the dull gray clouds were pierced by streams of golden sunlight. The thick blanket of clouds began to evaporate and disappear in great tracts, exposing a vibrant and rich blue sky. The deep pewter hue of the clouds lightened and transformed into a crisp white, highlighted by gold and orange and red and purple. "Hello, Ron. Fancy meeting you here," greeted an unexpected voice from behind him. Ron whirled around, almost falling over himself in his haste. He gaped in open-mouthed astonishment at the tall figure dressed in deep crimson, colored and black dress robes that stood before him with a bemused look upon his familiar face. "Harry. Good to see you, mate," Harry smiled. "It's been too long." Ron shook his head in relief and asked, "How'd you get here?" "Well, you see," his best friend began, looking very serious despite the devious twinkle in his bright green eyes, "James did something nasty with Lily." 9 months later. Harry. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning, several seemingly endless hours after the attack on Hogwarts by Draco Malfoy's bastardized shadow dragons. The professors had all retired once assured that Harry was not in any danger and that the rest of the students were safely installed in their respective dormitories. Even Madame Pomfrey had eventually quit the hospital wing, since it was apparent that her services would not be needed. This left only Hermione and Ginny to sit silent vigil of Harry, having resisted all attempts by the teachers to evict them from the infirmary. Eventually, seeing their determination, Dumbledore had granted them permission to remain at Harry's bedside as long as they saw fit. And so, they sat silently. "I feel so useless," Hermione thought sadly, watching the steady rise and fall of Harry's chest as he slept. "I hate this," muttered Ginny, breaking the long silence for the first time since Dumbledore had left them earlier. "What?" she asked, looking at her friend, who was sitting in the chair beside her. Ginny waved her hand around in a vague motion and said, "This. Sitting around. Waiting. Being so utterly useless." Hermione nodded. "I know the feeling. Now I know why Harry was so angry after Tom attacked Hogsmeade last year," Ginny said as they returned their gazes to the sleeping boy. "All those people being hurt and killed and he wasn't able to do anything about it. He must have felt so useless after that. That's Harry for you." Both girls turned at the unexpected voice and the low creak of the door opening. There, entering the hospital wing en masse, was the entire Weasley family. Leading the pack were Arthur and Molly, closely followed by Percy and Bill, then the twins with Charlie who had announced their arrival holding up the rear. It was Molly that reached the young women first, enveloping first Ginny and then Hermione in rib-crushing hugs. The entire clan of redheads gathered into silent vigil around Harry's bed, Arthur and Molly pulling up seats on the other side from Hermione and Ginny. The 5 young wizards settled themselves in a half-circle around the foot of the bed, with Percy closest to their parents, then Bill and Charlie and then Fred and George, who came to stand next to Hermione. And so, they sat and in some cases stood. Silently. Let me get this straight. Ron was so completely focused on getting it straight, that he failed to notice Harry rolling his eyes. His friend's reaction was perfectly understandable of course, though had Ron been aware of it he would undoubtedly have been more than a little put out by it. Returning his gaze from the heavens to Ron, Harry nodded his head and spoke in a patient voice, not unlike an adult humoring a young child. "Okay. Hermione key. You." "Yes," admitted Harry, leaning back against the trunk of the large oak tree that he and Ron had settled under while discussing recent and not so recent events. His head turned from side to side, much like a spectator at a tennis match, as Ron paced back and forth. Ron shot him a narrow glance as he strode past. "She spent the night in your bed." "Yes," said Harry as Ron dug a heel into the soft earth and spun around, coming back. "With you and Ginny," he remarked as he walked over to Harry, continuing past his as he continued to pace. Despite the turmoil he could feel writhing inside of him, Ron somehow managed to keep his voice not only level, but almost completely devoid of inflection. For a Weasley, and especially for Ron, this was a measure of how disturbed he was by the news Harry had imparted. Yes. He had swung around again and was now heading back past Harry. Then Neville walked in on you. As he marched past Ron heard Harry chuckle softly before answering with a slight smile and a hint of amusement beginning to creep into his voice, "Everyone in Gryffindor knows," Ron bit out, stopping his pacing momentarily so that he could stomp up to his friend and glare at him. He peered into Harry's sparkling green eyes, which to Ron's disconcertion happened to be level with his own, a consequence of a growth spurt Harry had undergone during the summer after their 4th year. Ron was slightly thrown by this change, which he had never properly noticed before, despite having been aware of it for over a year now. Just about, agreed Harry, his eyes twinkling in a manner that put the agitated Weasley male in mind of Professor Dumbledore. Resuming his pacing, this thought prompted Ron to ask, "Does Dumbledore know?" Out the corner of his eye Ron could make out Harry's reaction, which for the first time during this questioning, was not one of amusement. Instead, the boy who lived allowed a slight frown to mar his brow as he visibly considered the matter. Finally he lifted his chin up and watched as Ron turned around. He hasn't said anything about it. Continuing to pace, Ron was walking past Harry for the umpteenth time when he hesitated and asked with a certain trepidation, Is Hermione?" "No," Harry responded instantly and firmly shook his head, "it was only the once." "My own key. You?" Ron asked, incomprehension coloring his voice. Harry sighed. "I thought we'd already established that." Ron looked suspiciously at him. "Why'd you let her key?" "You." "I've already told you that as well," rejoined Harry, this time accompanied by a very martyred sigh of mounting annoyance. "Tell me again," demanded Ron, who was still having trouble twisting his mind around this one piece of information. Being in a coma he could understand. Hermione being badly hurt he could accept, even if the idea pained him. Draco Malfoy becoming the embodiment of shadow he could live with, although he reserved the right to complain about the unfairness of it all. Hermione key. Ing Harry he could simply not comprehend. She loves you. Any thought processes that happened to be racing through Ron's mind came to such an abrupt and screeching halt that the young man's brain did the mental equivalent of falling over. There are just some things that it was not able to cope with, and this revelation was one of them. As such, almost all Ron's motor functions came to much the same type of abrupt and screeching halt as his mind did, which promptly resulted in the red-haired boy's legs entangling themselves and causing him to fall flat on his face. After a few blank moments in which a small inner voice asked plaintively for the identity of the hippogriff that had trampled over him, Ron turned himself over and stared up at Harry. His friend had pushed off the oak tree he had been leaning against and was strolling over to where Ron was picking himself up. Bloody odd way of showing it," he finally managed to sputter, looking up at Harry as the other wizard extended a hand to help him upright. "She was hurt, Ron," explained Harry as he pulled Ron up. "She still is. Hermione key. You." Harry threw his hands up in pure frustration and began to pace where Ron had left off. "I realize the concept might be a tad difficult for you to grasp, Ron," he said, letting the edge of his impatience begin to show, "but if it's all the same to you, get over it. I'd like to wake up sooner or later." Ron glowered unhappily. "Ordinarily this is when I'd throw my common sense out the window and throw a punch. Ordinarily. You don't seem very concerned," he noted, arching an eyebrow. "This isn't reality," Harry said with a shrug, reminding Ron that they were currently occupying a blend of their mental landscapes. A small, impish smile curved Harry's lips as he added in a teasing tone, "Besides, there's a big difference between throwing a punch and landing a punch." Harry groaned and walked right up to Ron, stopping a pace away. He placed his hands on his hips and lifted his chin in presentation and said, "If it would make you feel any better, I promise not to duck." Ron continued to scowl. "I'm tempted to try." "So?" prompted Harry. "So?" echoed Ron, holding his hands close to his sides, clenched into tight fists. "What are you going to do?" asked Harry as the moment stretched between them. Ron sighed and seemed to deflate as he did so, the anger he was feeling leaving him as quickly as it had formed. Unclenching his fists he ran both hands through his hair and shook his head ruefully. "Well, I will admit that I can sometimes be a little thick. Things that might be obvious to everyone else may occasionally escape my attention. I do, however, notice it when someone smacks me in the head with a beater's bat." Harry beamed happily at the sheepish Weasley and playfully punched Ron on the arm as he declared, "I told Ginny you'd eventually work it out. I was right. One of these days, Harry," growled Ron, favoring him with a disgruntled look, "you're going to be wrong." Harry lifted a brow and smirked. "Maybe. Who knows? Perhaps you'll even be there to see it happen, mate." He paused and then added, "Although, I doubt it." Shaking his head at his friend's confidence, Ron swung an arm around Harry's shoulders as the pair began to trudge across a field of ankle-deep grass. Taking a deep breath and savoring the sweet freshness of the air, Ron looked up at the deep blue sky. Let's go home. Harry opened his eyes and silently took in the scene before him. He briefly contemplated the idea that he was still out cold and was simply hallucinating. Fred and George were standing at the foot of his hospital bed, both colored from head to toe, including all their clothes in a brilliant neon pink. Wait a moment. What's Zabini doing here? The Slytherin girl was standing not far from the twins. She had one arm slung protectively around young Amber Fargo's shoulders and was looking at Fred and George with a mixture of smugness and indignation on her face. Seeing the way she was smirking at them, and remembering the prank they had pulled on the entirety of Slytherin the previous year, understanding blossomed in Harry's mind. Slowly, as his senses fully returned to him, Harry heard them having a friendly argument about the incident and Blaze's apparent revenge. I don't care, Blaze was saying, indignantly. You turned me pink. For 3 days. It was nothing personal. Fred, or maybe George, tried to protest. The other twin nodded in agreement. We pranked the entire house. Besides which, it would have put you in a bit of a spot if you'd been the only Slytherin that wasn't pink. Blaze all but growled, you turned me pink. And that's justification for turning us pink? Asked Fred, looking very flustered by this point. Yes. Keep it down you three, ordered Charlie, who had been watching from the sidelines. His brown eyes were alight with amusement even as he told them, this is a hospital after all. Harry began to laugh softly, catching the attention of all those around him. As they all turned from the antics of the twins and Zabini, Harry realized that he had quite a good number of visitors surrounding him this time. Arthur and Molly were sitting off to one side of him, both showing signs of the strain that had been burdening them for so many months. Immediately behind them was Percy, standing ramrod stiff and with a hand on the back of each of their chairs, looking upon the antics of his younger brothers with an air of palpable disapproval. Bill and Charlie were standing next to their parents, looking much as they always had, although Bill had surprisingly enough had his hair cut to what Molly would no doubt finally consider a suitable length for her eldest child. Then there was Fred and George, at the foot of his bed and looking rather befuddled by their bright pink appearance, which Zabini had apparently inflicted upon them. Blaze, for her part, was as beautiful as she always was and accompanied by a somewhat nervous-looking Amber. Apparently the older girl had informed her about Fred and George's unusual sense of humor, if her weary glances towards the two were any indication. Harry. He turned his head a fraction, feeling very tired and begrudging the movement. There, sitting on the other side of his bed, opposite Arthur and Molly, were Ginny and Hermione. The two young witches were on the edge of their seats and looking at him expectantly. It was Ginny who had spoken, half rising from her chair and staring at him with her wide, glistening brown eyes. I am beginning to become tired of this place, Harry remarked sourly, letting his eyes wander about the hospital wing. Then, with a bit of a wry smile, he looked down his bed at Fred and George and observed, but at least there's entertainment. Harry had just enough time to glance over at Ginny before she slammed into him, crushing him down into the bed. The brief look he caught of her face told him more in that one instant than 1,000 words could manage. Without speaking, Ginny enveloped Harry in a tight embrace, pulling him into an almost seated position. He held her close to him, his one free hand reaching around her slim waist and stroking the small of Ginny's back. After a few moments Ginny pulled back just enough for her to shift her head up and draw Harry into a scalding key that threatened to send him back into unconsciousness. Dimly Harry was aware of one or two less than discreet coughs or throats being cleared, but he was too busy letting himself linger in the soft sensations of Ginny's full lips. Eventually, just as he began to worry about passing out from lack of breath, Ginny drew back so that she could look him in the eyes. I shouldn't have done that, she said sternly, but with a smile. Why not? He asked. Ginny grinned ruefully and snuggled against him. I was supposed to yell at you before I ed you. He laughed lightly, ignoring a soft sniff of amusement from Zabini, and allowed his hands to playfully caress her back. I won't complain if you don't. Besides, it's Christmas. What's that got to do with anything? She asked authoritatively. It wouldn't be right for you to start yelling at me, especially considering all the trouble I went through to get your gift," he explained, trailing off as he pointedly looked beyond the bemused gazes of Arthur and Molly. Ginny followed his gaze, as did everyone else, and immediately leapt up from the bed. Her face was a picture of disbelief and delight that Harry would never forget. Ron, indeed, standing in the doorway to his private room, was the youngest of the Weasley boys. He was swaying a bit unsteadily on his feet, having not used his legs for several months. Keeping a firm hold on the doorway so that he would not fall over, Ron smiled wanly at them all. His thin features were such a shade of pale green that Harry wondered if he wasn't producing chlorophyll. Hermione was the first to react, leaping up from her seat alongside Harry's bed and staggering uncertainly forward. Hesitantly she approached the wobbling young wizard, eagerly drinking in the sight of him. Staring at him with wide, tear-filled eyes, Hermione came to a stop a couple of steps away, apparently unable to speak. "You did this. Who else?" replied Harry, reaching out to take Ginny's hand in his own, a smug smile twisting his lips as he watched his two best friends gaze at each other as if nothing else existed. "It was the least I could do for my friends and family." Ginny shook her head in amazement and squeezed his hand tightly. "As soon as we get a minute alone with each other, I'm going to key you senseless." "Sounds appealing." He grinned. "I'm glad I woke up." "Well," prompted Fred, as the silent reaction to Ron's emergence from his coma stretched over a minute. He waved a hand at his younger brother. "Aren't you going to say something?" Looking into Hermione's eyes, as though she were the only other person in the world, Ron spoke. It was simple, direct, and by far the most complicated thing he had ever said to anyone in all of his 16 years. "I love you." It was the first day back after the Christmas holidays. Winter was making itself known, seemingly intent on making up for its mildness the previous year. The snow lay nearly 2 feet deep on the ground, sometimes as much as 3 or even 4. The sky was completely overcast with leaden gray clouds stretching from horizon to horizon. Despite it being the first day back, and a frigid day at that, the students found themselves leaving the Great Hall after breakfast in a surprisingly cheerful mood. Common consensus was that this ebullience had something to do with the fact that upon entering the hall the students had found the house tables to be hidden beneath stacks of pizza. Nothing else to eat could be found with the exception of a variety of extra toppings that happened to be lying around. Nobody could determine the reason for this, although some consideration was given to Moira's theory that the Weasley twins had somehow sneaked into the castle during the night and bribed the house elves. Then there was the fact that, to go with the pizza, the only liquid refreshment available was a strange concoction that a few of the older Muggle-born students were able to identify as being piña coladas. The Hufflepuffs in particular seemed rather taken by the miniature umbrellas that adorned the drinks, although Hermione doubted the colorful decorations were supposed to have been added. Not that she knew anything about such matters, of course. The staff were caught completely unprepared, and by the time they realized the exact nature of the drinks almost the entire student population were, if not tipsy then at least feeling a pleasant warmth. Professor Trelawney, who had made a rare excursion down from her tower, loudly proclaimed the incident as a sign that Beltane was upon them. Since it was still the first week of January, not even Lavender or Parvati took her seriously. After some measure of order had been restored and vast quantities of pizza consumed, the students marched or in some cases swayed out the hall into the first class of the day. It was then, during the Gryffindor and Slytherin 6th year's potions class, that an event took place which would forever label this day as the strangest day in Hogwarts' long history. Professor Snape entered the classroom with a broad smile on his face. It was only, however, when the normally temperamental professor opened his mouth to address the class that the dumbstruck students concluded that this was indeed a sign of the apocalypse. Either that or the piña coladas had been stronger than they had thought. "G'd mornin' all you happy kitties." Hermione almost swallowed her tongue upon hearing this, but managed to limit her reaction to a muffled cough. After a moment to collect herself, she leaned close to Ron, who was sandwiched between her and Harry, and whispered in accusation, "What the devil did your brothers do to him?" Ron, not letting his eyes stray from the beaming potions master, shook his head in awe. Not even Fred and George could pull off something like this. "You know, he's probably right," she thought. "Besides, the twins are at the burrow." On Ron's other side, Hermione could see that Harry, along with the rest of the class, appeared to be simply unable to form any coherent thoughts, let alone a marginally understandable sentence. Instead of making any comment on this bizarre scenario, he was watching Snape with cautious eyes, as if expecting the sallow man to suddenly draw his wand and start shooting killing curses in every direction. "Snape's gone mad," whispered Neville, who had partnered himself with Harry, since Hermione had pointedly refused to be paired with anyone other than Ron. The normally timid boy paused to watch as Snape cheerfully scribbled instructions onto the blackboard at the front of the class, using bright pink chalk to do so. Neville then summed up his feelings on the matter. "It's scary." Harry nodded dumbly and said, "He's smiling." "Of course I'm smiling," declared Snape, turning from the blackboard and grinning broadly at Harry in a companionable manner. "Why shouldn't I be? It's a wonderful morning. It's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful life." Tentatively Hermione raised her left hand, keeping her injured right arm tucked close to her side, and caught Snape's attention. He turned to face her and asked pleasantly, "Yes, Hermione. You have a question." Hermione swallowed nervously and asked timidly, "Professor Snape, are you feeling okay?" "Never been better," exclaimed Snape brightly. He grinned at her. 7 points to Gryffindor for your marvelous interest in my well-being, Hermione. Actually, make it 17 points. If you have any other questions, ask away. Come on, don't be shy. There was a moment of utter, complete and unmatched silence as the assembled Gryffindors and Slytherins stared at their professor. Hermione blinked her eyes rapidly and, in a last-ditch effort to try and wake herself from this daydream, pinched herself. Unfortunately, all this accomplished was to produce a sharp pain in her thigh. "Today," announced Snape happily, waving a hand to indicate the list of ingredients he had written up on the blackboard earlier, "we'll be learning one of the more basic love potions. It will be Valentine's Day soon, so pay attention to this. That includes you, Neville. And you as well, Ronald." He looked towards Ron with what seemed frighteningly like sympathy. "I hope you have not been having too much trouble catching up the work you missed." No trouble," Ron managed to answer, looking very unsure of himself. It was true that Ron was progressing quite well through the work he had missed during his time in the hospital wing, thanks to Harry and Hermione's help, but being on the receiving end of a seemingly compassionate Professor Snape was no doubt unnerving for him. Snape beamed at this good news. "Delighted to hear it. If you need any help with your potions, you know where to find me. Drop by any time." Hermione had to admit at this point that Ron was not the only one present who was unnerved by this drastic turnaround in Snape's behavior. She shook her head in a futile attempt to clear her thoughts. "Heaven only knows, even I'm starting to become worried. What in the name of all the nether hells is wrong with you?" exclaimed Pansy Parkinson, who had risen to her feet and was openly gaping at her head of house. Apparently she was in denial and thus not thinking all too clearly, otherwise she would have known better than to ask that question out loud and in such a tone of voice. 20 points from Slytherin. Snape bellowed, his face contorting around his ever-present smile into something that vaguely approached a scowl. It was the kind of look that might give a weak-hearted sparrow pause, but otherwise did nothing to intimidate anyone, except Pansy, who seemed to enter a state of shock at having points deducted from Slytherin by Snape. "He just took points away from Slytherin," Harry said in disbelief. "I think I know why it's so cold outside," whispered Ron, leaning across Hermione so that Harry could also hear. Hermione, who was watching Snape in horrified fascination, asked distractedly, "Oh." Ron nodded and said, "Yeah. Hell just froze over." Lunch that first day of term proved to be, if nothing else, just as entertaining for the students as breakfast had. They entered the Great Hall after their morning classes to find that, for the second time that day, the regular menu had been substituted for something rather more interesting. The meal progressed with reasonable normality but for the forks at the Slytherin table, which would intermittently pull free from the grasp of whomever was using them and rise up into the air. There they would pause for a moment, gently bobbing up and down, before diving down upon their victim with loud and high-pitched cries of, "Banzai." Then there was the fact that whenever one of the Ravenclaws touched a salt or pepper shaker, the entire house would begin to sneeze in perfect unison. This would not have been too much of a problem for the academic Ravenclaws, but for the fact that their table had been charmed so that everyone sitting at it would compulsively reach for either the salt or the pepper. It was the Hufflepuff table, which had most obviously been attended to. Whoever was responsible had clearly noted the fascination with which the Hufflepuffs had toyed with the cocktail umbrellas that had been decorating the piña coladas that morning. Hence they dined under the shade of 24 yellow and black striped umbrellas, which granted the table a decidedly outdoors feeling. Not even the Gryffindors had been spared, finding themselves unable to acquire anything to drink other than coffee and mint-flavored tea. It was this that brought Ron and Hermione's attention to Ginny and Harry, who respectively favored those drinks over all others. Were it not for the obviously exasperated, but still slightly bemused, expressions on their faces, Ron would have thought them to be the pranksters. "Well, at least we know it wasn't Fred and George now," said Ron, fixing a square of bread to his fork before reaching for the nearest bubbling pot of melted cheese. Similar to what had happened at breakfast, the food at the table had been specifically limited. Instead of pizzas, however, this time the only thing available to eat was a staggering variety of fondues. "How do you reckon that?" asked Harry, trying not to leave a trail as he withdrew his fork from a pot of what looked like mushroom sauce. Ron dipped his bread into the cheese as he answered, "They definitely weren't here this morning, so they wouldn't have known the Hufflepuffs would take such a liking to the umbrellas in those pine colognes we had this morning." Hermione casually corrected him, "Piña coladas." Harry turned to Hermione and asked, "Are those actually supposed to have umbrellas?" "I don't know," replied Hermione quickly, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "Bonsai. Ah." The loud yell from the direction of the Slytherin table distracted the Gryffindors as they turned to see Pansy Parkinson attempting to flee the hall. Apparently she had done something to annoy the Forks, leading them to raid themselves in squadrons and take turns dive-bombing her. As Pansy ran, ducking and weaving from the Great Hall, Ron could not help but feel a slight pang in his heart. 4 months of lying comatose in the hospital wing had caused repercussions for Ron beyond simply falling behind in his studies. All through his body, Ron's muscles had atrophied from lack of use, leaving the young man considerably weaker than he had been before the accident. Even with the aid of magic spells and potions, Ron still had a great deal of work ahead of him before he could reclaim the fitness he had once so easily taken for granted. Chewing thoughtfully on the cheese-covered square of bread, Ron shook his head, as he always did when he found himself growing introspective. It was, he noticed, an occurrence that seemed to have increased as of late, apparently a side effect of his injury. Since awakening on Christmas Day, Ron had found himself spending far more time questioning things he ordinarily would never have given a second thought. He was learning a great many things, not only about the schoolwork he had missed, but about himself. Though he had yet to discuss it with anyone other than Hermione, who had almost refused to let him out of her sight during the first week after his awakening, Ron was beginning to discover that he was a far more complex person than he had originally thought himself to be. Talking it over with Hermione during one of their nightly catch-up study sessions, one where Harry and Ginny had not been present, he had come to realize that the stereotypical behavior he had fallen into was merely a lone facet of his personality. Apparently, to his chagrin upon hearing it, this was old news to his girlfriend and his best friend, who appeared to know Ron Weasley better than he did himself. Pulling himself out of this short excursion into self-discovery, Ron resumed to mull over his unfortunate state of fitness. While Madame Pomfrey was supplementing his diet with a staggering arrangement of potions designed to help him along, as well as regular practices with Harry and Ginny, it would be at least a month before Ron could resume his place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Essentially, he was going to miss their next match, against Ravenclaw, and only be able to play in the final game of the season, against Hufflepuff. Of course, he thought while glancing at Hermione, who cradled her right arm close to her side as she stretched to reach a pot that was just out of reach, "I don't really have that much cause to complain. Hermione was hurt far worse than I was. I think she fancies one of them," he said unexpectedly. Ginny looked at him with a nonplussed expression. This was another side effect of Ron's injury, that his train of thought would often switch tracks with mercurial rapidity, frequently leaving those in his presence with complete incomprehension as to what he would now be talking about. His sister blinked several times before asking, "What? What on earth are you talking about? Who fancies who?" Harry asked suspiciously. "You're not talking about Pansy, are you?" "Of course not. Then who?" prompted his best friend, looking from Hermione to Ginny and back. Don't look at me, said Hermione, holding up her right hand in denial. She shook her head and waved the fork she was holding in her left hand, jokingly saying, I seldom have any idea what he's talking about. Ron stifled a growl of frustration and elaborated, Zabini. Hermione blinked in surprise and asked, what about her? I told you. I think she fancies one of them. Who's them? Asked Ginny. Fred and George, exclaimed Ron, as if it were perfectly obvious. Oh, of course, said Harry, sounding as though it were perfectly obvious. He then dashed Ron's hopes of having an ally in this conversation by sarcastically adding, how quickly I have lost the thread of this tapestry of intrigue. This is serious, Ron insisted, frowning at their cavalier reaction to the topic. He motioned at the table on the other side of the hall, where the object of their discussion was wrestling with a fork in an attempt to eat something. A Slytherin might have a secret crush on one of my brothers. Oh, it's no secret. Ginny realized her mistake immediately when Ron's head snapped towards where she was sitting next to Harry. Trying not to wince, she admitted, except from you. Ron could feel his eyes almost bugging out of his head as he stared at Ginny in disbelief that almost matched that which he had experienced during this morning's potions class. He looked from her to Harry and then Hermione, seeing that slightly guilty expressions colored their faces as they studiously attempted to continue eating. He looked narrowly at his companions and asked, how long has this been going on for? How long have you known about it? Since you woke up, admitted Ginny. Yes, agreed Hermione uncomfortably, we suspected something was up when she turned the twins pink and started flirting with them. Actually, it was Professor Hillary that mentioned it first, Harry pointed out. Ron blinked several times, amazed by the fact that he had somehow managed to miss seeing this development. After a moment of self-reproach he asked, but why are you lot simply sitting around and doing nothing? There may be nothing we can do, Hermione told him in that calm voice she brought to the fore whenever she was anticipating a fight with him. Like it or not, this isn't something you can fix and forget. I get it, Ron responded quickly, intent on forestalling any argument between him and his girlfriend before it could develop. With a sigh he also found himself admitting, in any case, I realize that most of my prior attempts to fix things usually did more damage than leaving them be. This admission raised the eyebrows of all three of his companions. Ginny shook her head slightly in amazement and said, that's a rather perceptive realization for you, Ron. I'm impressed. I dare say all three of us are. Thank you, he sighed. Realizing that this was yet another battle he would not be winning, he had experience in these lost causes. Ron sighed again and propped an elbow on the table so that he could support his chin in his palm. Ron looked past Harry and Ginny, sitting opposite him, and saw that Zabini had abandoned her efforts in controlling her fork, moving to the Ravenclaw table and her friends Padma Patil and Terry Boot, apparently preferring to join them in their sneezing rather than fight for her meal. He stifled the urge to sigh yet again and muttered, I just know this is going to end badly for me. Harry waved his concerns away. Relax, Ron. Don't worry about it. After all, what could possibly go wrong? Shall I record that under famous last words? Ron asked dryly. I'd never have believed that I could actually enjoy a potions class, admitted Ginny during dinner later that day. As she heartily dug into her steaming helping of spaghetti and meatballs, she continued, if anybody had told me that yesterday, I'd have personally escorted them to St. Mungo's for therapy. Hilarious, wasn't it? Asked Harry as he twirled some spaghetti around his fork, which, thankfully, had not attempted to dive bomb anyone during the course of the meal. Ginny giggled and nodded. Even better than you described. Although I think whatever it was that caused his condition is beginning to wear off. He actually managed to scowl once or twice by the end of the lesson. Ron, who was sitting opposite her, sighed wistfully and prodded his spaghetti. Pity. Yeah, agreed Harry, nodding unhappily. Stabbing a meatball with his fork, he told them, we'll need to find something else to liven things up for us around here. No, thank you, declared Hermione, sprinkling some mozzarella over her spaghetti. I think Hogwarts has been lively enough over the past few months without you adding to it. A sly expression settled across Harry's face and Ginny immediately began to feel apprehensive at the sight of it. Harry would always develop this look on his face when he came up with a plan that he thought was very clever. Ginny had seen it many times, not only in both private and social settings, but also on a few rare occasions when Harry was forced into a confrontation. It usually meant that he was about to spring an exceptionally unpleasant surprise upon whichever unsuspecting victim dared to challenge him. "What's going through that evil mind of yours?" she asked worriedly. "Hey, my mind is not evil," protested Harry. "Not entirely anyway." He paused and considered for a moment before grinning wickedly and saying, "I've just had a wonderfully innovative idea that promises to liven up tonight's grand reopening quite impressively." "Oh no," Ginny managed to groan before Harry grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her to her feet, dragging her in the direction of the staff table. "Harry," Ginny asked silently, nervousness blossoming within her, "what are you doing?" "Trust me on this, Ginny," he responded. "Have I ever led you wrong?" "Frequently," she muttered under her breath as Harry pulled her to where Professor Dumbledore was eating his own spaghetti, which was covered by a small mountain of meatballs, tomatoes, mushrooms, and cheese. The elderly wizard smiled as the two students stood before him, his eyebrows raised in question as he looked from Ginny to Harry. "Headmaster," Harry said in greeting, "I just wanted to inform you that there's been a slight change in tonight's program." Dumbledore paused in the consumption of his spaghetti, which was the sole item of food available for dinner, looked on curiously and asked, "You're not thinking of canceling, are you, Harry?" Harry shook his head. "Of course not. Everything will go just as planned, with the exception that I won't be the one taking the class." "Harry, no," protested Ginny, a sinking feeling settling in her stomach. "I now intend not only to introduce Ginny as my assistant in class," continued Harry, "but to also let her be tonight's instructor." "I see," observed Dumbledore, his blue eyes sparkling merrily as he regarded the look of growing alarm spreading across Ginny's face. The headmaster visibly stifled a grin, but Ginny saw his mustache twitching with amusement as he turned to her and said, "In that case, Virginia, since this effectively makes you a member of Hogwarts staff, please feel free to call me Albus from now on." Ginny struggled not to gape at Dumbledore, her mind awhirl with thoughts that were not meshing together in any coherent fashion. One part of her was honored that the headmaster considered her enough of an equal to ask that she address him as one. Another part was horrified that Dumbledore was apparently willing to follow Harry's lead and allow Ginny to actually teach students rather than simply act as Harry's assistant. One large part of Ginny was contemplating Harry's demise for doing something like this to her. She turned from Dumbledore and glared at her boyfriend in a manner she had learned over the years from her mother. Harry, however, refused to flinch even as Ginny put her hands on her hips and huffed angrily at him. Then Ginny made the mistake of looking into his eyes, something that invariably prevented her from remaining even slightly annoyed with him for very long. In that moment, seeing the teasing sparkle of mischief in those incredibly bright green eyes, Ginny felt the largest part of herself come forward, and without thinking about it her mouth curled into a small grin of understanding. "You realize, of course," she told him in the cultivated bone-dry tone that let him know she was returning the tease, "that now I'll have to kill you." The news spread throughout the school faster than a firebolt in a steep dive. Harry could guess that Ginny had told Hermione, who in turn had informed Parvati and Lavender, who had then taken it upon themselves to let everyone else in on what was supposed to be the final surprise for the day. How they had accomplished this in less than half an hour was one of those mysteries that would likely never be solved. Entering the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium, which resided under the room that had housed a giant-sized three-headed dog several years before, Harry found himself the center of a great deal more attention than was usual. Most of the students had arrived early, eager to find those seats which would provide the best view. As he made his way down the shallow stairs leading to the center stage, Harry could hear the low whispers and quiet betting that always seemed to be produced when he and Ginny went out onto the stage together. "Sounds like the betting is pretty even, Harry," remarked Osiris as Harry walked past the section of seats claimed by the Gryffindor students. "Quite so," agreed Heracles. "It seems that you are no longer the default favorite to win." "I'm sure Ginny's delighted to hear that," replied Harry. Standing by the desk, set to one side of the stage, Ginny grinned impishly as he caught her eye and told him, "Definitely. I hear Moira's bet 5 galleons on me laying you on your ass in less than 5 minutes. Potter." Harry stopped and turned to find Blaise Zabini, who stepped close to him and said in a low voice, "I bet a lot of galleons that you'll be the one to win this." He raised his eyebrows and asked, "And if I don't?" "I will be annoyed," Zabini told him succinctly, before turning on a heel and marching to where the few Slytherins that were present were seated. "For someone with aspirations of becoming my sister-in-law," Ginny noted wryly, having overheard the conversation while moving from Harry's desk to center stage, "she should know better." "We don't know that she wants to marry either of the twins," Harry admonished her as he strode out onto the stage, taking up a place just behind and to the right of Ginny. "Good evening," Ginny announced. Harry looked out over the crowd, noting that almost every Auror that was not on duty had made a point of attending the class. Unlike the students and professors, he guessed that they were present just as a precaution in the event anything untoward should occur. Even so, he noted that several of the younger Aurors appeared to be exchanging bets in much the same manner as the students. "We'll be starting off," Ginny was saying as she slowly moved away from Harry, "with a short demonstration of unarmed combat between myself and my boyfriend. After I've successfully knocked Harry off his feet and onto his ass, we'll proceed providing Harry's still conscious with short personal evaluations of various students in order to assess your levels of ability." Harry, deciding to ignore her confident remark about knocking him onto his posterior, smiled cheekily and bestowed an overstated bow to Ginny. Giving Harry a smirk that was both playful and dangerous at the same time, Ginny adopted a basic ready stance and asked, "No holds barred, lover?" "No holds barred," Harry confirmed, silently wondering if any medical insurance, for the most part a Muggle concept, covered being beaten to death by one's girlfriend. A second later, Harry was silently wondering when Ginny had become so proficient in martial arts. She exploded towards him even before he had finished speaking, reining in rapid combinations of hand and foot strikes. Harry was immediately on the defensive, retreating and countering the flurry of blows as best he could, which was not easy considering the rapidity with which Ginny was launching her attacks. Ginny quickly backed Harry to the edge of the auditorium stage and seemed to be only moments away from knocking him clean out of the arena. She came at him with the fury of a thunderstorm unleashed, every kick and punch cracking through the air like lightning. Harry stood firm against the onslaught, but it was a considerable effort, requiring him to bring every ounce of his speed and strength to the fore. "Aye, lad," commented Loki in a bemused tone, "you seem to have worked yourself into a corner this time." "You think?" Harry was reacting to Ginny's attacks on an almost instinctual level, his concentration focused more on the task of analyzing her actions and determining the strategy he needed to end their contest. Since Ginny's ire was mostly his own fault, Harry quickly dismissed any idea of using his superior size and strength, realizing that this would only serve to fuel Ginny's temper. In that instant, Ginny sent an inside knife hand strike arcing in from the left, aimed at Harry's collarbone. Ordinarily Harry would have blocked or deflected the strike, but this time he overrode his reflexive response and instead tried something completely unexpected. He lowered his arms, which he had been holding up to protect his head, and took a short step backwards. Ginny's right hand swished past him, missing by only a matter of an inch or two, but leaving the young witch momentarily exposed. Before she could pull back, Harry's hands snapped out and clamped around Ginny's wrist. Pivoting on his heel, Harry heaved and sent his girlfriend flying. Ginny sailed through the air, heading for a hard landing on her back, but somehow managed to flip herself over. With her head tucked close to her chest and her arms and legs pulled tight against her body, Ginny deftly righted her body and uncoiled to alight nimbly on her feet, her bright brown eyes fixed on Harry as her lips curved into a wry smile. "Damn," she said as she straightened, "for a minute there I thought I might just beat you for once." "You're getting better," Harry acknowledged, walking over to her. As he approached, Harry reached up to rub at the corner of his mouth where a trickle of blood was oozing out. This was the result of the only blow Ginny had managed to land, quite early in the fight too. "You almost took my head off once or twice." "It's just a scratch. Nothing serious," Ginny answered playfully, reaching up to tenderly dab away the spot of red. Harry arched an eyebrow at her and observed, "It was awfully close though." "What if you'd really injured me?" Ginny effected an innocent look and asked, "What makes you think I wasn't trying?" "And you were saying something about my being evil?" he asked with a broad grin. Turning to face the body of students and observing professors and Aurors, who were applauding the display, Harry asked out loud. So, ready to begin the evaluations? Naturally, she said with a brisk nod, now that we're warmed up. Who do you want to start with then? He asked. Harry watched with mounting amusement as Ginny's eyes tracked over the waiting students, who had abruptly fallen silent. He tried to stifle the smile when Ginny fixed her eyes upon the still form of Blaise Zabini, whose own smile abruptly faded upon realizing that she was about to volunteer to be first up for evaluation. It's come to our attention that there has been some friendly wagering as to which of the two of us here would win our little sparring contest. Ginny began, keeping her eyes locked on Zabini. She arched one auburn eyebrow almost to her hairline and noted, it has also come to my attention that certain people who should know better decided to bet against me. Blaise swallowed nervously and, without another word on Ginny's part, rose from her seat and stepped out onto the stage. As she passed by Harry, she shot him a glare so cold he thought his fingers would get frostbite, clearly under the assumption that he had informed Ginny of which side she had chosen. Shrugging apologetically, since he had in a way been the reason Ginny knew, Harry watched as Zabini settled opposite Ginny. Let's get this over with, Blaise replied, wagging her fists in Ginny's direction in poor imitation of a boxer. And try not to kill me. Yes, Harry thought with a smile, life at Hogwarts is returning to normal. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Hilary Proteus favored her husband with a sardonic look, as they slowly made their way back to their quarters from the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium. Reluctantly she gave a slight nod and admitted, not from this angle, no. Gregory only shrugged. I suppose teaching your first class is a bit stressful. Stressful, repeated Hilary, staring at him with wide hazel eyes. She quickly collected herself and then remarked, I remember you being as cool as a cucumber the first time you taught. Actually, Gregory admitted in a bashful tone, the first thought on my mind at the time was, I'm doomed. It didn't show, Hilary stated with authority. In fact, you managed to scare most of us half to death. Gregory grinned wolfishly at her, at least I got everyone's attention. Hilary's next retort died in her throat as she spied someone approaching them from over Gregory's shoulder. Gregory, seeing her gaze, turned and visibly tensed at the sight of Professor Snape walking swiftly down the corridor towards them. Both husband and wife, though they would never admit it, were impressed by the sheer vehemence that radiated off the black-robed man. He was practically oozing accidental magic as he approached them, not really walking so much as stalking in a predatory manner. Proteus, he bit out as he came to a halt before them. He shot first Gregory and then Hilary a fiery look that threatened to induce spontaneous combustion in the two defense professors. Both teachers simply raised their eyebrows and met his glare with expressions of polite curiosity, obviously made of sterner stuff than anyone else, who would have been trying their best to escape the potions master's presence. Severus, acknowledged Gregory courteously. The faintest traces of a smile reached his lips as he noted innocently, I see you're feeling better. Indeed, intoned Snape with a remarkable amount of cutting inflection placed on that single word, clearly informing the pair that he knew who was responsible for his lapse in behavior during the day. His black eyes flicked from one Proteus to the other, narrowing fractionally as he continued, as a matter of fact I wished to inform you personally that I am now fully recovered from my distraction and shall be resuming my lessons tomorrow in my usual manner. Hilary managed not to wince in sympathy for those students who had potions the following day. I'm sure the students will be delighted to have you back to your old self, she said diplomatically. No, Snape said, just before he left. They most certainly will not. Ginny, with barely a handful of seconds to spare, rushed into the Gryffindor Quidditch team's changing room. She skidded to an abrupt halt, almost toppling over as she did so, coming to a rest just short of colliding with the 5 members of the team that were already present. The two beaters, Seamus Finnegan and Moira McKay, who were sitting on a wooden bench along one wall, watched her entrance with looks of supreme amusement. Gareth Harriet and Jefferson Hope, her fellow chasers, were obviously relieved by her timely arrival. Harry, the team's captain and seeker, scarcely reacted beyond a slight warming of his bright green eyes. His demeanor always took on a serious aspect when Quidditch was involved, though he admittedly could not refrain from granting his girlfriend a little leeway. Ginny, he greeted her once she had managed to catch her breath. He looked expectantly over her shoulder and asked, "Where's Carmen?" "She overslept a bit, Harry," Ginny offered, pausing as she remembered how difficult her friend had been to rouse that morning. Then, in the silence, the sound of feet pounding rapidly reached their ears, causing Ginny to smile with relief. She met Harry's eyes and could see the amusement coloring them, despite his stern visage. "Here she comes now." Harry nodded as Carmen rushed into the change room, much as Ginny had only moments before, only looking a trifle damp, and crashed into Ginny's back, sending both girls toppling to the floor. With a muffled curse and a feeling of her cheeks blushing a warm pink, Ginny tried to extract herself from her friend's tangled limbs, looking up as she did so to see Harry standing over both of them. "At least you're both eager," he noted drolly, offering a helping hand. "Sorry," apologized Carmen meekly, stumbling to her feet as Harry lifted Ginny up. She repeated the excuse Ginny had give earlier, "I overslept." Harry looked at Ginny with raised eyebrows. Carmen hardly ever overslept and had never been late for a single early morning Quidditch practice, so this admission was an unusual one. However, she was also a notoriously deep sleeper, to the point of being capable of missing a small war going on around her. "How'd you manage to wake her up?" "I used the method Fred and George employ on Ron when he oversleeps," she replied, grinning as they joined the rest of the team by the benches. Harry laughed. "You dumped a bucket of water on her?" Ginny nodded. "It certainly woke her up in a flash." "Don't you mean, in a splash, Mon?" asked Gareth cheekily. The rest of the team groaned, some of them covering their eyes in despair. Gareth, the shaven-headed son of the Jamaican Ministry of Magic's ambassador, was famous amongst the Gryffindors for coming up with slews of bad puns. Carmen, who still had a faint blush in her cheeks, shook her head. "That was awful, Gar," she told him, dropping down next to Seamus and Moira. Gareth smirked at her and pointed out. "Maybe. But better than having actually being woken up in a splash. People, if today's vaudeville routine is finished, could we please get back to the matter at hand?" asked Harry, standing imperiously in front of his team. "Right, Skipper," chorused Carmen and Gareth, immediately settling down. Ginny took her customary seat between Jefferson, Hope and Moira, watching with amusement as Harry began to pace. He moved back and forth for a minute, looking deep in thought, before drawing to a halt and facing them with a serious expression. "Okay, men," he began. "And women," interrupted Moira, crossing her arms and glaring at him. "And women," agreed Harry with a nod. "This is it." Ginny immediately spoke up, mimicking his tone of voice perfectly. "The big one. The one we've all been waiting for." When Harry scowled at her, she simply shrugged her shoulders and explained, "Fred and George told me all about Wood's speeches. The two of them even memorized all of them." "Apparently so have you," he retorted with a smile. He looked at the rest of the team, who were watching with broad grin. Nodding briskly, he said, "All right, let's just go out and show anyone that cares to watch exactly how Quidditch is played." Winter's hold on the Highlands appeared to have finally been broken, and the arrival of spring seemed to be imminent. Only a faint breeze disturbed the air, rustling Dumbledore's long hair as he settled in his seat to watch the first Quidditch match of the new year. A soft cry overhead drew the headmaster's attention to the clear azure sky, where a pair of peregrines circled high above the stadium. Though Dumbledore was not necessarily a superstitious man, not difficult considering he knew Professor Trelawney, he did momentarily find himself wondering if this was not perhaps a portent concerning the outcome of the game which would be starting shortly. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, certainly seemed to think so. "Ah, a good sign that," the diminutive wizard declared, following Dumbledore's gaze. "Forgive me, Phileas, if I rather hope not," Dumbledore replied with a smile. His long-standing loyalty to Gryffindor, which had been his house as a student many years ago, often came to the fore during Quidditch. They were interrupted by the arrival of Severus Snape, who appeared in the teacher's box with his customary swish of black robes. It was immediately obvious to everyone, not just Dumbledore, that Snape was gnashing his teeth for some reason. As the potions master sank into his seat alongside Dumbledore, the reason for his ire appeared in the forms of the defense professors, Gregory and Hilary Proteus. Snape clearly did not appreciate it when the husband and wife pair moved to the seats behind him, though being in the company of the headmaster prevented him from tearing the couple limb from limb. It was close though. Ready to fulfill your part of the bargain, Severus? Asked Gregory, dressed from head to toe in clothes of every possible shade of red. You should never bet when you know you're going to lose, added Hilary, dressed far more sedately, but looking far more animated than her flamboyant husband. Dumbledore swore he could hear Snape's teeth grinding. Gregory repeated, remember our deal, Severus. It was a binding magical contract. Yes, of course, agreed the potions master. Dumbledore thought it likely that he would have been able to roast marshmallows, a muggle sweet the headmaster was rather fond of, under the burning gaze Snape was directing at the two defense professors. Visibly gathering himself, Snape turned his attention back to the game that was about to begin and, with a resigned air, raised one fist into the air and began to cheer in a toneless voice. Go Gryffindor! Go Potter! Yay! And first onto the field is the Ravenclaw team, announced the amplified voice of Blaise Zabini, the game commentator. Led by captain and seeker, Cho Chong, she continued. Ravenclaw is tipped as a possible winner of this year's Quidditch Cup, thanks in no small part to their devastating victories over Hufflepuff and Slytherin last term. Hermione listened to Blaise's commentary with only half an ear, focusing her attention on one particular redhead who was sitting by her side. Ever since he had finally awoke from his coma, Hermione had been keeping a close eye on Ron, some irrational part of her afraid he might disappear into thin air and leave her. At the moment Ron was gazing around the Quidditch stadium with childish abandon, a pair of stylish sunglasses shading his eyes from the bright spring sun. He turned his head to where the Ravenclaw team was marching onto the field, reaching up to tap the single brass button that adorned the eyewear 3 times, thus activating the pair of Omnitical's special functions. Fred and George are going to make a killing with these, he declared happily, clearly delighted by this gift which his brothers had presented him with earlier. Harry had handed over several working Omniticals and complete instructions on their assembly to his business partners at Christmas. Fred and George had been indescribably delighted, their enthusiasm for the new invention overshadowed only by Ron's blessed emergence from his coma and the fact that Blaise Zabini had turned them pink for 3 days. Ron continued to enthuse on the sunglasses. I can't believe Harry managed to think this up all by himself. It must have taken him ages to work it all out. According to Ginny, Hermione told him, he spent most of the summer on them. Brilliant idea, agreed Dennis Creevy, who was sitting on Ron's other side and had overheard their discussion. He had purchased a pair of the new Omniticals himself and was reading through the rather thick user's manual Hermione had insisted the twins include with every purchase. His older brother Colin was next to Dennis, his trusty camera in one hand and a large box of popcorn in the other. Hermione wondered briefly where he had obtained the muggle treat, when he leaned over Dennis and offered, popcorn anyone. You don't have to ask me twice, Ron said eagerly, apparently drawn to the delicious aroma wafting out of the colorfully decorated box. He reached in to grab some of the little white puffs. Actually, Ron, Hermione observed wryly as her boyfriend stuffed the handful of popcorn in his mouth, we very seldom have to ask you the first time. Ron grinned at her while munching noisily, his blue eyes sparkling merrily over the frame of the sunglasses, which he had perched on the tip of his long nose. Elbowing her lightly in the ribs, Ron rubbed his leg against her in playful manner, before slipping an arm around her shoulders and gently pulling her to his side. Hermione cuddled close to him, nuzzling her head into the crook of his shoulder. This is nice, she murmured, I think I could stay like this with you forever. I like that idea, agreed Ron. She wiggled in his embrace, enjoying the feeling of closeness it provided. Still, she could not suppress a small shudder from running through her. So much had changed, particularly for Hermione, during the time Ron had been sleeping. It worried her sometimes, more often than she would likely admit, but she was unsure how to address the issue with her boyfriend. Ron was not, by nature, a calm person and Hermione did not think herself capable of handling one of his legendary tirades. Not after having been on such an emotional rollercoaster ride for the past 5 months. He started yelling at her for whatever reason. What's wrong? Ron asked unexpectedly, pushing his Omniticals up so that they were perched on top of his head as he looked at her with clear concern. Startled, both by the unexpected question and Ron's equally unexpected awareness of her subtle change in mood, Hermione glanced up at him. Swallowing nervously she said, nothing. Ron frowned and shook his head. I'm not buying it. I can feel it. Something is bothering you. Now spill it. I'm sorry, Ron, Hermione said, ducking her head with a mounting feeling of shame. I shouldn't have tried to avoid talking about it for so long. Talk about what? Ron asked, clearly puzzled. Hermione closed her eyes and whispered, I'm afraid. Ron blinked with what felt like total consternation. He was not sure what he had been expecting Hermione to say, but this surprise admission was certainly not it. Afraid of what? He asked. An uncomfortable feeling suddenly began to grow in the pit of his stomach, causing Ron to hesitate and ask uncertainly, Is it me? No, Hermione whispered again, shaking her head. Watching closely, Ron noticed, as she pulled away from him, that she was unconsciously stroking her injured right arm. He had a sudden suspicion as to what was causing this unease in his girlfriend. Hermione, he said tenderly, allowing her to withdraw more fully from him so that she did not feel crowded. He very much wanted to hold her in his arms, but found himself thinking that, at the moment, she needed the space. Nothing that's happened has changed you in any way. You're still the same person you've always been. Again Hermione shook her head, slightly more firmly this time, and choked out, No, I'm not. I can barely cast a spell with my right hand anymore and, even with Harry and Ginny's help, I'm not much better with my left. Ron shook his head in amazement at how Hermione was downplaying her, frankly, amazing progress under Harry and Ginny's tuition. Admittedly, she was not yet at the level she had once been, but she had made a remarkable amount of improvement. So this scares you? He asked, trying to understand her reasoning. No, Hermione admitted, dropping her chin to her chest and staring at the floor in despair. I'm scared that you can't love me like this. Because I'm broken. Ron's breath caught in his throat as he looked at his girlfriend in dismay. To his complete amazement, and he struggled against it, Ron could feel the prickle of tears stinging the back of his eyes. He reached out to grab Hermione by her arm, making sure to grip her stronger left arm. With all the sincerity he could muster, he told her, My own, you're not broken. Not in any way that counts. Until this moment, Ron had not truly understood how difficult Hermione was finding her current condition, but now he felt the comprehension blossoming within him. He realized suddenly how very fragile his girlfriend must have been feeling, regardless of how much of a stiff upper lip she presented to the world at all times. Seeing that Hermione was shaking her head and refusing to lift her eyes to meet his, Ron released her arm and reached up to cup her chin. Gently he lifted her head up so that he could look into her face, distressed at the sight of glistening tears on her cheeks. Using his thumbs, Ron lovingly rubbed away the damp streaks and tilted Hermione's head until her eyes met his. She looked at him uncertainly, as if unconvinced that Ron was being truthful. He smiled supportively at her, seeing the fear and uncertainty in her glistening eyes. Inspiration struck him then, as it often did when he found himself gazing at Hermione. I was in a coma for 4 months, my own, he told her, trying to get his point across in a different manner. It's been nearly a month since I woke up and I'm still not back to how I was. Even if I was physically fit, I'm still different here, he tapped at his temple. I think and react differently from how I used to before I was hurt. Chances are, I'll be like this for the rest of our lives. I'm also different, also damaged, also broken. In a way, does that mean you'll stop loving me? Hermione looked at him with startled eyes. I will never stop loving you, Ron, she told him in her best authoritative voice. He smiled and caressed her cheek. And I'll never stop loving you. She was silent for a long time, considering his words as she looked at her hands which were resting on her lap. Finally she looked up at him, a pensive expression replacing the vulnerable one, and said, You have changed. You never spoke to me, or Harry, like this before. No, I probably wouldn't have, at least not as calmly, he agreed readily. He slipped his hands from her face and picked up her hands, holding them up between them. I've never been much for introspection, Hermione. I'm usually the one that jumps in without checking the water level, if Harry doesn't beat me to it. But being in a coma for so long, it forced me to examine my life, to try and understand why I do the things I do. It's been anything but easy getting used to the changes, but I think it's helped me become a better person. Still as talkative as ever though, interrupted Hermione, rising out of her seat to engulf Ron in a fierce hug. She pulled him close to her and whispered in his ear, her soft voice thick with emotion, "Thank you, Ron." Ron was blushing furiously by the time she released him, terribly aware that quite a few pairs of Gryffindor eyes were watching curiously. He glared at Hermione. "Not a problem, but when did you become such an advocate of public displays of affection?" "Ever since I discovered it embarrasses you," Hermione responded with a grin. Hermione was obviously trying not to laugh at the expression which crossed his face, despite Ron's best efforts to conceal it. Ginny watched with alarm as Seamus superimposed himself between Harry and an onrushing bludger, shielding their captain and seeker with his very body. Harry, seemingly oblivious to the danger, continued his dive for the golden snitch. Only Ginny was aware that the Gryffindor seeker was silently cursing at Seamus for being a damn fool martyr. Harry had no problem with either of the team's beaters putting their bodies on the line for one of their teammates, unless it was him that they were protecting. It was not that Harry did not appreciate the gesture. It was simply that he was, and always would be, more concerned about the safety and well-being of others than he was himself. This was especially true since, while he did not actively court trouble, it had the uncanny ability of find him regardless of the situation. Then, in that moment, everything seemed to happen at once. Harry swooped down on a collision course with the pitch, his robes whipping about in the wind of his acceleration. Both hands firmly grasped the handle of his firebolt, keeping the sensitive broom steady and on course. The jet-black bludger rammed into Seamus' side with a dull thump, knocking the young Irish wizard clear off his broom. He seemed to hang suspended in midair for a timeless moment before falling to the ground. Across the field, where she had until then been busy assaulting one of the Ravenclaw chasers, Moira turned on her broom just in time to see her boyfriend drop from his broom. Her eyes grew wide as she took off towards him, even though she would never reach him in time. Cho Chang, having spotted the snitch not long after Harry, pulled out of her own dive. There was no way her aging Comet 260 could catch Harry's firebolt, and she clearly had no desire to plow headfirst into the ground. Dropping towards the pitch considerably faster than Seamus was, Harry released one hand from its position on the handle. His arm swung back in preparation to snap forward like a striking cobra when the snitch was close enough. Seamus, to whom it must have seemed as if the ground were rising up to meet him, twisted and turned as he fell. It looked about as graceful as an anvil dropped from the astronomy tower, and did nothing to slow his descent. The Ravenclaw chasers took advantage of the Gryffindor team's distraction. Padma Patil had just been handed the quaffle from Ellie Sattler, the chaser Moira had been harassing, and passed it to Tim Murphy, who slipped the red ball through a hoop. Carmen, who had been watching Seamus plummet, bit off a curse when she realized that she had allowed the Ravenclaws to score a goal. This brought the points to 60 each, which meant that Gryffindor would have to beat Hufflepuff by a substantial margin to win the cup this year. Harry rolled out of his dive, so close that the grass on the pitch stained the color of his robes, and reached out with his right hand. At the same time he righted himself from his low-leaning position on the firebolt, slowing the broom to a halt. Not far from where Harry came to rest, the snitch held high above his head in triumph, Seamus Finnegan crashed hard on the unforgiving surface of the pitch. Even from where she was hovering on her broom, Ginny could hear a distinct snap. Circling high above, Madame Hooch raised her whistle to her lips and blew resoundingly, signaling the end of the match. On the opposite end of the field, in the commentator's box, Blaise Zabini was announcing that Harry had caught the snitch and tallied up the final score. It was end of what had been an exceptionally tough match. Ginny, oddly enough, was the first to reach Seamus. Moira had almost collided with Jefferson as she barreled to where Seamus landed and was forced to swerve and loop around. She was cursing loudly and yelling for Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, Harry, Ginny, and even Merlin should he ever prove available to rush to Seamus' side and help save his life. This last bit seemed a bit premature to Ginny, who immediately saw that Seamus' life would only become threatened when Moira realized that he was going to be just fine. She carefully deposited her broom nearby and knelt beside her teammate, who was struggling to sit himself up. "Is he okay, Gin?" Harry asked as he jogged over to them. Ginny nodded her head. "He'll live. Though I don't know for how long once Moira gets hold of him." That did not go according to plan, Seamus grunted as Ginny placed a steadying hand on his shoulder and helped him into an upright position. He was holding his left arm close to his chest and had to visibly bite off a cry of pain when Ginny took him by the wrist and extended the broken limb out. He winced as she shifted the arm for a better look and gasped, "I think it's broken." "Moira is not going to be happy," was the first thought that struck Ginny as she saw a ragged and bloody tear with a sharp edge of white bone protruding. Thanks to having been joined to the order, she had a reasonable knowledge of healing minor injuries such as this, so Ginny quickly went to work. "Fractured ulna from the look of it," diagnosed Miko softly. "From the look of it," concurred Heracles dryly. It was Osiris that noted, "I'd say he's torn something in his wrist as well, a sprain at the very least. He must have tried to catch himself with that arm as he hit the ground." "Yeah, it's broken," Seamus muttered, mostly to himself, when he caught his first glimpse of the bleeding wound. The sight of the red and stark white seemed to make him queasy, for he began to sway uncertainly where he was sitting. "This will probably hurt a little," Ginny warned him just as Harry and Moira reached them. Seamus met her eyes, his own slightly glazed over in pain. "It already does." Ginny gave him no warning and, with a practiced ease, snapped the bone back into place. The resounding click of it returning to its proper position seemed almost as loud as the initial break had. She looked up to see Seamus' face go white, as did Moira's, who was now kneeling on the swaying boy's other side. "Oh my God, Seamus," the third year gasped, reaching out to grab hold of his unbroken arm's hand. She looked at the other, now blood-soaked, arm and asked, "Are ye Alri?" Seamus looked at her incredulously and said, "Fine. Didn't hurt a bit. Ow." Moira let her steel-gray eyes bore a hole into Seamus' head with a look that could inspire nightmares in someone faint of heart. It was not so much the look itself that accomplished this, but rather the implied threat of what could happen later if Moira's legendary temper was not mollified. The sandy-haired boy gulped around his pain. "I guess you're pretty angry with me, huh?" "Angry? Isn't th. Word uilb, Usin," Moira warned, her brogue much thicker than normal. The tone of her voice made Ginny rise to her feet and move to join Harry. The two watched the young witch with bemusement as she proceeded to harangue Seamus in vivid soundly Gaelic. "I have a feeling Seamus is never going to save your life like that again," Ginny noted as she slipped an arm around Harry's waist. Harry shook his head and draped an arm over her shoulders. "I don't doubt it, though it was hardly my life he was saving when he pulled that stunt." In either case, commented a dry voice, "I certain that young Mr. Finnegan will not have the slightest clue what hit him by the time that lass is through with him." Sirius watched silently as the Quidditch pitch slowly emptied of spectators and players, leaving him alone with his godson. The Gryffindors had departed the pitch after splitting almost equally, half moving to escort Seamus Finnegan to the hospital wing, and the other half heading back to their dormitories to celebrate their victory. The last to leave had been Ginny, Hermione and Ron, who left in the company of Remus Lupin. Harry had remained, promising to join them after lunch. In the meanwhile he would be staying behind to speak with Sirius, who had asked Remus to convey the convict's desire to talk. He and Remus had been busy in traveling from Paris, where they had just finished confirmed that Voldemort was gathering a force of vampires, to Dublin over the period of Christmas when Hogwarts had been attacked by something. Sirius was still not very clear on what exactly had happened, but he did know one undisputed fact. Harry had spoken, civilly at that, with Lucius Malfoy. The first letter had been from Hermione, written in an unsteady and spidery scrawl that was a far cry from her once meticulous script. Still, considering her had been entirely unable to write with her left hand, her progress was truly remarkable. The next letter had been from Ginny, sounding rather more concerned for Harry's well-being than Sirius had come to expect from the normally composed young witch. She had gone more into detail about Harry's battle with the shadow creatures Draco Malfoy had sent against them than Harry's encounter with Lucius, but there had been a mention of it. Dumbledore had also reported, via a note delivered by Fawkes, that Harry had apparently entered into some sort of deal with Malfoy, and by proxy Voldemort, though he did not go into any detail about what that deal entailed. It had been, surprisingly enough, the last letter that spurred Sirius and his werewolf companion into making a brief stopover at Hogwarts before carrying on to Dublin. It had been a scathing and very insulting letter insulting both Harry and Sirius, often in one sentence, and had been written by none other than Severus Snape. The fact that Snape felt a need to speak with Sirius about Harry was clearly an indication of the severity of the situation. Damn it, Harry! Sirius all but roared as he changed back into his human form once Harry gave the all clear. He rounded on his godson with a furious expression. What in hell's bells do you think you're doing, forming an alliance with Voldemort? The thing that killed your parents. Good to see you too, Sirius, greeted Harry sarcastically. This isn't time for jokes, Harry, Sirius snapped angrily. I wasn't aware I had made any, replied Harry with the strange calmness he had developed since being selected to join the Order of the Phoenix. A faint and displeased scowl marred his brow as he continued, nor have I formed an alliance with Voldemort. I will never do anything like that. Ever. Sirius took a deep, calming breath which had little effect and asked, then what the devil are you playing at? A truce. Harry shook his head firmly. No, not a truce either. He had begun to pace to and fro in front of Sirius, hands clasped together and resting by the small of his back. At best, a temporary ceasefire. At worst, a trap waiting to be sprung. Then why'd you accept? Sirius asked, completely baffled. I simply don't see that we have any alternative. It's a choice between the lesser of two evils, Harry explained patiently. He stopped pacing and ran a hand through his hair. Voldemort may be more dangerous in the long run, but Malfoy could kill us all long before then if he's not stopped. Draco's that dangerous. Harry grimaced unhappily. Right now he makes Voldemort look like a squib. Sirius blinked and, once the enormity of that statement sank in, swallowed. That bad. Probably worse, Harry sighed. I don't like it, asserted Sirius. No more than I or anyone else does, concurred Harry. He sighed again and almost nervously ran his hands through his hair and reluctantly admitted, still, there are one or two positive aspects about the situation. Sirius arched a wry eyebrow. I'm obviously very dense today, because I certainly can't see any. Harry's response was simple and caught Sirius' attention fully. Wormtail. What about him? He asked, eyes narrowing in distaste and anger as his thoughts immediately drifted to his one-time friend. He's the condition I demanded before accepting Voldemort's proposal, Harry said blandly. Sirius absorbed that for a moment. Then the true meaning of Harry's words hit him. Simply put, Sirius was rocked beyond words. He did not say anything because he could not bring his mind into focus as he just stared at Harry in disbelief. Finally he opened his mouth, a myriad questions suddenly filling his mind, but only managed to ask one, the first that occurred to him. And he agree? I don't know that Pettigrew will agree, answered Harry, shrugging, but if Voldemort really wants us to hold off our efforts against him. Sirius refused to allow the sliver of hope that had formed within his chest to grow, quickly walling it off and sealing it away. He regarded his godson for a moment and asked warily, how do you know he'll keep his word? Harry smiled humorlessly and said with calm certainty. He won't. Have I said how much I don't like this? Yes, confirmed Harry, smiling properly now. The smile dimmed slighted and then he continued in a low, pleading voice, I'm asking you to trust me on this, Sirius. Sirius wanted to do anything but leave this matter to Harry's judgment. He wanted to shout and scream and yell at the young wizard, to tell him that he was still just a child and should not try and meddle in the affairs of adults. He wanted to deny that the boy he thought of as a son was actually more involved in matters of the war than anyone else, even Dumbledore in a way. He sighed, nodded in reluctant acceptance before offering a warning. All right, but don't turn your back on him, Harry. If you do, you just might find a knife lodged between your shoulders. Harry's smile was once again a humorless one as he nodded. That's the only thing about this mess that I am absolutely sure about. Harry waited for Sirius to go into Hogwarts alone, as Padfoot of course, to join up with Remus and the others before slipping past the now empty stands on the far side of the Quidditch pitch. He stealthily crept along until he was almost at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a pair of magical auras had caught his attention earlier. Well, what did they say when you spoke to them? He immediately recognized the voice, just as he had recognized the feel of her aura, which was one of the strongest in the school. Harry cautiously peered around the tree he was hiding behind and confirmed his suspicions. The two defense against the dark arts professors were standing in the shadows just within the borders of the forest. He had seen them when the match had begun, sitting in the staff box and apparently having a great deal of fun at Snape's expense. He could not, however, recall seeing them after the game had finished. Obviously they, or rather Gregory, had been busy meeting with someone within the forest. Gregory, still dressing in bright red robes and clothes, shook his head ruefully before answering his wife, "Just that Mars is bright and the evening star moves swiftly." Hilary quirked an eyebrow. "What the devil does that mean?" "Damned if I know," confessed the wizard with a shrug. "You have a better chance of finding corners on a circle than you do of getting a straight answer out of that lot." In any case, I'm guessing they agreed. "How do you manage it?" she asked. This time a broad smile split Gregory's face. "I told them they had to do it because they had already done it." Hilary looked at him incredulously and asked, "And that actually worked?" Harry decided that he had heard enough for the time being, especially as the pair of older magicians began to leave the secluded confines of the forest and walk back to the castle. He slipped silently into the shadows that had been hiding them earlier. He could not make any firm decision about the Proteus, since he had not managed to catch all of their conversation. Still, what he had overheard provided more than a little food for thought. Until now he had been of the opinion that the husband and wife team were on the same side as he, Ginny and the others, if only being a trifle eccentric. Now he wasn't so sure. "So, how much of that did he overhear?" asked Hilary, watching out the corner of her eyes as Harry melted into the shadows. Gregory smiled, not bothering to look where their spectator was stealthily making his way back to the castle, carefully avoiding them. "Just enough to make me suspicious." The alarm blared with deafening intensity, its undulating wail deep, clear and penetrating as it sounded through every corner of Hogwarts. The teachers and students paused in their conversation over lunch, listening to the sound, which signaled a possible attack on the school. After half a minute the siren call trailed off, allowing a booming voice to begin speaking. "Hogwarts is under imminent attack. Death Eaters are approaching from the north, through the Forbidden Forest," the magically amplified voice of Harry Potter declared. His sharp and precise words sparked everyone into action, even as he continued to announce the evacuation procedures that had been formulated after a similar attack the previous year. "All students are to gather in the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium. Staff members and prefects are to act as escorts, making sure everyone proceeds in a quick and orderly manner. All available Aurors are to make a sweep of the corridors and classrooms, ensuring that there are no stragglers. Death Eater penetration onto Hogwarts grounds is estimated at 22 minutes, picked up Ginny's voice, not as deep as Harry's but carrying just as clearly. Outer perimeter defenses will be activated in 10 minutes. All shield barriers will be raised and locked down in 15 minutes. Situation Room will begin descent in 20 minutes. Ron and Hermione were the first out of the Great Hall, already hurrying to the nearest staircase leading up to the third floor. They had sprung into action the moment the first blaring of the siren had begun and were well out of the hall, their lunch half-eaten and forgotten, by the time it ended. As they hurried to their destination, taking the steps 2 or 3 at a time, Hermione glanced over at Ron. Her boyfriend had been caught in mid-sip when the alarm sounded and as a result the front of his light blue shirt was stained with spilt pumpkin juice. Ron did not appear to notice or care about his soggy condition. He was far too focused on reaching the Situation Room to be bothered by minor details like that. "You know who would attack on Valentine's Day," he huffed as they reached the top of the stairs and immediately turned to run down the corridor leading to what had once been Fluffy's lair. Hermione was too busy trying to ignore the stitch developing in her side to answer with more than an inarticulate grunt. Reaching the large spiral staircase leading down to the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium, Ron and Hermione quickly began to descend. Ron, who was leading, looked over his shoulder as they hurried down and asked, "Last year it was during our Quidditch match with Ravenclaw. Do you think he'll do something similar next year? Just keep running," Hermione panted, releasing her grip on the rail when they reached the bottom of the staircase. Twisting hard on her heel, almost tripping over her own feet in the process, she proceeded to hurry across the small entry hall and through the center pair of huge oak doors that opened into the auditorium. Bursting into the Situation Room, As it was designated during a crisis, Hermione and Ron sprinted down the middle aisle to the wide stage. Harry and Ginny were waiting patiently in the center of the stage, the situation map glowing at their feet. As they tumbled onto the stage, Harry glanced down at his wristwatch, which Ginny had given to him the previous Christmas. He looked approvingly over to Ginny and noted, 3 minutes, 7 seconds. Faster than last time, agreed Ginny, scribbling the time onto a piece of parchment she held in her hand. She twitched an eyebrow in his direction. Of course, they were only in the Great Hall this time, not in Gryffindor Tower. It is closer, Harry acknowledged easily, turning to smile at Ron and Hermione as they joined Ginny and him. By this time Hermione had caught on to what was happening, or rather what was not happening, and was thoroughly annoyed with her friends. She was not shy about displaying her annoyance either. Placing both hands on her hips and glaring up at Harry through the messy tangle of her hair, which had fallen into disarray during their mad rush to the Situation Room, Hermione scowled at him and demanded evenly, "This is just a drill." Ron, who was bent over double and gasping for breath, looked up just as Harry and Ginny grinned impishly, thereby confirming Hermione's accusation. He shook his head. "If, Myone and I don't kill you, the rest of the school will." "You interrupted lunch. Why on earth didn't you tell us?" asked Hermione, still glaring at them. "If we'd told you," replied Ginny mildly, "it wouldn't have been much of a surprise evacuation drill." "Besides," Harry continued, "we told Dumbledore and Idaho this morning, during breakfast. They were the ones that approved the drill." Hermione shook her head and muttered, "I was busy finishing up on the Transfiguration essay Professor McGonagall gave us last week. Now I'll never have enough time to make it perfect." Harry offered the bushy-haired young witch a mischievous look. "You should never actually manage to achieve perfection, Hermione. What else would there be for you to aim for, if you ever did?" "Maintaining that perfection," answered Hermione, as though it were perfectly obvious. "But true perfection wouldn't need to be maintained," teased Ginny impishly. Hermione blinked in consternation. She scowled slightly as she considered this idea. Finally she settled for folding her arms across her chest and giving her friends a disgruntled look as they unsuccessfully tried to stifle their smiles. By now the first of the other students were beginning to hurry into the auditorium, their excited and sometimes worried chatter filling the air. Harry and Ginny quickly convinced Ron to start acting the part of examining the situation map, with Hermione watching closely over his shoulder. The minutes seemed to pass interminably, either lasting no time at all or stretching on for what felt like an eternity. Harry, who was observing the filling auditorium keenly, would occasionally call out a time for Ginny to jot down. Finally the 3 entrances into the room swung shut with a reverberating boom, signaling everyone had retreated into the safety of the Situation Room and that the drill was now concluded. 18 minutes, 22 seconds, announced Harry once a modicum of impatient silence had settled over the waiting students. He smiled with quiet satisfaction and added, "An improvement of nearly a minute and a half since the drill we held last month. Congratulations." "What?" bellowed Snape, looking distinctly displeased. Professor Dumbledore, who was standing where the 4 heads of house were grouped, placed a calming hand on the potions master's shoulder. He shook his head slightly before releasing Snape and moving down to join Harry, Ginny, Hermione and Ron on the stage. Following right behind the headmaster was Duncan Idaho, the senior Auror stationed at the school. "How did it go?" asked Harry once the 2 wizards had reached them. "The usual mix of blind panic and excitement," admitted Idaho, a touch of annoyance creeping into his usually even voice. "Almost the same as last time we held a drill. Despite the improved time getting here, there was little improvement in the organization of it." "What the foo, Ron!" exclaimed Hermione, appalled, cutting him off. All eyes immediately turned to the young wizard, who was standing over the section of the map representing the lake. He had been peering intently at something on the map, but looked up at when Hermione's yell registered. He had the good grace to blush fiercely upon realizing what he had just said and in whose presence. Dumbledore, rather than being angered by the severity of Ron's curse, actually seemed somewhat amused though still bore himself in a stern manner. He pushed his spectacles up the length of his crooked nose and asked, "Ronald?" Ron looked up at them all, surprise etched on his face. "It's Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. You know, I've been thinking, Ginny began as they apparated into the Great Hall. Now I'm worried, Harry interjected, looking far less serious than Ginny felt the situation warranted. Ginny bit off her sharp retort as Dumbledore, the Proteuses, Idaho and half a dozen Aurors used their portkey bracelets to transport themselves out of the now secured Situation Room. Their arrival coincided with Lucius Malfoy's own entry into the Great Hall. The Malfoy patriarch looked as well-groomed and disdainfully aristocratic as he always had, even before becoming a fugitive. His black silk and velvet robes were perfectly tailored and pressed, swirling out behind him as he strode down the center of the hall to meet them. "Snotty git," muttered Ginny, who was glaring balefully at Lucius as he approached. "Calm yourself, Virginia," said Dumbledore, moving to stand between her and Harry, placing a kindly hand on each of their shoulders. He smiled in the calm and unassuming manner that was so uniquely his, though Ginny noticed that it was not mirrored in his watchful eyes. "Just because he's the enemy does not mean we have to be rude." Gregory Proteus, who was standing just behind the headmaster, nodded in agreement and added solemnly, "Besides, he'll be getting his just desserts before the day is out." Dumbledore shot the younger wizard a sharp look just as Hilary, his wife, jabbed him in the ribs with an elbow and whispered, "Don't give them any ideas." Gregory raised his hands in appeasement, taking a judicious step back from the group as Lucius stepped up directly in front of them. His cold gray eyes flicked briefly over Gregory and Hilary, who he had obviously not encountered before. With a subtle sneer he visibly dismissed them both of having any importance and turned his attention solely upon Harry. "Potter," he acknowledged with a minuscule tip of his head. "Malfoy," responded Harry with an equally small nod of greeting. Lucius finally recognized the remainder of Harry's companions, this time not curbing his sneer when his glance slid past Ginny. He focused upon Idaho for several seconds, appraising the man, before matching his cold stare against Dumbledore's. Ginny, who was watching the Death Eater closely, could not see the headmaster's response, but was easily able to feel the gathering of Dumbledore's magic. Clearly Lucius' disrespectful comportment was not sitting well with the venerable wizard. Harry cleared his throat, somewhat impatiently Ginny thought, and drew Lucius' attention back to him. He tilted his head to one side and asked, "I assume you're here for a reason and not a social call." "Hardly a social call, Potter," Lucius snarled, clearly displeased with the situation. He turned to one side, presenting his profile for inspection, and continued, "My lord has seen fit to grant your request. He is willing to hand over Pettigrew in exchange for your assistance in the final dispersion of the Well of Shadows. The original agreement was only that we would not actively move against him," Harry immediately replied, his tone clipped. Lucius visibly clenched his teeth, a flush of pink spreading across his pale cheeks, before responding in an equally clipped manner. "Lord Voldemort will never give something for nothing, even if it is Pettigrew's paltry contribution to his cause. If you want more out of this agreement than simply staying out of each other's way, then you'd best be prepared to contribute more. You will actively aid in removing the threat posed by the well, or these negotiations are over." "That pompous, arrogant," Ginny began, feeling her blood pressure begin to rise. "Calm down, Gin," Harry told her, surreptitiously reaching out to take her hand. "We were expecting something like this, remember?" Ginny managed to suppress her need to punch Lucius lights out and nodded, "Yeah, but it still goes against the grain." Harry smiled darkly and asked, "Why do you believe we would aid in removing the threat? Especially when Draco's efforts are curtailing your own little raids quite nicely." "Don't try to play me for a fool, Potter," Lucius snapped, resentment of some sort flashing in his steely gray eyes. "You are fully aware that practically all of the incursions since December have been solely the work of the Well of Shadows." "Yes," agreed Idaho, barging into the discussion. He smirked at Lucius, who was glaring wands and killing curses at the dark-haired Chief Auror, and added, "We noticed the most recent attacks have been far more efficient than any you Death Eaters tried to stage. Unlike you amateurs, Draco never leaves any survivors." Lucius turned away from Idaho with an audible exhalation and said coldly, "That is what the Well of Shadows was created for." Dumbledore shifted his stance and said mildly, "I find it curious, Lucius, that you have not once called your son by name." "My son is not an issue here," Lucius said shortly. An expression crossed his eyes, one that Ginny couldn't quite identify before it was gone. Plausible deniability. Lucius? Asked Harry. When the Death Eater failed to react to the words, undoubtedly because he was unfamiliar with the Muggle saying, Harry elaborated, it means you've washed your hands of the matter. You're no longer acknowledging that the entire situation is your own damned fault. Ginny could tell this had struck a chord in the Death Eater by the way Lucius' jaw clenched and unclenched, not to mention how his back stiffened until it was almost painfully straight. For her own part, Ginny felt a shiver lightly tickle its way up her spine, though she could think of no reason why she should respond to Harry needling Lucius in such a way. The situation certainly did not warrant such a reaction from her. After taking a good many moments to compose himself, Lucius practically growled, I am here to discuss Lord Voldemort's gracious offer to cease open hostilities and transfer into your custody Peter Pettigrew in exchange for your cooperation in dispersing the Well of Shadows. No more. Now, do you accept my lord's proposal, or not? Harry made an act of pausing to consider. Anyone would have thought he was giving the matter all the due deliberation it required. Ginny was the only person present who could hear and feel the low bubbling train of his real thoughts, and the fact that he was simply being dramatic. You should have been an actor. Love, she told him, hiding her smile. I'm the boy who lived. Being a celebrity teaches you how to act, he answered, keeping his face carefully neutral. Ginny shivered involuntarily and again wondered at the reason. Harry was easily capable of making her shiver, but the tone of his thoughts at the moment was not one that normally generated such a response from her. It was just that at that moment an inexplicable, though oddly familiar chill had run through her. In fact, she noted with some puzzlement, she was not the only one. Idaho, standing beside her, had crossed his arms. It did not seem significant at first, but then Ginny saw that he was surreptitiously rubbing his hands over his biceps. Accepting Voldemort's proposal would seem a prudent course of action, Harry finally admitted. He then looked Lucius levelly in the eyes and added, however, I retain the belief that such easy acceptance would be dangerous. Rejecting my lord's offer is even more dangerous, Lucius replied, not bothering to even lightly veil the threat. Harry suddenly shivered. Lucius immediately noticed the action and quickly tried to take advantage of it. Perhaps it is merely that you are, as I have always maintained, a mere boy. Hardly capable on any level to make such adult decisions, in fear of overstepping your bounds. Hardly, replied Harry, his eyes narrowing. Ginny could feel a low anger beginning to boil within her boyfriend. Then she noticed that several of the half a dozen Aurors stationed around the Great Hall were also shivering, acting as if it were far colder than Ginny knew it to be. What the devil is going on here? She wondered. Then why do you tremble, Potter? Lucius asked silkily. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he voiced his opinion. It looks very much like fear to me. Idaho interrupted, angrily defending Harry. And you would know, wouldn't you? Lucius lazily waved a dismissive hand. I have seen it in the eyes of many. Satisfaction suffused Ginny when Lucius' voice abruptly trailed off. His eyes grew wide and a slight tremble ran up his black-clad frame. Her pleasure in seeing the Death Eater suffer from the same mysterious affliction was short-lived, however, as another chill seemed to embrace her. Harry, this is Ron. Can you hear me? Harry frowned and reached for the portkey bracelet he was wearing. Neither he nor Ginny required the specialized portkeys to move about Hogwarts while its defenses were engaged, but the bracelets doubled as communication devices. Pressing down on one of the 10 numbered studs, arrayed on the back of the thick bracelets, Harry answered the call. Loud and clear, Ron, he said. What is it? Something strange is going on, Harry, Ron's disembodied voice answered. Hermione's voice then spoke up. The situation map has gone fuzzy. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was the same as static on a Muggle television, as if something were interfering with its operation. Ron then asked, do you think it could be that Git, Malfoy? It's not Lucius, answered Harry, shooting the man in question an appraising glance. He shook his head and asked, how much of the map is affected? All of it, or just around the castle? All of it, I'm afraid, confirmed Hermione's voice. In fact, I think it's getting worse. Pretty soon we won't even be able to make heads or tails of anything on it. As it is, we're already having trouble reading the dots. Harry looked towards Lucius again, a peculiar expression forming on his face, and slowly nodded. He glanced over at Ginny, his face and eyes conveying his realization more easily than any words or thoughts he might form. Ginny immediately understood, and suddenly the cause of the faint chill permeating her being became very clear. Draco. Ron Weasley found himself faced with an odd quandary. One large part of him was currently crying out for him to leave the safety of the Situation Room, to use his portkey bracelet to deploy up to the Great Hall. Once that was accomplished, he felt the overwhelming desire to seek out Draco Malfoy and kill the smarmy bugger. As painfully and slowly as possible, in retribution for all the harm he had inflicted upon Ron, his family, and especially Hermione. Another equally large part of him, however, was well aware that only Harry and Ginny possessed the abilities needed to confront Draco. It cautioned him to do his best to remain calm and, even if he wasn't a prefect, try to maintain that calm which also existed in the rest of the students now sheltered in the Situation Room, deep beneath Hogwarts. Then, annoyingly, there was one small part that was screaming in mortal terror at the prospect of coming face to face with the monster that had put Ron in a coma for 4 months. The Situation Room has been lowered into its secure position, he reported, pressing down on the principal stud on his portkey bracelet. He glanced over to the other side of the stage where Gurney Halleck, Idaho's second-in-command, was organizing the rest of the Aurors for their deployment along the school's battlements. Halleck should be sending up the first squad of Aurors any second now. He already has. Thanks, Ron, confirmed Harry's voice over the link established by the bracelets he, Ron, and the others were wearing. Hermione, who had been examining the situation map, came to stand next to Ron. She silently slipped her injured right arm around his waist, a sign of her nervousness. Harry, she reported, using Ron's bracelet rather than her own, the map is completely out of focus now. We can't read anything. The lines are so badly blurred. It was Ginny that answered. That shouldn't be a problem, Hermione. We've moved up onto the walls and, trust me, there's no way we could miss Draco's approach. What's it look like? Ron asked curiously, silently cursing that yet again he would not be able to see the battle transpiring high above them. He felt just as helpless now as he had the first time he had overseen a battle using the situation map, on the Ides of March the previous year. Hell on earth, was Harry's bland response, and it's coming our way. Really? Interrupted a voice Ron recognized as belonging to Victor, one of the younger Aurors stationed at Hogwarts. He continued to say, I think it looks more, like Bugs Bunny digging on steroids, and he forgot that left turn at Albuquerque again. It was only Hermione that seemed to understand the bizarre statement, undoubtedly because of her Muggle upbringing, and she shook her head. Sighing, she pulled away from Ron and activated her own bracelet to tell him, Vic, you scare me sometimes. Ron noticed that Halleck had finished arranging his Aurors and that they had all portkeyed up to the Great Hall. Most of the staff had also left to join in the defense of the school, with the exception of McGonagall, Hagrid, Vector, and unfortunately Trelawney. He reported as much to Harry and added, I think some of the older students, including Moira, want to join you up there. What should we tell them? Absolutely not, Mr. Weasley, announced McGonagall. The deputy headmistress, having deployed the remaining 3 teachers around the perimeter of the auditorium, had walked out onto the stage to join Ron and Hermione. I'm afraid Professor McGonagall is correct, Ronald, confirmed Dumbledore's authoritative voice. Apparently the headmaster had also been listening in on the conversation between the only 4 students participating in the proceedings. According to Harry and Virginia, dispersing the Well of Shadows has great potential for magical backlashes. I do not want to needlessly risk any of the students should the situation get out of hand. Understood, sir. Ron agreed. He paused and asked falteringly, since the situation map is not working, may Hermione and I join you? Harry's voice was unexpectedly tense as he answered, I'm afraid not, Ron. From the look of things, Draco's not quite as inexperienced in the art of war as we originally thought. McGonagall frowned and asked, what do you mean by that, Mr. Potter? He's raised some kind of anti-portkey ward around the school. Ginny and I only felt it being formed a minute ago. It's a strong one too, even more powerful than the one I put in place last year. I doubt that even the specialized portkeys we have for evacuation and deployment will be able to slip through. In other words, nobody's leaving this party until either Draco or the rest of us are dead, summed up Ginny succinctly. Miss Granger, directed McGonagall, turning to Hermione. Assemble a dozen students, a mix of first and seventh years if you can. Give them one of the evacuation portkeys and test if Mr. Potter and Miss Weasley's suspicions are correct. Hermione nodded and strode off the stage, pointing out students as she spotted them. Ron glanced to the back of the auditorium where the cabinets holding the portkeys, in the form of Muggle hula hoops, were arranged. If the specially built portkeys, which were designed for a one-way trip to the Auror headquarters at the Ministry, were not working, it meant that everyone inside the Situation Room was effectively trapped beneath the school. Shaking his head, he considered the thick bracelet on his wrist. A thought occurred to him and he asked, Harry, Ginny, do you think whatever it is Draco's doing, it'll affect our communications? We don't know for sure, replied Ginny. We certainly hope not. I think he's nearly here, Harry announced with remarkable calmness. Hold the fort while we're away, Ron. With luck this won't take long. Ron shared a look with Professor McGonagall and asked, and without luck? I suggest you prepare yourself, Lucius, Harry told the elder Malfoy. Your son will be arriving shortly and I think he will wish to speak with you. I don't think that would be a prudent move on my part, answered Lucius, his mounting nervousness clearly visible as they stood on the castle ramparts. The silver-haired wizard was clearly apprehensive about the upcoming confrontation, unable to escape from facing it as he had the similar situation over Christmas. Draco's anti-portkey ward had disabled his personal portkey as well as all the others, stranding him at Hogwarts for the duration of what was to come. Lucius winced at the admission, but was able to state in a reasonably level voice, I am man enough to admit that Draco is likely to be displeased with my role in his transformation into the Well of Shadows. Harry nodded in acquiescence to this observation and said, True, he might even kill you. Lucius turned to face him and asked, Then why should I accompany you? Because if you don't, replied Harry blandly, I will kill you. Ignoring the dumbstruck expression that had suddenly formed upon Lucius' face, Harry turned away from the Death Eater and strode along the battlements to where Ginny, Dumbledore and Idaho were grouped. He nodded briefly to both men, before moving to stand at Ginny's side, making sure to be just close enough that their shoulders could brush together. This time it was not a drill, nor was it simply a matter of facing down whatever twisted creatures Draco was sending to try and test their defenses. This was going to be an encounter that would almost certainly leave at least one of the participants dead. Not quite the bright, sunshine-filled day this morning started out as, his girlfriend commented sarcastically as Harry took up position beside her. She was looking out over the grounds, to the broad expanse of the Forbidden Forest, which was shrouded in darkness. It was overcast this morning, replied Harry, following her gaze. In truth, the morning had been rather dreary and dank. A thick layer of dull pewter gray clouds had hung low in the sky, while wisps of light fog had obscured the ground. What had been a plain and miserably mundane autumn day at Hogwarts, even though it was Valentine's Day, was now the single most foreboding atmosphere Harry had ever encountered. The layer of clouds had thickened and grown taller and higher, darkening into a deep purple, run through with dark blues and grays that were almost black. This covering blanket completely blocked the sun from sight, giving the impression that it was near the twilight hour, rather than just after midday. Occasional drops of rain, fat and heavy, were dropping down from above. The growing chill that continued to encroach upon the school and its grounds was different to that which had accompanied the scores of Dementors that had led Voldemort's attack the previous year. Then the chill had been solely felt in their minds and bodies. The chill brought about by the approach of the Well of Shadows pervaded everything, including the air around it. It was difficult to see through the darkness shrouding the well's arrival, but occasionally a flash of lightning would crack overhead. In these brief moments of cold illumination, Harry and the others could make out the indefinable maelstrom of shadows that were slowly drawing nearer to Hogwarts, tearing and rending great tracts of the forest with each passing second. At this rate, Harry mused, after one particularly bright bolt of lightning struck down in the very heart of the forest, there won't be much of a forest left by the time he gets here. He the embodiment of darkness, noted Osiris Riley. Of course he's not going to worry about a bunch of useless trees that might happen to get in his way. Ginny shook her head. He's certainly making a mess. Obviously he isn't going to bother with a subtle approach. Harry nodded in thoughtful agreement. Yeah, in fact I think he's deliberately making a show of it. Ensuring that he had our complete and utter attention. Rather childish, said Ginny. He's insane, Virginia, Romulus reminded them. Our past encounters with the well have shown that they invariably develop a need, however irrational, to prove themselves. Asterisk. Asterisk in other words, asterisk repeated Sun Tzu, they begin to act rather childish. Asterisk. Harry ignored the light-hearted, but slightly forced, banter of the order. Instead he maintained his vigil on the looming blackness that somehow appeared to stand out against the dark surrounding it. The rain was beginning to fall harder now, no longer only a few isolated drops here and there. By now the sounds of the devastation Draco was wreaking upon the forest, as he plowed his way through it and towards Hogwarts, was beginning to reach the ears of those assembled on the stone ramparts. Sharp cracks echoed thinly in the air as massive and ancient trees as wide across as the three adults with their arms outstretched and even older than the school itself were torn apart and shattered like weak kindling. He looked away, gazing down the length of the ramparts and the line of faces looking out upon the grounds. They were pale, but steadfast and set with a grim determination. Harry recognized many of the faces, those Aurors whose division had been stationed at Hogwarts this year. He, Ginny and Hermione were on familiar terms with most of the younger ones, who more readily accepted the boy who lived and his friends as equals. The older Aurors were less approachable, but had developed a grudging respect for the students since the incident with the dragons over Christmas. Standing slightly apart from the assembled Aurors and teachers was Lucius, whose pointed features stood out starkly in the harsh flashes of lightning. His lips were drawn into a thin line, pressed so tightly together that they were drained of blood and almost the same pale shade as the rest of his face. A growing wind had begun to touzle the long silver locks of his normally immaculate hair, causing it to fall in disarray around his face. Is everything ready? He asked Ginny, pensively crossing his arms over his chest. I hope so, she said. She looked very nervous and very young at the moment, not what anyone would expect from a young witch with enough power to shatter mountains. She swallowed and looked up at him. We're taking an awful risk, Harry. Especially if things don't go according to plan. This had better work. It will work, Jin, he assured her. After all, we grew the focusing crystals ourselves. They're absolutely perfect. We made certain of that. We don't have to worry about them or the diffusion prisms. Albus gave the job of cutting those to Nicholas Flamel, and he's had nearly 600 years of experience making them. Z-Man, for all, as quirks, Doe's, Avenue talent, agreed Joan, lightly. Ginny took a deep breath, ignoring the mounting wind that swirled around them. I have to admit he did a brilliant job. Those prisms are better quality than we could have managed in twice the time. It's the question of whether or not we managed to position all the components correctly that's bothering me the most. If we're even the slightest fraction off. Harry wrapped one arm comfortingly around her shoulders. We did not forget anything, love. Everything is placed exactly as required. We've checked and rechecked against the ambient magical fields surrounding the castle. We've personally placed each and every one of the foci, double-checking each other as we went. This will work. There's no doubt about it. In any case, it's out of our hands now. A loud crack of thunder snapped their attention back to the gloom-enveloped forbidden forest, where a deep growl of rushing wind could be heard. Debris, from the hundreds of trees caught and destroyed in the well's approach, swirled and whipped through the air like a blizzard. Darkness, an impenetrable and inky black, seemed to leap from one surviving tree to the next, moving as though it was alive rather than merely flickering shadows. Lightning flashed overhead, framing Hogwarts in its stark light, as a sudden calm settled all around. The tempest of debris, wind and rain that was lashing over the castle abruptly died down and stilled. This, they instinctively knew, was the anticipated calm before the true storm would begin. You had best get ready, Harry, instructed Merlin in his normal calm and sanguine voice. Harry took a steadying breath and tried to sound positive about the situation he was about to thrust himself headfirst into. Don't worry too much, Jin. Just wait until Draco's in position, or until I give the signal. Unlike everything else we've set up, the trigger is entirely in your hands. Ginny smiled wanly. Literally. I just hope it works. It will work, insisted Harry. After all, we built the bloody thing. Be careful, Harry, she urged him. I don't want to lose you. Harry smiled confidently and bent down to briefly kiss her cheek. He wrapped a strong arm around her shoulders and told her, Don't worry, Jin, I have an excellent sense of direction. There was an indefinable moment of nothingness. Then with a rush the world blossomed into existence around Harry, leaving him standing midway between the secure walls of Hogwarts and the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He blinked a few times to reorient himself before sparing a glance towards his reluctant companion. Relax, Malfoy, he told Lucius, who had apparated down onto the grounds alongside him. A thin smile graced his lips. Your son has yet to make an appearance. He doesn't need to, retorted Lucius, nervously licking his lips as he scanned the impenetrable blackness that seemed to writhe with a life of its own just within the boundaries of the forest. His gray eyes were skipping uneasily from spot to spot, trying to make out something within the shadows. He could kill us where we stand. Harry stifled an unpleasant smile, briefly closing his eyes. Thanks to the Order's influence he could feel the magic surrounding them, making it easy for him to pinpoint Draco's position ahead of them. He opened his eyes, looking to where he knew Draco would soon be emerging, aware of his presence only through the almost painful lack of normal magic at that one point. He let out a deep breath, which he had unconsciously held while searching the magic surrounding them. His breath came in a billowing cloud of vapor, proving that the Well of Shadows was exerting a strong influence around the immediate area. He did not turn to look at Lucius, but could see the man shivering at the edge of his vision. True, he agreed. He won't though. He'll want to talk first. Are you certain of that, Potter? Lucius asked waspishly. Or are you simply guessing? Harry could barely restrain the brief grin that caused his lips to twitch. He glanced away from the foreboding shadows of the forest and asked, Do you really want me to answer that, Lucius? Lucius considered it. He swallowed nervously, shook his head, and muttered, No. I think I'd rather you didn't. Here it comes, remarked Beowulf, drawing Harry's attention away from Lucius. Jin, he called silently. This is it. Get the others ready. Ginny's reply was laden with her worry for him. Just so long as you don't take any unnecessary risks, Harry. If you do anything stupid, like the last time, I'll be forced to kill you. Harry was too busy trying to watch what was approaching to reply. The shadows flowed out from the surviving trees bordering the edge of the forest. It was a disconcerting sight. Hundreds of shapeless forms flowing across the ground like living quicksilver, darting from spot to spot as they steadily and inevitably drew nearer. From the corner his eye Harry could see Lucius fingering his wand, caressing its slender length uneasily. Admittedly he felt much the same as the gnawing disquiet in his belly proved, but Harry could not risk having the older wizard setting his son off before the time was right. Steady on, he murmured, his eyes remaining fixed on the undulating shadows that were now rapidly drawing together roughly 10 paces in front of them. He let out the smallest of breaths when Lucius visibly struggled to relax, though it was clear he desperately wanted anything but to face what was coming. He watched, with admittedly morbid curiosity, as the shadows gathered into a single patch of darkness before them. It shifted and squirmed about, wisps of blue-black against coal-black mixed with pitch-black rising up into the air like some kind of negative wraith. Harry found himself consciously struggling not to shiver as the cold surrounding him grew more and more intense with each passing moment. Then, as the swirling trails of shadows that danced before them, the darkness seemed to coalesce and take on a definite shape. It was rough and lacking in detail at first, like an unfinished putty statue, but gradually a form began to emerge. As he slowly began to extract himself from the veil of shadows, which had slowly been consuming him these past months, Draco Malfoy spoke in a whisper that echoed strangely, as if being heard from a great distance, or a great depth. Ah, so very good to see you again, Potter, he said, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he took a step forward, his body now full-formed. His voice had also regained its normal volume and timbre as he spread his arms wide in greeting and said, Come here and give me a hug. Forgive me if I prefer not to, retorted Harry, appraising his longtime nemesis. Draco had changed a great deal since Harry had last seen him, in a vision shortly before Halloween. Before, his demeanor and appearance were now greatly at odds with the memories Harry had of the Slytherin boy that had hounded him for so long. His clothes, no longer fine and expensive and stylish, were a simple set of tunic, trousers and boots underneath flowing robes. Their cut conveyed a vaguely martial air, somewhat oriental in design, but with overtones of many other cultures, both wizarding and muggle. It was the latter that gave Harry pause, since Draco's disdain for anything muggle was very well known. Clearly the well's constant presence in his mind and body had caused great changes within him. Turning his attention back to the wizard, if he could still be called that himself, Harry noted with morbid curiosity the physical changes Draco had undergone. His once steel-gray eyes were black obsidian chips that gleamed with some strange lack of light. They were set within his once refined features that were now such a pale shade of white as to have an almost translucent quality. What little light managed to penetrate the ever-present veil of darkness that cloaked Draco's entire being gave his skin a lustrous and ethereal quality, not unlike the silvery glow of a Hogwarts ghost. All of this was framed by a wild, barely tamed mane that fell shifting and rippling, as if in possession of a life of its own to his shoulders. Where once his locks had been a gleaming silver bee, owned, Draco could now almost be mistaken as Harry's twin, looking very much as if he too had inherited James Potter's unruly black hair. Harry finally let his gaze meet Draco's burning black eyes and asked politely, "So, Draco, how's life been treating you?" "Like a god," replied Draco brashly. He cocked his head to one side and asked, "You?" "Not quite that well," admitted Harry, "but good enough." "Oh, how delightful," Draco suddenly gushed with what was clearly artificial enthusiasm. He had directed his gaze towards his father, Lucius. Harry could almost swear that the black fire behind Draco's eyes intensified. "I see I've been fortunate enough to visit dear old Hogwarts on the same day as my beloved father. What a happy coincidence." Lucius drew a long and, obviously, steadying breath before addressing his son in an imperious tone of voice that Harry knew would not sit well with Draco. "Lord Voldemort is not pleased with your recent escapades, Draco." Draco narrowed his eyes to fine slits and regarded Lucius in much that same way that a scientist would regard a rather common and uninteresting insect. It was a look that posed the question as to whether he would choose to merely examine Lucius, or squash him. "Do you know what the worst feeling in the world is, father?" Draco asked abruptly, his eyes growing wide so that his black irises were surrounded by shining white. He waited, in that calm and so patient way that only the truly insane can achieve, until Lucius cautiously shook his head. His lips, pressed tightly into a thin line, twisted into an almost sad smile as he told his father, "It's slowly going mad and knowing there's nothing you can do about it." "You know," Harry realized, speaking out loud in his surprise. "Interesting," commented Osiris, "never in all of the Order's few encounters with it has the well ever realized its insanity." Draco smirked and answered, but did not turn his eyes away from Lucius. "Of course I know, Potter. I'm not an idiot like you, prone to stumbling about like a blind fool, completely ignorant of what's going on around me." Harry was puzzled by this and asked, "Then why'd you let Voldemort change you?" "I didn't know then," was the sardonic reply, one that brought a dangerous smile to Draco's lips and an even more dangerous gleam into his eyes. Not for a moment did his gaze waver from Lucius as he added, "Now that I do, now that I know to what extent I was betrayed, I will be sure to take my revenge on everyone involved." Avada Kedavra. Lucius, his nervousness finally getting the better of him, had drawn his wand in a swift and practiced motion. He leveled it at Draco's chest and shouted the killing curse, causing a blast of green light to cross between the short distance almost instantly. It passed right through Draco, as if he were not really there. "You have done something most unwise, Lucius." A concussive blast of shadow erupted from Draco with all the suddenness and unexpectedness of a dormant volcano blowing its top off. The discharge, however, was not aimed at Lucius, but rather at Harry. He was only just able to raise a quick shield before the roiling wall of black shadows slammed into him with unbelievable force. Had it not been for his shield charm, Harry doubted he would have weathered the blow without injury. As it was, Harry was lifted up into the air and knocked across the lawn, coming to a jarring landing nearly 20 paces away from where he had been standing. "You have made me angry," He could hear Draco saying coldly, although the ringing in his ears made the words warble oddly. Draco's voice managed to grow even colder, accompanied by frigid waves of barely controlled anger. And the well of shadows can be most unpleasant when he is angry. Stay back, boy, Lucius ordered frantically. Stay back. Harry looked up from where he lay, sprawled on the ground, and watched as Draco began to bear down on his father. The young man slowly drifted forward, his feet scarcely even touching the ground. All round Draco the air was swirling with thin tendrils of icy mist which was rising up from the earth and being caught in the nearly invisible vortex of power emanating from him. By now Lucius was visibly panicking. He leveled his wand at Draco's feet and shouted, "Erupto!" With a resounding crack and a deep rumble like distant thunder, the ground at Draco's feet exploded up around him in a shower of rock, stone and earth. It was like watching an avalanche rushing upwards instead of down a mountain slope. The force Lucius had put behind the spell was clearly evident in how high some to the rubble was launched, some of it quite large, rising high in the air before dropping down like a rain of cold brimstone. But Draco was not there. Just as Lucius had cast the spell, Draco had skipped to one side, yet at the same time appeared not to have moved at all. As the upheaval ended and the dust slowly began to settle, Draco looked over from where he was standing, and contemplated the torn-up patch of earth he had been passing over. He looked back to his father and said mockingly, "If that's the best you can do, father, I'm going to have to kill you." Lucius was clearly becoming desperate. With Hogwarts sealed off, there was nowhere for him to run, so all he could do was try to fight. But if a killing curse had no visible effect, then it was unlikely that anything else would. The next curse he tried was the Cruciatus curse, only to have Draco bat it off with contemptuous ease. Then Lucius, apparently hoping to weaken the well by driving back the oppressing shadows which seemed everywhere, swept his wand in a tight arc. Conflagrio! He yelled, crackling flames shooting outward from him. "Ah, you wish to make a fight of it then? So much the better," said Draco, nonchalantly stepping through the wall of fire between him and Lucius. He spared a glance over his shoulder at the fire, which was abruptly engulfed and extinguished by rising shadows. Harry watched, unable to bring himself to move and intervene, as Lucius began to hurl curse after curse at Draco. He used predominantly dark arts spells to begin with, but soon found himself using whatever sprang to mind as he began to back away. His steps were small at first, but soon Lucius was stumbling back with such haste that he was almost tripping over his own feet as he went. It was no surprise when he stumbled and fell to the ground, bracing himself with one arm while keeping up a steady stream of spell and curses with the wand held in the other. All this time Draco continued to steadily draw nearer and nearer to the panicked man. He ignored those curses that struck him with no effect and occasionally stepped to one side as a massive explosion or ball of flame or something similar passed through where he had been standing. More often than not he continued through whatever was thrown at him as if it were no more harmful than plain air. Finally he came to a halt at Lucius' feet, even though his father continued to shout off curses and tried to scrabble backwards. "My dear father, honestly," Draco said disparagingly. He shook his head with faked pity and said in an almost shamed tone, "If you're not embarrassed for yourself, then I most certainly am." Calmly, and with casual lack of effort, Draco reached out with one hand and plucked Lucius' wand from his hand. Holding it up for inspection, as Lucius looked on with dread, Draco sniffed dismissively and discarded the wand by tossing it over his shoulder. He smiled down at his father and, again with a casual lack of effort, reached down with one hand and picked Lucius up by the throat. Draco effortlessly hoisted Lucius into the air with one hand, despite the fact that his father was still a good deal larger than Draco, even after the changes the well had brought about within him, and held Lucius a good foot off the ground. Lucius, for his part, was undeniably terrified beyond reason, clawing and scrabbling and punching and kicking at Draco with all his strength. Nothing he did seemed to move the well by even the smallest of margins, serving only to cause the hand clasped around his throat to slowly tighten. The look of unadulterated terror that graced Lucius' face was horrible to see. It was nothing, however, compared to the apprehensive prickling sensation that was running slowly up Harry's spine from the small of his back. "Goodbye, father," Draco said casually, as if he were merely passing Lucius in the street, rather than strangling the life out of him. I trust you will reserve a place for me in hell. Darkness gathered around the hand Draco was holding his father Will, writhing and heaving before leaping forth and piercing into Lucius' exposed flesh. Almost immediately Lucius began to scream, his cries swiftly growing into an agonizing wail that was almost deafening, even though Harry was over 20 yards away. The shadows emerging from Draco's hand wrapped around Lucius, slithering over and around him in what seemed to Harry like a dreadful parody of snakes wrapping themselves around their prey. The piercing screams continued, rising louder and shriller with each passing second. It seemed impossible that a man could continue to scream for so long without pausing for breath, but Lucius' howls did not falter for even a moment. Merciful gods, Harry wondered, watching with terrible fascination. What is Draco doing to him? Harry, can't you do anything? He heard Ginny pleading, her inner voice sounding and feeling as shaky as his own. Just listening to the relentless wails was enough to make Harry sick to his stomach. The shadows attacking Lucius almost completely covered him, yet still he continued to scream. The only relief Harry could find was that the shriek no longer sounded even remotely like something a human could manage, perhaps signaling that Lucius' end was near. Then, even as the screams continued to pierce the darkened air, the form dangling in Draco's grim seemed to diminish. It's too late to do anything for him, he told Ginny, watching as the twisting and squirming shadows began to draw back into Draco, seemingly being absorbed into his hand. As the shadows withdrew, so the still struggling form of Lucius began to come undone. With horrifying slowness, the shadowy remains flicked about and dissipated, as the tortured shrieks trailed off into a silence that seemed deafening in the aftermath of such noise. Of Lucius Malfoy there was not a trace left, not even his clothes. Screw this, Ginny announced, her voice thick with fear. Harry, get the hell back up here and away from that, just get away from it. We'll set the trap off from where we're both safe. Doesn't work that way, Gin, he cut her off, finally finding the strength he needed to force himself back onto his feet. Standing up he struggled to at least give off the impression of being composed, even though he wanted nothing more than to throw up everything he had ever eaten throughout the course of his life. He swallowed as Draco let his arm fall limply to his side and then turned to face Harry, a satisfied almost replete smile spread across his pale face. Ready to die, Potter? Harry shook his head and rejoined with more confidence than he felt, I've been dead before. You should try it, it's very liberating. Draco laughed. Hardly. I have no intention of dying, even though that fate is inevitable, without taking what I want from this place, and all the people inside. Like father like son, Harry said, deliberately trying to goad his opponent. Draco was powerful beyond reason, his only weakness attainable through his own carelessness. Harry shook his head as if in disappointment. I see you're just the same. I am nothing like my father. Lucius was just a greedy old fool, retorted Draco with an indifferent wave of a hand. He did not rise to the bait. Greed is for amateurs. I'm aiming for something a little higher. Harry arched an eyebrow. That being. Draco grinned insanely and told him, genocide. You're insane, Harry declared, once the implications of Draco's answer began to impact on his mind. He carefully, so as not to draw attention, began to gather the order's power to him. I know, rejoined Draco, still grinning. It's even more liberating than death. I'm not joking, Malfoy, insisted Harry, drawing his wand. You are insane. Draco half nodded. His grin faded and was replaced by a serious expression. Perhaps. Either way, I'm still going to kill you. Harry raised his wand and assumed a dueling position. You can try. And I shall succeed. Draco raised his left hand before him, and curled his fingers as though grasping something with them. As before, when he had killed Lucius, ripples of shadow formed around his hand. This time the tendrils gathered in his palm and stretched outwards, growing denser and thicker and more defined in their shape. Harry swallowed the lump that had suddenly formed in his throat and returned his wand to its place within his robes. He would not be needing it. Not for the fight that would be soon becoming his way. After all, wands were very seldom instrumental in a sword fight. Even a magical one such as this. Care to duel, Potter? Asked Draco, twirling the shimmering black sword he was holding about with an unnatural ease and confidence. The wicked blade, long and curved, seemed to be shifting and squirming about in a hazy blur of solid darkness. Not particularly. Draco leapt at him, moving wickedly fast. He was like a living shadow, shifting about like the dancing patterns caused by a fire. Harry could not help but find himself admiring the sleek and smooth fluidity of the attack as Draco rushed. The shadowy blade leapt out at Harry, whistling through the air with a rushing sound preceding it, a noise that was not far removed from the tortured shrieks of a damned soul, such as Lucius Malfoy had made only minutes earlier. As he had during their previous duel, at the first practical fighting techniques class, Draco came at Harry with all the primal fury of an untamable Hungarian horntail. The sword was a blur of a blur as Draco swung at him, clearly intent on ending this battle quickly, rather than drawing it out as he had with his father. Harry, however, had a great deal of advantages over the late Lucius. As lightning fast as Draco was, Harry was just as fast. As lithe and nimble as the shadows made the well, Harry was just as flexible and dexterous. And perhaps his greatest advantage, where Draco was attacking with an almost animalistic ferocity, Harry was reacting with a calm precision that enabled him to duck under, to the side and around each strike that came at him. It was not easy, however, and far too often Draco came within a hair's breadth of slipping his blade past Harry's defenses. Realizing that he would not be able to hold Draco off for very long without a weapon of his own, Harry back-flipped away from the rampaging wizard, gaining enough space for him to call on the Order's power to conjure a sword to him. He did not particularly care which sword, be it his personally forged katana, the sword of Gryffindor or even the dagger Hagrid given him for his birthday the previous year. No sword arrived. Draco smiled viciously, baring his teeth in a snarl as he charged at Harry, quickly closing the distance Harry had made for himself. He was swinging wildly, recklessly, but moving so fast and erratically that Harry could not risk attempting to meet any of the attacks. Duck left. Came a sudden cry. Instantly he dropped to the ground, falling and rolling to his left, gaining as much ground as he could before rolling back onto his feet. The urgent call from Heracles had saved his life, but not spared him a glancing blow. Draco's sword had cleaved through the air at an unexpected angle and just missed him, slicing a shallow trail across Harry's shoulder. It was an agony that almost caused Harry to fall to the ground again. Coldness such as he had never felt before, even while standing face to face with a Dementor, had gripped his shoulder at the moment of contact. The numbing cold had spread rapidly down his arm and already Harry could no longer feel his fingers. He glanced down, while Draco was still whirling to face him, and saw that while he had lost all sensation in the limb, he still had full use of his hand and arm. "Why the devil can't I conjure up a sword?" he asked, backstepping when Draco tried to disembowel him. He followed up with a backwards leap as the sword returned, managing to jump clear over the blade that would have taken his legs off at the knees otherwise. "He's put up some sort of ward. It's such a different kind of magic that the Order can't penetrate it. At least not quickly enough to help you," Ginny explained, having already had time to talk the matter over with the Order, since she was not fighting for her life at the moment. Her thoughts were desperate as she urged him, transform. You might not be able to kill or stop him in your Griffin form, but at least you'll be safer. Harry ducked into a low squat, narrowly avoiding decapitation as Draco's sword brushed through his hair and actually sliced a few strands off. He came up in a low drive and slammed his elbow solidly into Draco's chest, knocking the other wizard back half a dozen paces. Harry took an equal number of backward hops, gaining ground as he focused on the techniques needed to make the animagus transformation. Agonizing pain lanced through his temples, almost knocking him to his knees, and Harry gasped out at the feeling. A gray mist encroached around the edges of his vision, testament of just how close the pain was to overcoming him. Laughter reaching his ears caused Harry to look up. He had bent over and grasped at his head to see Draco looking contemptuously at him. "Did you honestly think I wouldn't anticipate something like that, Potter?" Draco asked, letting his sword trace intricate patterns in the air. He spat to one side and regarded Harry scornfully. "I remember very well how you dealt with my dragons. Even with all the power and abilities being the Well of Shadows grants me, I'd rather not have to face down an overgrown fur ball with wings." An anti-animagus ward, Harry concluded, reaching out with his senses through the dull ache that remained behind his eyes. Now that he was aware of it, Harry could feel the layers of magic creating the ward. Oddly enough, considering its creator, the newest ward to be applied to Hogwarts and its grounds was remarkably beautiful in its construction. Uncountable threads of delicate black, gray, blue and purple shadows wound through the air and weaved around and between each other. It was a tapestry of unfamiliar magic that Harry could not decipher, but only appreciate for its elegant design. He was about to compliment Draco on the beauty of his creation when he realized that the duel had already resumed. Harry was barely able to escape being skewered by the lunge Draco performed. He twisted on his heel at the very last instance, the tip of the sword tearing at his robes. Jabbing his hands at the ground, Harry magically pushed himself into the air and high above the return stroke Malfoy had twisted into. Sailing over and across the lawn, Harry alighted only to be immediately set upon by Draco. The strain of maintaining this battle was beginning to wear on Harry. He was utilizing a good portion of the Order's available power to boost his reflexes and speed, but was still barely able to keep himself ahead of Draco's relentless attacks. The pace was so fast that Harry not once found an opening to attempt any kind of retaliation, being forced to focus all of his attention solely on staying alive and try to lure Draco to the spot they wanted. Harry, your foot movements. Beowulf, who had been keenly watching the action, tried to warn him, but it was too late. Harry had been immersed in an intricate dance around the flickering blade Draco was wielding. Thus he had been too preoccupied with avoiding the sword, letting his attempts to shift out of the way be mostly reflexive, to notice that his rhythm was being disrupted. His foot settled in just the wrong way at just the wrong time, as he was turning to avoid a downward slice from his left. His ankle twisted at an awkward angle and promptly caused a chain reaction that propelled Harry backwards and onto his side. He hit the ground rolling, feeling the icy cold of Draco's sword brushing against the back of his neck. Leave something to be desired. Damn it, I can't keep this up much longer. He replied, twisting and turning to avoid a quick series of jabs by Draco. Each one seemed to edge just a fraction closer to him than the last, heightening his desperation. But how can we fight something that's literally made of shadows? Asked Ginny, who was anxiously watching the fight from up on the ramparts. Harry could feel that it was taking all of her willpower not to abandon her position there and rush to his aid. It's not as if you could simply light up a torch, responded Beowulf. It takes a lot more than that to dispel such darkness as this. Harry kicked out and smashed the heel of his right boot into Draco's left knee, causing the young man to stumble for a second. This was all he needed to gain the time he needed and gather the power required to supply one incredible burst of light. Even though it would only last a second, a fraction of a second, it would be enough, he hoped, to temporarily forestall Draco's advance. As Draco righted himself, lifting his sword high above his head with both hands, Harry leveled his right hand at Draco's stomach. Grunting with effort, he forced all the power he could manage, without turning himself into a charred cinder, through his fingers and unleashed a bolt of lightning, containing enough power to light London for a week, directly into his opponent. Harry wasn't too sure about what exactly happened since the world vanished in a flash of brilliant white, followed by a concussive blast that lifted him up and slammed him back into the ground with enough force to break 3 of his ribs. The clap of thunder that accompanied his effort was deafening, not only to Harry but also to everyone else. He would later learn that people as far as 50 miles away had heard the explosive sound that blew Draco nearly 50 yards away from him. He did not fully lose consciousness, but it took a great deal of effort before Harry could force his eyes to open. Gasping for breath, his entire body numb and aching painfully as the sensation of pins and needles suffused him, Harry rolled onto his side and struggled unsteadily onto his hands and knees. He looked around in a daze, his vision blurred and obscured by shimmering dots and squiggles of every color he could imagine. Pushing himself up and onto his feet, stumbling uncertainly as he fought to regain his equilibrium, Harry finally spotted Draco's stirring form. With a barely audible hiss through clenched teeth, Draco flipped himself onto his back and hopped nimbly onto his feet. He spun around to face Harry, teeth bared in a savage snarl. His chest was a smoking ruin of charred flesh, burnt deep enough to expose the white bone of his ribs with gleaming black and pulsating organs visible beneath them. Was that supposed to hurt? He growled, his voice ringing deeply. nodded Harry, unable to do more than that at the moment. Draco's savage grin grew broader, as fine strands of shadow played over his smoldering body. The darkness shifted and coiled over the gaping wound and, with a sickening wet noise, took on the shape and form required to heal Draco's injury. More threads of black slid over the freshly formed skin of his chest, replacing the fabric of his clothes that had been burned away by the lightning. With a testing flex of his shoulders, Draco hissed, "Didn't." Harry shook his head and groaned, "Oh, this cannot be happening. Now's not the time to worry about that, Ari," chided Joan, her accent thicker than normal as she gave vent to her own mounting concern over the situation. "Please," he pleaded, "please tell me this is all just a dream." "Harry." Ginny was calling for him, but he only heard her as if from a great distance. "This is a nightmare," he concluded. "I want to wake up." Biting down on his lip to suppress a scream of pain from the sharp pain that lanced through his chest, Harry forced himself to stand upright. He blinked rapidly and shook his head in an attempt to clear his vision. He squinted at Draco and dimly took in where the two of them were standing in relation to each other and everyone else. Ginny called his name again, more urgently this time, "Harry. Now. Jin," he ordered, realizing that his impromptu lightning bolt had succeeded in knocking Draco into the position he had been so desperately trying to lure the well to. "Do it now. Do it." "But you're too close," Ginny protested, "you're practically on top of him. You could be caught." "Damn it, Jin, just set it off. This could be our only chance." He had known exactly what to expect. The memories of the Order's encounters with the Well of Shadows were storied in perfect detail. Harry and Ginny had spent hours analyzing them and becoming familiar with the act of dispersing the well. But, as in so many things, the reality proved to be a far cry from simple recollection. Though he did not see it from his position on the ground, Harry knew that Ginny had directed a stream of precisely controlled energy towards a single point directly above where Draco was standing. The complex invisibility fields that shrouded the various working parts of the trap, hiding them from Draco's attention, immediately fell away. Dozens of specially grown crystals hung suspended in the air, surrounding Draco from all angles, their sharpest points directed inwards at the well. Lines of shimmering magic lanced out from the first crystal, the one Ginny had poured the Order's power into, intersecting with other crystals. In rapid succession, the magic reflected from one crystal to the next, joining them to each other in an intricate network of glowing energy. The trap hung poised around Draco, who was casting puzzled looks at the iridescent web that caged him so unexpectedly. More beams of light began to emerge from the crystals, bouncing back and forth in a complex dance of mystical forces that grew more tightly interwoven as it progressed. Then one stream of energy struck inwards, impaling Draco through the chest. Instantly 100 identical spears of light followed, the crystals which produced them beginning to glow brightly with barely contained power. The atmosphere was electric, prickling the short hairs on the back of Harry's neck with the feeling of crackling power suffusing the area surrounding the trap. Backing away, he watched as Draco howled, in what was either pain or fury, as the multitudes of concentrated magic seemed to somehow swivel in place. The diffusion prisms came into place as the charged energy slid over their smooth planes, creating an uncountably greater number of magical beams which speared into the center of the trap. The diffusion streams crisscrossed so tightly where they met that Draco disappeared from view, his shadowy form overwhelmed by the growing brightness. Harry tried to shield his eyes from the glare, only to find that he could see the outline of the bones in his hand. He turned his face away from the trap, feeling the pull as the magic permeating the region was drawn in, being used to boost the trap's energy beyond what Ginny and the Order had poured into it. A deep, rumbling thrum began to sound, slowly rising in pitch, higher and higher. The multitudes of shimmering lines of force began to take on a principally bluish tinge, illuminating everything in a soft, dreamlike haze. As the intensity of the light dimmed, Harry glanced back to see Draco pierced by the intricate lattice blue beams. By now the sound emanating from the dispersal field he and Ginny had designed and created was a shrieking whistle, easily putting the Hogwarts Express to shame with its shrillness. The sudden silence was shocking in its totality. There was a shattering sound, like glass breaking, as the dozens of focusing crystals floating around Draco cracked. As the thick fractures ran through the facets, The crystals, blazing inner fires, were instantly extinguished, the shimmering lines of energy emerging from their tips flickering out just as rapidly. Their task over and their internal magics completely disrupted by the load they had been forced to carry, the crystals dropped. They shattered into tiny shards that lay scattered on the ground, like a sprinkling of diamond dust, sparkling under the blue light that still lit up the air above them. Now the diffusion prisms, set to hover closer to the ground than the crystals, twisted onto their sides, the light emanating from their slightly, but precisely curved planes shifting smoothly from blue into a deep red. Blood red, in fact, which gave Harry a moment's pause as he could not remember such an occurrence being part of any of the other times the Order had dispersed the Well of Shadows. Ultimately, he ignored this deviation as being merely a result of initializing the trap in such a magically infused area as the Hogwarts grounds. With a flare of mystical energy, rushing outwards like a nebulous wave of chilling black mist, the prisms went dark. The deep red glow that had illuminated the grounds slowly faded. Following behind the shadows that had been beeped out of the well and thrown to the four winds, was a thick wall of soupy fog that quickly settled over the grounds, obscuring everything from view. Did it work? Harry asked, squinting at the spot that had only moments earlier been a whirlpool of perfectly aligned forces. He blinked his eyes rapidly, trying to clear away the spots that obscured his vision. He could still see an afterimage of the bones in his hands, as well as the network of energy that had disrupted Draco's solidity and consequently his existence. Everything also retained a slightly reddish hue, which gave the slowly scattering fog a disconcerting pinkish tint. I think so, replied Ginny, a bit uncertainly. It must have, since nothing's happened and we, and everything else for 5 miles, are still in one piece. Harry laughed with relief and almost collapsed to the ground, but managed to keep himself upright. The biting cold of the cut to his shoulder made by Draco's sword was slowly beginning to fade, but the numbness of it still ran through the entire of his right arm. Massaging the aching limb, Harry decided to make his way to the center of where the trap had once stood and see if anything of Draco had somehow survived the well's dispersal. You dare! You! Ha! Ha! Harry paused and stared in complete consternation at the sight which greeted him. Standing in the center of a small and shallow crater, surrounded by a fine mist that was rising up from the ground, was Draco. And he was beginning to laugh. Ha 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 ha. I don't know about you, remarked Ginny of the sight, which was now visible to those on the battlements as well, but I do not like the sound of that. It didn't work. Why? What's happening? What has happened? Answered Merlin, sounding very grave, is that the energy dispersal pattern was erroneous. Rather than scatter the well's energies, the trap has amplified them. In other words, explained Isis, he may have just become the most powerful being imaginable. Ginny's voice sounded a bit faint, almost what Harry would call shell-shocked, but with a heavy layer of sarcasm spread over it to hide her mounting fear. Oh, joy. Just what we've always wanted. Draco shook himself off, just as a dog would get rid of water soaking its fur, and smiled at Harry with clear maliciousness. That was hardly what I'd call sporting, Potter. Whatever happened to that damn fool Gryffindor honor and nobility? Frankly, I think it would be wasted on a monster like you, answered Harry. A monster? Moi. Draco placed a hand over his chest, mimicking a fatal blow to his heart. He cackled with insane mirth and said with a flourish, I may be a monster, Potter, but nothing you and your little order can do will get rid of me any sooner, for I am as constant as the northern star, of which there is no match in all the heavens. Harry arched both eyebrows, surprised that Draco would know anything about Shakespeare, who was a muggle, let alone have read any of his plays. Still, he could not help but correct his opponent's slightly flawed quotation, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. Now is not the time to taunt him, Harry, admonished Sun Tzu sternly. What else can I do? He asked in return, a feeling of helplessness beginning to settle over him. The trap they had set was the only known way of dispersing a well, besides simply waiting for it to fade away on its own. Draco waved the correction aside and laughed again. Calming himself, he looked straight into Harry's eyes, his black orbs virtually glowing with wicked intent. What's the use of a good quotation if you can't change it a bit? That fact remains, Potter, that the world is but a stage. We're merely players, and it's time for you to exit stage left. With even and measured steps, that were actually rather menacing, Draco began to approach Harry. His eyes remained firmly fixed on Harry, just as they had when he had drawn up to Lucius and subsequently butchered him. Harry tensed when Draco abruptly halted and threw both hands up into the air above him. You are going to die, Potter. And I will be the one to kill you. He roared, his voice accompanied by a sudden gale of ice-cold wind that swirled around them both. Debris from the path he had torn through the forbidden forest was kicked into the air, as rain once again began to fall from the low-lying clouds. Lightning flashed across the sky as the shadows bordering the ruined forest rose up in waves that poised themselves just before that instant when they seemed about to break and come crashing down upon the two combatants. Draco's long black hair whipped around his face, buffeted by the strong wind and seeming almost alive in its movements. A demented smile played over the well's face as he continued to shout. All will be forced to acknowledge me as your executioner. Me, Draco Mal. His voice faltered for a moment and a disbelieving expression flashed across Draco's face. He blinked in confusion, once, twice and then finished speaking in such a small voice that he sounded almost childlike, Foy. And then, with only that as a warning, the world exploded. As far as explosions went, this one, Ginny felt, was pretty big. Truth be told, it made the one where Harry had utterly destroyed number 4 Privet Drive look rather paltry by comparison. And that had been one bloody impressive explosion. Smoke filled the air, thick and black, obscuring everything happening below from view. What little she could see did not fill Ginny with confidence. A massive crater, large enough to fit a dozen number 4 Privet Drives within it, scarred the once trim grounds. It abutted right up against the castle walls on one side, where the massive stoneworks were scorched black and even gutted and pitted in places. Even now, several minutes later, bits and pieces of debris and loose clumps of torn grass and dirt were falling intermittently from the sky, like exceptionally heavy and grotesque hailstones amidst the streaming rain. The rain itself was chill and fell hard upon those outside, stinging against them like a multitude of icy needles. Despite the falling rain, which did little to help dampen the cloying smoke, Ginny could see dozens of small flickering fires burning on the grass around the edges of the smoking crater and along the border of the forbidden forest. Thick pillars of yet more smoke, gray instead of black, were beginning to rise up from these, growing thicker and wider as the fires began to spread amongst the trees and underbrush. The sight reminded Ginny horribly of when Hogsmeade had been attacked the previous Christmas. The dancing red, orange and yellow glow of the fires lit up the gloom of this dark day much as the inferno, which had engulfed the village over a year before, had lit up the Christmas night sky. Despite the rain, which had been falling steadily since shortly after Ginny had activated the trap to disperse the well, the fires continued to blaze and grow. The acrid smell of damp, yet burning wood drifted in the air and stung at Ginny's eyes and throat. She blinked back tears as she turned away from the morbid sight, looking instead at her companions. Dumbledore was possibly the only one that seemed unruffled by what had just transpired, his long silvery hair streaming down his back as it always did and his beard securely tucked into his belt. Aside from the fact that soot from the rising smoke stained his exposed cheeks, forehead and nose, and a dusting of ash, dirt and even some grass that lay sprinkled over his head, Dumbledore seemed to have barely even noticed that anything was going on. Except for his eyes. Yes, Ginny could easily see the change in his eyes. Gone was the seemingly permanent benevolence that had always seemed to reside there. Instead there was a cool, almost to the point of being cold, measuring look that seemed to gauge everything the old wizard saw with inscrutable purpose. And power. Gods, the power radiating out from Dumbledore at that moment was incredible. Just to see him like this sent a shiver up and down Ginny's spine. This was not the headmaster of Hogwarts standing next to her. No, this was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald over half a century ago. It was almost frightening, but at the same time gave Ginny a sense of assurance at the knowledge that if Harry could not be at her side, then at least Dumbledore was. Wow, Harry really toasted that bastard's ass, commented one of the Aurors, a young witch called Siobhan. She was staring out over the wrecked lawns and forest with wide eyes, her hair tumbling around her in unruly tangles, a result of the pouring rain. I certainly hope he did, muttered Ginny under her breath, turning back to the grounds. Dumbledore heard her and asked, his voice steady but with an almost imperceptible trace of concern buried in it, "You do not know?" Ginny shook her head and shielded her eye from the rain with one hand, peering down to where the smoke-enshrouded crater lay. "It's still very cold, Albus," she said, her own worry momentarily overriding her usual reticence about using Dumbledore's given name. If the well's powers were properly dispersed, it wouldn't be. It would be getting noticeably warmer. "What of the explosion we just witnessed?" he asked, nodding in that direction. "There was a somewhat worrying delay after the trap you and Harry utilized had finished, before poor Draco seemed to lose control of his energies." "Do not call that bastard poor, in my hearing again, Albus," Ginny ground out, her inner turmoil causing her to momentarily forget herself. She started after a second and looked at Dumbledore with wide eyes and a horrified expression. She was about to apologize when the headmaster waved her comment aside, accepting her anxiousness over Harry's well-being. "Is it over then?" asked Snape, who came up behind Dumbledore, with Idaho standing alongside him. Gravely, Dumbledore shook his head and sighed slightly. "I'm afraid we have not yet been able to ascertain the final outcome of this battle. I believe it might take some time before we are able to get a clear view of what is transpiring and what has transpired down on the grounds." Suddenly, startling them a bit, Ron's disembodied voice announced, "Actually, we might be able to help with that. Not right now, but in a minute or two. Whatever Harry and Ginny did to Draco, it seems to have done the trick. Everything is slowly returning to normal." "Not that that means much around here," commented Hermione's voice. "We're starting to get a clear view of Hogsmeade and what's left of the forest. The area around the castle is also starting to clear up." "Very good," acknowledged Dumbledore, a hint of his customary cheer returning to his voice. He wiped at his water-clouded spectacles and instructed, "Prepare to raise the Situation Room and lower the shield barriers as soon as we have confirmation either visual or via the map that the danger has indeed passed." Ginny, however, had other concerns. What about Harry? Ron's answer, however, was not helpful. "Dunno. The situation map's still fuzzy in that spot. Whatever it was Malfoy did hasn't cleared up around there yet." "Can't you tell if he's all right, Ginny?" asked Hermione. "Through your connection with the Order." "I've been calling him, but there isn't any reply. I don't know if he can hear me," Ginny answered, looking back at the smoldering crater and the now widespread fires that were blazing through this area of the forest. The rain seemed to be easing up a bit, allowing the fire to grow without any hindrance. Looking over the damage incurred by the recent battle, she felt her lips draw into a thin line as she added, almost angrily, "And the Order have all retreated into the Great Hall to try and work out what happened to make the trap we set react the way it did." Hermione's voice was puzzled. "What do you mean you've been calling him? We haven't heard you say anything." Ginny looked around, seeing the many expectant faces watching and waiting for her reply. I'll explain later, when fewer sets of ears are listening in." "What about his aura, girl? Shouldn't you be able to feel that?" asked Snape with his usual amount of bluntness. "I can't make heads or tails out of what's going on down there," Ginny admitted, ignoring the potions master's tone. "That explosion had the same effect as dropping a small mountain in the lake. There's too many waves and ripples for me to see what's happening. I have to wait for things to settle down and that'll take a while." "How long do you think it'll take?" asked Ron, sounding surprisingly patient. "From the look of it, at least where the map's concerned, everything will have settled down in 5-10 minutes, tops." Ginny opened her mouth to speak but was unexpectedly cut off by a sound that was as startling as it was unexpected. It rang, loud and strident, through the afternoon air, cutting through the diminishing rain with such piercing intensity that Ginny could feel her teeth shivering in response. The blaring siren eventually trailed off, leaving her to snap her jaw shut and turn wide eyes to Professor Dumbledore, who looked across at her with a resurging graveness in his expression. He shared a look with her before turning to gaze out over the burning forest. Standing just behind the headmaster, one of the older Aurors, Halleck, also turned his eyes to where the burning ruins of the Forbidden Forest stood. "Looks like we have some more uninvited guests," he noted in a droll, but bland tone. The scar along his jaw twisted upwards in a manner that made his expression more of a grimace than the dour smile it was. "Tom," spat Ginny, feeling the air crackle around her at the mention of Voldemort's true name. She became aware that she had unwittingly summoned upon the Order's power from the moment the alarm had sounded, gathering it to her for when she would leap into the forthcoming battle. With a vicious snarl, she also rounded to face the forest, realization of Voldemort's plotting clear in her mind. That son of a. It was a setup. He was using Draco to batter down our defenses, take Harry out of the fight before it even started. Dumbledore reached for his bracelet to address those in the Situation Room. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, how many Death Eaters are there? How many does you know who have? Asked Ron in a strange tone of voice. 'Cause I think he brought them all. Here they come now, announced Siobhan. They emerged from the burning forest, through the smoke and flames, stretched out in a long line that reached from the edge of the lake, right around to the Quidditch pitch. Dark shapes darted rapidly back and forth in the flickering shadows which fell across the grounds, while larger and ominous hulking forms lumbered out into the open. A frightening wail rose up as rows of tall, thin and cloaked figures came forward, drifting over the ground like wraiths. Pale, bloodless faces seemed to hover amidst the inky black of their robes as they stood with inhuman stillness. Watching. Waiting. The firelight at their backs caused them to cast long shadows that stretched far ahead of them, almost to the foot of the castle walls. Vampires. A shiver ran up Ginny's spine at the realization. The shiver promptly ran back down her back and straight up again at the sight of what came next. Marching out of the forest, in neat and coordinated ranks, were what could only be goblins. They tromped forwards, their ungainly gait not suited for such lengthy treks as they must have just made through the forest, and began to supplement the long lines of waiting vampires. They were dressed in what was obviously traditional goblin armor and carried with them large rectangular shields, which were almost as large as they were, and wicked-looking glaives that gleamed in the firelight. Despite the fact that their extraordinarily large ears stuck out from beneath their pointed helmets in an almost comedic fashion, the professional and serious way in which these goblins carried themselves bade old of their profession as soldier for hire. Goblin mercenaries, muttered Idaho, looking very displeased. His brows were drawn together and he shared a concerned look with his second-in-command, Halleck. The pair did not look happy when they turned to watch as the remainder of Voldemort's followers drew into the open. Lumbering trolls, 12 feet tall and with skin like an elephant's, were shuffling out of the forest at staggered intervals. Some dragged massive-looking clubs behind them, while others held large and unwieldy-looking spears by their shoulders. Perhaps more worrying than anything that had come before, were the groups of several trolls which were carrying long ladders, apparently in preparation of scaling the castle walls. The ladders were far too small for the trolls to use, but were perfect for either the vampires or the goblins. Last to emerge from the burning forest, some of them on fire themselves, were staggering bunches of the living dead. The zombies brought up the rear, primarily because of their slow and unsteady walk, shuffling aimlessly about and frequently bumping into each other. Several had clearly been unlucky enough to stumble against some of the burning trees and staggered about in jerky motions as walking pyres before eventually collapsing. Behind them all, assembling on a small hill to one side of the bulk of the various dark creatures, were the Death Eaters. Their black robes fluttered in the light breeze and their pale masks were all in place. They stood in a tight knot, surrounding a single figure at the crest of the knoll they had gathered upon. Voldemort. According to the counter thingy Harry set up, we're looking at 381 vampires, 100 goblins, about the same number of trolls, various breeds, and 300 zombies. I wonder where he found so many. Probably raided a nearby cemetery, said Ron, a quiet hush to his voice. Then he added, sounding almost chipper, no bloody acromantulas, thank heavens. We have to get to Harry. Ron asked Ginny, looking away from the ranks of creatures standing by the edge of the forest and to the smoke-shrouded crater where she knew Harry to be. There was silence for a moment as everyone waited. Finally Ron's voice answered, the interference Malfoy caused has begun to clear up. We can see Harry and Draco, unfortunately. If the map's picking them up, then they're alive. Ginny gripped at the wall overlooking the grounds, her nails digging into the unyielding stone until her knuckles went completely white. Ignoring the slight pain as her fingertips strained against the cold stone, she urgently ordered, he's wearing a bracelet. Retrieve him now. What about Malfoy? Asked Hermione, albeit sounding a bit reluctant. I don't give a damn about that misbegotten psychopath. Snapped Ginny, whirling to glare at those standing behind her, even though none had said anything. Just get Harry back inside Hogwarts where he'll be safe. Now. There was a tense moment of silence as everyone waited for Ron, or someone else in the Situation Room, to recall Harry to safety. After a while in which the quiet had stretched indeterminably, Professor McGonagall's voice announced, "It's not working. Either the bracelet was broken during the fight, or the anti-Portkey ward Mr. Malfoy put up is still functioning. We'll keep trying to recover him, though." Ginny nodded, though only those on the battlements could see her, and promptly declared, "Then I'm apparating down there and fetching him before Tom and his lot find him." "And what if you were somehow unable to return?" asked Dumbledore calmly, appearing completely unconcerned by the enemy forces massed below. He looked at her in that way he had, the one that always made her think of her grandparents, and said, "Being trapped would be dangerous. Just as dangerous as it would be if you and Harry were a normal couple." "We're not normal?" she asked sarcastically. Dumbledore almost chuckled but held it down, though his mustache did twitch. He shook his head and said, "Normal witches and wizards don't battle the forces of evil, Virginia. At least not as frequently and successfully as the pair of you seem to." Ginny bobbed her head in acquiescence. "You do have a point." She then shook her head and said, "But it's not going to stop me." "You can't go after Potter in the middle of a battle like this," protested Idaho. "Want to bet?" she retorted, glaring at him. One of the other Aurors, a grizzled old wizard called Thufir, stepped forward and began, "Perhaps it is not really my place to say anything." Ginny interrupted, her voice deceptively mild, "You're right. It's not." Dumbledore put a restraining hand on her shoulder. "I really don't know how to say this, Virginia. Very carefully, Albus, because I think I already know what you're going to try and tell me." She turned to look into his somber blue eyes, which peered at her over the rims of his spectacles. She smiled sadly and told him, "The answer is still no." She looked out, towards where Voldemort and his Death Eaters were standing, her lips drawing into a thin line at the sight. Consciously working to unclench her jaw, she said in a precise and clipped voice, "I'm going after Harry, even if it means I have to go through every Death Eater down there. That silly girl is going to get herself, and possibly Potter as well, killed," said Professor Snape angrily after Ginny had vanished from sight with a low pop. "Virginia is the sort of person that takes things personally," Dumbledore observed gravely. "In my experience, she is less a believer in getting mad as she is an advocate for getting even." Beside the headmaster, Halleck shook his head sadly and ran a thumb along the length of his scarred jawline. "Against all those Death Eaters, vampires and whatnot, she doesn't have a prayer, poor lass." Hermione's intangible voice responded staunchly, "She has more power at the tips of her fingers than anybody alive, except perhaps for Harry. If there's anyone you should be worrying about, Gurney, it's the Death Eaters. If she thinks they might hurt Harry, Ginny won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to stop them." The smallest glimmers of a smile lit up Dumbledore's eyes as he turned his attention down to the scarred grounds of Hogwarts, where Ginny had just appeared. He stroked at his rain-soaked and bedraggled beard as he considered her standing there. If they only knew who they are about to face, I think that Voldemort's followers would be scared out of their wits. Ginny stood facing the various creatures lining the edge of the burning forest for nearly a minute before anything happened. Apparently they were a bit surprised to be so openly challenged, especially by lone opponent, and a mere girl at that. Eventually, however, they managed to set aside their surprise and begin to move against her. It can never be said that trolls are a particularly bright breed of creature, but they do have one thing going for them in matters of mental acumen. They do not think too much. Thus it was a large and rather obnoxious-looking troll that charged at Ginny first, his short and stumpy legs propelling him with surprising speed as he waved his large and heavy spiked club over his head. He looked oddly like a rampaging bull elephant, only without the trunk and large ears. Without so much as a blink of an eye, Ginny leveled her wand at the troll in her most nonchalant manner. There was enough power behind that stunning spell to knock even Harry, in his animagus form, unconscious. Suffice it to say, the troll never knew what hit it as it fell to the ground, knocking up a wide spray of mud before skidding to a halt. Next came a squad of 5 goblins, their shields raised and their glaives held high. Ginny almost grinned as she turned her wand to them, gathering her power, Pyros Expellas. Goblins have their own unique brand of magic, but even then they could not match the power put behind Ginny's spells by the Order of the Phoenix. A ring of blazing red fire encircled the group, trapping them within the bounds of its 5-foot-high flames. The goblin leading the pack had not been able to screech to a halt quickly enough and ended up tumbling into the fiery wall in a tangle of limbs and armor. His companions hurriedly pulled him clear and smothered the flames covering him, only to find that their distraction had cost them any chance at escape as Ginny cast a flurry of stunning spells into their midst, dropping them as easily as she had the troll. Ginny smirked with satisfaction and turned to deal with the rest, only to find herself facing a lone vampire. It was tall and thin, wearing robes that were several centuries out of fashion, though doubtless the style had been popular at the time of his turning. His fangs, which he bared in a grin as he drew nearer, were sharp and gleamed in a manner not unlike his shining eyes. Lux Solaris, she cried, letting loose a burst of brilliant, almost blinding light from her wand. The vampire recoiled, hissing and cursing in pain as he stumbled back, covering his burnt eyes and smoking face. Ginny used this to her advantage and stepped close to him, within his defenses, and reached out to slip the sword she had seen from its scabbard at his waist. She quickly glanced at the blade and recognized it as a 17th century Venetian broadsword, probably also from when the vampire had been turned. It was heavier than she was used to and the balance was not as fine as the sword Harry had gifted her with the previous year, but the edge on its blade was keen. It would do. And it did. The vampire barely had time to register that his sword was no longer at his side. He looked up, dropping his hands away from his scalded face, blinking uncertainly with his injured eyes, and barely had time to open his mouth before Ginny slashed her borrowed weapon across his chest. She swept the blade in an upward arc, slicing a deep gash into his flesh, before swinging the sword back and down. The broadsword bit into the vampire's shoulder, rending muscle and bone almost down to his stomach. Gritting her teeth and pulling hard on the deeply embedded blade, Ginny tugged the sword free and spun on her feet, lashing out as she switched the sword from her one hand to the other. Both of the vampire's hands jerk upwards in a spastic motion as the blade cleaved through his neck and severed his head from his body. Flames erupted from and around the wound, rapidly engulfing the entire body in a blaze of fire, leaving behind nothing but glowing embers and a fine black ash. Had anyone been close enough to see the smile stretching Ginny's face, they would have felt their hearts quicken at the sight. If they had been close enough to see the feral gleam in her bright eyes, they would have been greatly unnerved. And if any of those close enough to discern her expression were in the least bit familiar with Ginny Weasley and her fiery temperament, they would have turned tail and run as quickly as they could in the opposite direction. For they would have realized that the look on Ginny's face was that of a person who was about to unleash forces beyond imagination, no doubt with great quantities of mayhem, destruction and death occurring all around her while she did so. And that Ginny was perfectly happy about the idea. Voldemort watched dispassionately as Ginny Weasley tore her way through the ranks of vampires, zombies and goblins, which were leading the assault on Hogwarts. His blood-red eyes took it all in as the young witch decimated those minions which approached her with almost tough ferocity, using a mixture of spells and swordplay that none of those currently facing her could match. Indeed, almost in spite himself, the Dark Lord found himself impressed by the skills and most especially the raw power she was exhibiting. But enough was enough, he decided after a minute or two. He did not bother to look at the Death Eater standing by his side when he gave the order that would sign the death warrant of this insolent girl that dared to try deny him his goal. McNair. Damn it, why couldn't I have apparated closer to Harry? Asked Ginny with mounting frustration as she swung her broadsword in a wide circle and lopped off the hand of one of the many zombies currently surrounding her. She ducked low and spun around, bringing her borrowed sword up to block a blow from a relatively young vampire that had attempted to sneak up behind her. We told you, replied Ketz, the ether is too badly disrupted in that area at the moment. If you tried to apparate there you'd simply slide around it or, worse, be reflected back. Apparating to where you did was almost as dangerous, added Miko. You could have been splenched. Ducking under a slow swing by the now one-armed zombie, Ginny hewed its leg out from underneath it. As the mindless creature fell to the ground, she managed to decapitate it as she rose up to parry another strike from the vampire, bringing her wand up in her free hand as she did. Lux Solaris. As the vampire howled and jerked back, Ginny plunged the blade of her sword through its chest and pierced its unbeating heart. With the blade firmly embedded, and knowing that simple metal would not be enough in this case, she transfigured the steel into wood. Instantly the vampire burst into a blaze of fire, jerking violently as it was consumed from within. Pulling the sword free and changing the blade back before it too caught alight, Ginny readied herself to face whatever would be coming at her next. She found him standing a dozen yards away, his hood thrown back and mask removed to reveal the unpleasant visage of his mustached face. He was clearly one of Voldemort's Death Eaters and looked rather familiar, though Ginny did not immediately recognize him. He had called off the various creatures trying to kill her, apparently intent on facing her alone. He looks familiar. So does his aura. Asterisk. I know, she agreed, but I can't quite place. You're good with that sword, girl. But these, the Death Eater indicated the vampires, goblins and zombies that were backing away with a dismissive wave of his left hand, are hardly worthy foes. How would you care to test your mettle against a true fighter? I recognize you. You're the executioner, McNair. He nodded his head in confirmation. Ginny glanced down at his right arm, hanging at his side, and mentioned, Harry cut your hand off last year. McNair's eyes narrowed to fine slits and he practically hissed, yes, he did. Then his lips curled up in a wicked smile as he raised his right arm up so that the hand was clearly visible. His hand was a smooth and shiny silver, extending down almost to his elbow where it ended abruptly, rather like some kind of metallic glove. But as you can see, my lord rewarded my efforts with a suitable replacement. Ginny narrowed her own eyes and contemplated his new appendage. She couldn't be sure, there was still a lot of inconsistency in the magic surrounding Hogwarts at the moment, but Ginny sensed there was more to McNair's silver hand than met the eye. Considering that it had been given to the man by Voldemort, it was a sure bet that there was something treacherous about it. Better be careful, Ginny, cautioned Beowulf. Can you feel it? Even with all the disruption caused by the well's dispersal, we can still sense the vibrations that hand of his is giving off. I feel it all right, she agreed, lifting her sword arm up in mimicry of McNair's own motion. I guess we'll have to wait and see what he's got up his sleeve. Then draw your weapon, she challenged, shifting her sword so that the light from the raging fire behind McNair caught and flashed along the length of the blade. Foolish wench, sneered McNair. He clenched his hand into a fist and, with a screech of tortured metal, the polished silver took on a liquid appearance and began to flow into a different shape. Ginny backed away a step or two as McNair's hand swiftly reshaped itself into a gleaming double-edged battle axe. Holding it up for her inspection, he snarled, my new hand is my weapon. Ginny swallowed in an attempt to alleviate the sudden dryness in her mouth. Somehow I wasn't expecting him to have something like that up his sleeve. He came at her in much the same manner as he had gone after Harry during their brief duel the previous year. He was fast for a man his size, she had to admit that, and obviously he had some experience wielding an axe, although probably not one physically attached to his arm. But he was also rather ungainly in his movements and tended to overextend himself, always putting the entirety of his weight behind his swings. She dodged one downward sweep with a nimble dive to one side, the axe missing her by only a matter of inches as she rolled clear. Then she was standing up, almost as quickly as she had dropped down, striking out to land a blow with her sword. Surprised by her response, McNair was unable to back away fast enough to avoid the blade, the tip of which cut a shallow line across his chest. Hissing in pain, he backed away and blocked Ginny's follow-up blow, snaring the sword's long blade with his axe and twisting it to one side so that her body was exposed to him. He's going to come in close, observed Heracles, inside your defenses. Ginny twisted to deflect the punch aimed at her stomach by his left hand, pulling with all her might as she jerked back and tore her sword free. Spinning on a heel, she used the movement to land a backhanded strike to McNair's temple with the flat of the blade. Slightly off balance, mostly because of the speed with which she moved, Ginny was unable to hit with enough force to kill or knock him out, but it was enough to cause him to stagger back several paces and reach up to hold his doubtless throbbing head. Damn, she cursed silently, drawing deep breaths as she watched him closely. I was hoping to end this fight with that. According to Harry, and our own observations last year, his skull's probably solid rock, said Loki with untimely amusement. If you want him out of the fight, you should have used the sword's cutting edge. Ginny shook her head sharply. I don't want to kill him, not if I can avoid it. Vampires and zombies are one thing, but killing a human. Sun Tzu's soft voice reached her. Then we'll have to devise an alternate method of removing him from your path. I'm always open to suggestions. You're good, I'll grant you that, McNair admitted, reluctantly. He rubbed at his bruised temple before dropping his hand and raising his axe into a ready posture. But I'm better. Maybe you're better. Maybe you're not, Ginny granted, though she knew he would not be able to match her in a fair fight. She lowered her sword a fraction, drawing his attention to her right side and away from her left hand. But there's one advantage I definitely have over you. McNair sneered at her. And what might that be? Ginny smirked. I cheat. Wingardium Naturum Furor. McNair barely had time to comprehend her words, his eyes only just began to widen in shock, when the air around him burst into motion. Within moments he was caught up in a howling maelstrom of tightly bound air that literally swept him off his feet. Ginny had a brief glance at his horror-stricken face as he was blown nearly 50 yards across the lawn, crashing into a group of watching vampires and zombies. Turning her attention to the swirling tornado she had brought into being, Ginny raised her left hand and the wand she was holding at the tunnel of wind and directed it down the long line of dark creatures laying siege to Hogwarts. Most of them were too distracted by the rain of spells, hexes and curses being fired down on them from the defenders up on the battlements, but even the dullest were quick to realize that they suddenly had more to worry about than trying to scale the castle walls. With a wicked grin of satisfaction, Ginny turned away from the havoc suddenly engulfing the lawn and returned her attention to her destination. Peter Pettigrew could not help but be amazed as he watched Ginny literally blow McNair out of her way and resume her course for the still smoking crater not far from where Voldemort and his Death Eaters had assembled at the start of the siege. The rest of the Dark Lord's servants had long since dispersed to supervise the various dark creatures aiding them in Voldemort's attack on the castle, with the sole exception being Wormtail, who remained by his side. Nervously, knowing full well that his master would not be pleased with how easily Ginny had seemingly dispatched McNair, Wormtail glanced up at Voldemort. The Dark Lord stood atop the low hill from which he had decided to direct the battle, and was closely watching every move the young red-haired witch was making. She fights impressively, if futilely, Voldemort eventually said, his red eyes following Ginny's progress as she continued on her way. She does seem skilled in using a sword, Pettigrew offered in timid agreement. Voldemort gave a contemptuous snort. A sword. Bah. Such a primitive tool is no match against a true sorcerer and his magic. If she thinks she can triumph that way, then she's a fool. Pettigrew cringed and tried to sound deferential as he said, but to summon up a whirlwind like that, such a large one too, means she must be powerful in magics as well. If you believe that some girl child could hope to match me, then you too are a fool, Voldemort growled, turning his lidded red eyes to Peter with a dangerous gleam flickering within them. And I do not suffer fools lightly in my presence, Wormtail. Remember that. Yes, my lord, Pettigrew immediately responded contritely, dropping his head in as respectful a manner as he could manage. He fought unsuccessfully to repress the shudder that racked his body at Voldemort's words. He knew, even without any elaboration on Voldemort's part, that he would be punished for his imprudent words. Sometimes he wished he had made a different choice in the past. Ginny launched herself at the knot of 5 goblin mercenaries that currently barred her way to the smoldering crater where Harry lay. The fires raging through the Forbidden Forest had grown and spread wide, joining together to become a massive blaze that lit up the battlefield with a lurid light. Highlighted in shades of red, orange and yellow, Ginny seemed a veritable angel of death, cutting through the ranks of Voldemort's minions with unmatchable fury. She leapt into the air, splitting a shield and biting into the nearest goblin's side with her sword as she landed in their midst. A spray of chainmail and blood splattered those nearest to them and provided her enough of a distraction to roll between them and emerge from their ranks without injury. As they spun around to face her, their armor hindering their movements, Ginny raised her sword at them and channeled the Order's power through its steel blade. "Razor bind us!" she exclaimed, a web of razor-edged wire shooting from tip of her sword and ensnaring the 4 remaining goblins before they could fully turn to face them. As the wire wrapped itself around them and bound them together, Ginny cast a simple banishing charm to knock them off their feet into the ground. "Nicely done," complimented Merlin, before asking, "Do you feel that?" A chill ran up Ginny's spine as a distressing crawling sensation swept over her senses, causing her to beep in a breath. Ignoring the fallen goblins, she turned to face the source of the black tendrils of magic that were intruding on the edges of her perception. Licking her lips, because she instinctively knew the source of this horrible unease, Ginny turned to face the thing who had haunted her nights ever since her first year at Hogwarts. "Impressive. Most impressive," the thin figure said, standing imperiously on the small hillock he had been directing his forces from. Somehow she had wandered close enough in his direction that he had decided to deal with her himself, his snake-like face peering both intently and curiously at her from within the drawn cowl of his robes. Reaching up with both hands, he pulled the hood back and exposed his face fully as he asked, "And who might you be, girl, to dare face Lord Voldemort?" "Ginny, get out of there," urged Ron's voice, speaking to her from the Situation Room beneath Hogwarts, where he was doubtless watching Ginny battle her way to Harry. Clearly he had seen who it was that was confronting her. "Apparate back into the castle. Please. I think it would be wise of you to heed your brother's suggestion," agreed son. Ginny angrily shook her head and tossed the Venetian broadsword she had been using away, knowing that she would not be using it in this battle. If she needed it later, she would summon it from where it had fallen. In the meanwhile, she turned her attention fully towards Voldemort. "My name's Virginia Weasley," she told him, her voice raised loud and clear so that he could not fail to hear everything she said. Switching her wand from her left to her right hand, so that she would be using the hand she was most comfortable with, Ginny gripped it tight and declared, "And I'm here to kick your ass, Tom Riddle." For a moment Voldemort's eyes narrowed and flashed dangerously, his ire clearly roused by her usage of his given name. For a moment Ginny felt sure that he would attack her without thinking, but then he threw his head back and, of all things, laughed. Ginny was sure that Voldemort's demented cackle would be enough to unnerve even the devil. Then she remembered, wait a second. Tom is the devil. Once his laughter died down, Voldemort looked at her with a cruel smile and said, "You have fire in you, girl. I like that. I'll have to kill you for it, slowly, but I like it all the same. He's underestimating you. Now is the time to strike him unawares," advised Osiris. In other words, added Heracles, "Kick his ass." I know the perfect spell to do just that, agreed Ginny. Looking straight into Voldemort's red eyes, she leveled her wand at him and replied caustically, "Fire's not all I have, you slimy bastard." With a sharp crack that echoed loudly over the muted roar of the fire blazing through the forest, a bolt of lightning slammed into Voldemort's chest. The streams of brilliant red, crimson, colored and ruby lifted the pale man into the air and knocked him back a dozen paces to fall to the scorched ground, his robes smoking at the point of contact. Ginny lowered her wand and quickly glanced around, checking that none of Voldemort's minions or Death Eaters were coming to his aid. Satisfied that she could focus the bulk of her attention on the Dark Lord, she turned back to Voldemort and relaxed slightly as she decided to wait for him to recover before resuming her attack against him. "Do not let yourself become distracted, Virginia," cautioned Merlin gravely. "Put this need for revenge you are feeling aside. Press your advantage while you can." Merlin, she answered, "Stay out of this. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.